Hello and welcome to
HHai,
Hamburg Artificial Intelligence,
the meetup on all matters artificial intelligence and creative work. This is our day two. We started officially yesterday afternoon, and we had already two very inspiring talks and presentations. And today we will have a good number of more of those inspiring presentations. We will have presentations from individuals, and then we will have and do workshops here at the Hamburg Design Zentrum Hamburg. And then later we will have more presentations and panel discussions. This is a hybrid event. You can follow it from your home on YouTube Live, as many of you are doing currently. But you also can come and join us here in the Hamburg Hafen City Design Zentrum Hamburg and meet other people. We have an audience here. Meet other people, have face-to-face contacts, discuss the things we are seeing here. We had this already yesterday evening. Very nice get together. We had, I can tell you the secret, Corona beer, and I know that there is more beer here. So if you come and join us, I think it's a nice experience after that long time of Corona lockdown and separation. Who are we? We are a research team called RxX Design. We are active for about 2.5 years now, and this event, HHai, is the latest incarnation of us. We are about to research all matters of creativity, creative work, and AI. We have the feeling that there is a big disruption coming, building up, changing everything of the work of designers, of creative people, but also the output itself. And that is what we are discussing today here, and that is where our speakers will lead you into their perspectives. Our first speaker today is Lulu Li. Lulu Li is currently calling in from Bali, quite far away from Hamburg, but that's the benefit of digitization and also the benefit of all these Corona lockdowns that we all are accustomed now, that we can really communicate internationally. So Lulu, I'm very pleased to have you as our first speaker today. In our agenda, you are called an artist and a designer. That is a very promising combination. And I don't talk a lot about things I don't know much better than you do yourself. So please introduce yourself, and all the people out there, you can put your questions into the chat of the YouTube Live program, and we will ask after about 20 minutes of presentation of Lulu Li. I will convey the questions to her. Lulu? It's yours. The stage is yours. The digital stage is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter, for the introduction. This is a great program. Thanks for inviting me. All right. I'm a designer and an artist. Has been, I think, 20 something years in practice. Yeah, both in design and art, trained in fine art, but mostly practice in interaction design related with media and generative media. So involving media, let's say, technology is kind of a part of my practice as well. So reflecting what's going on right now, I'm picking up a new little program using machine learning to allow me to co-create with me some projects that have been incubating for a long time. Should I just share my screen right now? Can everybody see?
Yeah, we can see.
Perfect, right? So this project has been going on with for like more than 6 months, probably close to 10 months, ever since the whole phenomena of an NFT actually came about. I call it panspermia. Panspermia is a concept. Pan means all, spermia means life, seed of life permeates throughout the universe. So also while learning this machine learning and style GAN 2 tools, I've been giving this model many kind of data sets to help to train while training myself as well to see what could come out from this new tool. This is a little bit of an introduction. I was thinking, you know, looking back in the history and also looking back in a whole big interest of the future of the, we're gazing into the stars and to look at what's our human collective culture future. I think there's a large field of imagination over there. This research actually come from a long time ago. We have got this super pre-Qin dynasty, very mysterious little book, not a little book, actually is a classic of mountain and seas. Has a lot of weird creatures and geography and plants and gods all described inside. And no one knows the origin, no one knows the purpose of it. That actually evoked a lot of inspiration as a Chinese in our culture, because there are a lot of things is not really addressed. So we're thinking this whole idea of a chimera is quite commonly seen in multicultural prehistorical kind of researchers. It took me can dive in for many years of trying to deal with this. How do we deal with the man with no heads, and then people who's anthropomorphic, or tigers have 10 heads and so on, right? And this is also commonly seen, you know, of course, dragons and dracos and hydras and other chimeric kind of beings in this. What does it actually mean? What does it actually try to teach us? I mean, involving all these new advances for biogenetics, right? We seems like we're having a new future. We're creating, you know, new humans or new human hybrids. What does it mean if a human and a different species actually being crossed and then have a new life? So this is we're talking about China has probably more than 5,000 years of history, and in the middle of these two actually are creation gods, which is the man and woman both have human heads and snake bodies. One is holding a compass, the other one holding a ruler, which is quite strange. That actually means we come from snakes or something. Who knows? Maybe not. Maybe not. In, you know, they probably made us with muds, which is also common in Hebrew and even Central America mythologies. I find these prehistorical civilizations or mythologies quite interesting for myself to start with. So thinking while exploring this tool, why don't I just come from, let's say, a super primordial kind of a state of life? Let's dig into that, right? To see what could it look like. This is the sum of their yields from the latent space, which I comped together and make, you know, to showing myself what could be look like in a super long time ago, or billions, gazillions years ago, in the space, if the life is carried by the space dust or by the meteorites, and the life of these strange forms could be, you know, thriving in other unknown places, right? It could be look like a, you know, deep sea creatures, but what is deep sea creatures? Because to fish, water doesn't exist, right? To air, to us, air doesn't really exist, or so maybe in other kind of, let's say, plasmic kind of state, other beings thrive in differently. Here are some of the close-ups of the things that are being generated and being comped together as a little close-up look at the microecology, or as macro for the matter being, yeah. And then this is for the individual ones, for the individual little spermas, which means the seed of life. And I was also individually dig them out from latent space. And of course, whatever comes from latent space is definitely not good enough to know what it look like, right? Because they look like something as how the semantic map of the latent space works, but then not necessarily something. So I have to be the human cognitive machine in order to bring these lookalikes into some sort of actual beings that suggest they are like something. So here are some examples of these sperma creatures already being through post-production. And yeah, from many models, probably 10 or 12 models already. So we're talking about if I have hundreds of thousands of these little spermas, how do I categorize them? In which way I would look at life? Do I look at from the traditional biological sense or categorization methods or not? I'm studying Buddhism, so thinking, why don't I just draw some inspirations or some metaphysical worldviews from Buddhism to see how they look at life, how they loosely categorize life phenomena, right? How do they actually deal with the invisible ones? For example, in these 12 categorizations of this life, there are 4 types actually. Is pre-manifested state, which is not only their life come from eggs, from womb, from moisture, and from, you can call it transformation or metamorphosis. And then those ones that have forms, that have thoughts, and those ones that have no thoughts, no form, but it is a pre-thought and form, which is, this is a kind of quite a exclusive Buddhism kind of idea, to see what is the existence before the manifestation of existence. I learned a lot. It's quite interesting. So this project is also a learning tool for me. So here, coming out from this panspermia project, there's a little short video clip. It's not short, it's actually quite long, often 10 minutes. I call it Chintamani's from Macaras, right? Macaras are this kind of a typical dragon, Draco, crocodile, fish looking kind of monsters from the oceans, which in their forehead, there's a jewel. It's called Chintamani's, right? This jewel is given to Buddha while actually this Naga or this dragon king was asking for Dharma teaching. So this Chintamani's actually can manifest anything that you want. So this kind of power cannot be in an immature hands, right? So two Bodhisattvas having these jewels to actually helping all sentient beings to grant their wishes. But on the other side, whatever is being granted, it's still, according to Dharma Sutra, is like the bubbles and the dreams of the fleeting, as intangible, as fragile as it can get. So the teaching is like one have to be mindful of whatever is manifested as a phenomenal realm. So these are some clips from this, and here's a little 1 minute clip. Show it to everybody. So this is me putting this spermas into a more or less quite a, let's say, in a time dimension, to see how they change, how they transform from one to another across the boundaries of one species to another as a symbolic gesture. Yeah. Furthermore, I have a little kind of mini ecosystems, those little clusters of what's going on. I will have them animated, let's say this, so we can have a chance to peep into this smaller kind of this life groups, what they are doing and so on. Hopefully, yeah. As a quite a probably a lot of people talk about this holographic concepts of universe. In as far as I understand the Buddhism, from the Buddhism angle, is that each phenomenon or each life or each little packet of information acting like this little crystal, a little shard of crystal that reflects or refracts the creational source. So thinking it's also this grain of a little dust could be it's us, could be Earth, could be solar system. It carries the life phenomena or the seeds of life. So this is a little video. I would assume inside these crystals, inside of this little shard, no matter how imperfect, how incomplete it is, it somehow also not only keeps a blueprint, but also keeping time as well, keeping the memories of a seed of life, or what is the consciousness that is in a smaller reflection. All right, moving on. There are furthermore generations coming out from these models. I was thinking some are actually looking quite like a human. They're all pretty alien to me. So thinking maybe I should come up with a collection. It's called a, alienation. While working with a COVID time, we are literally being put in a situation being alienated, right? A lot of us, me, I'm a kind of like a COVID exile hiding in Bali. We've definitely been alienated from our previous social relationships. So we're thinking these as a quite a literal metaphor for it. So it's imagine there's land is a terra of a xenomorph, or these anthropomorphic or alien beings exist that looks like that they have a higher consciousness. There are more beings, more generations coming out from the space. Yeah, I was thinking hopefully with some help I could put this into an immersive experience, or maybe I still don't know how to play with metaverse yet. So let's see if I can get in there as well, as some sort of MR sort of way. Here is quickly going through what I've been through this 10 months or even 11 months of time. This is the software, inside of the software, some of the really thousands of these images and layers of this latent space, the vector spaces that I've gone through. While you can see different attributes of the data sets grasped by this StyleGAN2 model that have been distributed in this matrix. And then it would take forever to go through them at all, for sure, but it's a lot of fun. Then I would assume this is actually the machine's subconsciousness that I'm exploring through, where something so blurred that require me as this human machine with my cognitive and kind of a capacity to bring it into more obvious, recognizable kind of shape and forms, right? This is some examples of what's coming out from latent space. So, and here's more, and here's, as you can see, there's way too many, but choosing them, how to make sense with them, it requires a lot of post-production work. Also, as an NFT part of the thing, I did test drop some on Hikenuk and then also on Object. There are total 80 spermas, one-on-one dropped so far. It's all sold out. I haven't dropped anything further yet. And I don't think the NFT market is actually a good distribution place. Maybe they just for, you know, a retail and wholesale. I'm still looking for opportunities to show the work properly presented instead of selling it quickly. Here's my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lulu. I'm asking Benjamin, do we have questions from the audience? Nope. Okay, so I have questions, Lulu. Lulu, first thing I would like to dive a little bit in is the question of playing God, right? You're creating something, you're creating animals or something which has a life in itself. What actually is this you are doing? I mean, what is the creative part of it exactly? Where are you creating and where is the machine somehow just performing what you put in through the training data? Can you elaborate a little bit on that particular aspect?
Yeah, the data set I put in is one of the variable, right? It's like depending on what I feed into this machine learning engine. Second is like once is actually building this semantic map, then me going in plowing through this whole deep space and then picking out whatever has a potential of something look like. And then whatever going through post-production, you have to really either doing collages, either just doing retouchings. I have to bring it to a more obvious way what it look like, because often they don't look like anything at all. They don't have eyes, they don't have limbs, they don't have wings, they don't have whatever. So it's not me superimposing this idea. It's a co-playing. It's quite fun. Yeah.
And also, I think in the entire packaging, the storytelling in a way, right? It's also you, because I mean the output is just the latent space, and then you are selecting pieces, and then you're putting it into that storytelling of sperm and animals and these type of things, right?
Yes, for sure. But without going to, let's say, film script, world building kind of a way, I'm actually trying to frame it loosely in a sense, you know, it's without being too factual with it, right? Without being too like have a literature, have a, you know, story too fixed. Sort of a constraint. So that's why I will still try to treading the ambiguity of what I get so far and leaning into Buddhism scriptures to try to understand their way of looking, and also looking at artistic angles. How do I frame it loosely instead of go to smothering it into some sort of, let's say, comic book, you know, fantastic animals, where they're from, you know, I do not want to go to that direction.
There was a question from the audience regarding that latent space map you presented in one of your slides. Was that already a selection, or was that the full output? I think I know it, but please tell the audience how.
That's the original thing. The bigger image is what I collage them together, because I went through many. Because the space is really big, kind of there's almost no boundaries. I haven't found boundaries so far. If I have enough money, I'll probably burn through to find the boundaries. I don't know. It just when I've been through many different models and been through different layers of it, and then I put them together for myself to have a bit of idea how big that is and how much that is, and then that's the best I can represent. I'm sure it's layered, right? Many different layers. It shuffles.
Maybe I jump the topics for a moment, and since you are Chinese, you called yourself a COVID exile, in COVID exile in Bali. Bali I know as a place where there is a lot of Eastern and Western cultural mix and merge. Is there any difference in the reception of your work in, let's say, Chinese audiences or in Western audiences? Can you observe something like that, such a differentiation?
This is the classic Semantics is super well known. If you talk about it, everybody knows what's going on about it. But the stage I'm at is still quite from, let's say, larvae or eggs or early fertilization sort of the state, and until I go a bit of a more let's say animal-like, Chinese audiences probably will be more acceptable. But Western side, I haven't been talking too much. I talked to Martin, talked to you, talked to a few other people. It's like it's great. It's like a sci-fi, life sci-fi. That's roughly the first glimpse of the impression.
Benjamin, I'm asking myself, is our next speaker in the call already? Yes? Okay, great. I would say thank you, Lulu. It was quite interesting, and I'm happy that we could present you here in HHai. I guess you are also happy if people will approach you. This is a network event, so we want to connect the community around the globe. So get in contact with Lulu, who is currently in her COVID exile, and we are all hoping that one day we might be able to meet in person. Lulu, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
Before I call Cao Yuxi on the virtual space, I'd like to welcome all the new participants, new visitors in the stream and also here in the Design Zentrum Hamburg. This is HHai. This is part of AIX Design Research Project, which is working on all matters creative work and artificial intelligence. Today we present a good number of speakers here until 7 o'clock in the evening. We interrupt the program, the online program for our workshops. That workshops are called Creative Kitchen workshops. The idea is to lower the barriers for creative people to make use of AI tools. So if you come by, you can be part of those workshops. It's hands-on, and we help you to find StyleGAN and language models and all these type of things. But now I'm happy to announce and present Cao Yuxi. Cao is calling in from Shenzhen in China. Those who know me know that I'm a big fan of this city, of this really very dynamic place. I think it's the center of the world, basically. Unfortunately, these days, due to COVID restrictions, we are not able to visit Shenzhen, and they're even more happy I am that we have someone calling in from Shenzhen. Cao, please introduce yourself and give us your presentation, and you out there on the internet stream, you can type in your questions into the chat, and we will ask Cao then later. Cao?
All right, great.
give me a second, and I think I need okay, can you see my screen now? It's a big messy desktop. Can you see my screen? Hello?
There is a technical glitch.
Can you see my screen or no?
Don't know why.
Hello? You guys, hello? Hello?
Now
Can you guys
it's
see my
working.
screen?
Great.
Okay, now it's working. Perfect. All right. Cool. Yeah, let me introduce myself a bit to public. I'm sorry for my keynote. Maybe it was in Chinese, but I can translate it for you guys. So I'm a new media artist. I used to based in New York City, but I travel a lot back then 2017 to 2020 before the COVID. So I do a lot of new media art projects across the world. So mostly, recently the more projects was in China. So I just, selected part of my portfolio to, introduce my works to you guys or my related projects to you guys. So I recently participated the Beijing 2022 Winter Olympic opening ceremony for the new media art design team. So we kind of try our best to using a lot of technology, including the AI, to figure out a way to using the pixel to create the gigantic eyes experience for the global audience. And we also see the possibility to using the liquid simulation wave to make this opening section where we simulating like the Yellow River coming from the top to the bottom water, and it always like under the guidance of the main director Zhang Yimou. So for the AI part theme of this presentation, I would love to introducing the part of the AI technology that we were using through this opening event, but not this part, is this part. Let me just quickly grab a video. Let me see. Yeah, so that's the part. So this is oh, I hope you guys can see it. So this was the live shot from the audience. As you can see, like this is the part of the ceremony where we will have the what do you call that? The peace pigeon fly around, and the whole tracking. Like you can see, there is a massive position tracking of each performers, each kids. They were dancing around. And under the bottom of their feet, there was kind of this live tracking because of the gigantic space we're having here for, let me see if I can have a shot that's, yeah, like for example, that part, that's still shot, like because we have this massive stadiums, so the traditional position tracking technology was actually not applicable. Because whether infrared tracking or sensor tracking, whether it's too costly or it's too just like the scale is too big. It's like 144 meters width and 75 meters tall. So in order to achieve that, we figure out a way to using the AI camera technology around the stadium to train those to see the persons as a position, and we map those positions back to the Unity game engine, so that we can have this is like a slightly tracking position of each performance, and in that way we can have this kind of really interesting tracking in this massive stadium. Okay, part. And also the another part we were using, well, due to the copyright, I cannot really using footage. And also, like if you guys see this part where like we have this skaters performers, they were performing this kind of scanning inside of snow. That's also the same technology, the AI technology we're using to train the cameras to recognize the performance inside of stadiums as a position tracker. So in that way, so this like 360 cameras help us to achieve this massive scale position tracking in this Winter Olympic opening ceremony. So I did other few projects, like for example, the city skyline landscape is real, it's not fake, it's a real render. So we did this audio visual performance city landscape show that we kind of utilizes 44 buildings for facades, LED panels or LED light bulb on the buildings to really acoustic the city skyline into a massive audiovisual show. And that was happened before, I think, before the COVID. So this is what on-site looks like. Yeah, I'm gonna just do that way to show you guys. So, and we also did something, and also we did some like this LED, well, you can see interactive installation in Beijing Daxing International Airport. So it's around, it was a pretty, it was a generative art. I call it Chinese contemporary inkish painting. So it was more like, I would say, it's more like a brownie position animating effect for each particle. So they left their trace. So in my concept, I feel like this is more like, contemporary art of Chinese ink performer. So I just like inventing this concept that computer was generative art piece constantly itself. So that's we also put some this mirrorish of silhouette of audience so they can see themselves in this inkish way. Also we did, well, in 2017, we did some immersive art show in Today Art Museum. So that's another piece. But today's topics is AI. So I want to bring up recently my studio main piece from this process out, and that main piece I want to discuss today is called well, I don't have the English here, I'm sorry. It's the Shanshri painting by AI, which is like probably you guys have been seeing it in somewhere on Instagram. So well, to start about this piece, I have to start back then when I start realize this interesting model, which we call it the StyleGAN TensorFlow model, right? It's from NVIDIA's. So their first showcase was how they can use in the database to train and simulating or like to emulating from the AI about different rays, different, the AI can just use in the case to replicate something not exist, but like on the human eyes perceivable is really real. And after seeing this like dynamic shifting and morphing, I just like, I was not firstly very impressed by the model result itself. I'm not really totally inspired by that. But after I see some people, other artists were trying to using it where like, they kind of train a lot of landscape, not painting, but landscape photographs into this training data. Like for example, this one's from a guy, just quickly, he finds some like landscape painting online and he just quickly trained the model. And he got this very rough result, but it was pretty heavy and really inspiring to me, because when I see those kind of this very rough result from this StyleGAN, I see the Chinese Shanshri painting from it. So like if you see this this is all authentic. I just quickly Google it, Shanshri painting in the Google result. And you kind of feel like I just like switching the tabs here, and you kind of feel like you see like the Chinese painting, especially the Shanshui painting, where you have the landscaping, you have the river, and they always like very conceptually presented, and it looks very like the AI way. So when I saw that, I quickly just like got inspired. I was thinking, is this possible way, instead of training the photograph of the landscape, can we try doing that? Trying to training a massive data set of Chinese, or not even Chinese, but Oriental, Eastern Shanshui painting, whether it's from China, from Japan, from Korea, or from the rest of Asian world. So I just quickly, using the website, Google engine, just quickly searching, like I probably think it's around 2,000 Chinese painting, where I think is very good looking. I think it's very, like for me, I feel like, oh, it looks very Eastern feel, and I really just enjoy those data sets. So I just handpick a lot of those data set and train those into this AI model. So the tools for the AI I'm using is called Runway, which I also think later we're gonna have the speakers from this really beautiful software, and or let's say AI services. I think they now are transforming into this SQL, where they become more like a video editor software. But the things I want to introduce is how I learn using the AI through this platform. So like if you see, this is my app. So I just want to quick show you. So this is exactly the model I train here. So if I can hit run remotely, you can see the final results that the trained model I finished here. Which is kind of really surprised me, and I really enjoy the result. Because of the, well, let's give it a second, waiting for the results to kick back in. But when you see like there's a little, well, before here's a little, like the screenshot I did about the results coming from this training set. But things like a lot of time when you training a StyleGAN data set, there's a lot of times where you just have this weird, creepy looking, not realistic, like what Lulu's piece or a lot of other artists' piece, when they're trying to create a cat or human. If the trained data is not really sophisticated and well tweaked, the result could looks very like scarish. Is like that's the nature of this model. So, but for the Shanshui piece, because it is too super, abstractively talking. So when you see the original, any, like I just randomly pick a lot of this Shanshui painting, they looks already pretty, abstractive. So the final result, let me see if I can, yeah, we got here. So the final result, when you have this training model, even though there is still a lot of not happy result, like you see here, like you see like the calligraphy, like here the AI will simulating some calligraphy from the Chinese painting or this Eastern Shanshui painting. It's not a real Chinese word, it's just like a random doodle from the AI. But you still feel much more, you still like feel the realistic from that. And because it's the painting itself is abstractive, so the result, even the result, it could have this artifact from the AI, but I feel like it doesn't matter. It's like it still looks astonishingly beautiful. I just really enjoy each time to surprisingly see the potential. Like you see this like little house he was there trying to painting. So for me, it's more like discovering a new world, and I just really enjoy looking at it. And I find it was super, what do you say? Like it feels like it's well fit. It doesn't require a lot of complex tweaking. It doesn't require a lot of, sophisticated. I can just grab the tools and immediately start reusing it. And also because of like this wonderful Runway interface. So you have this networking, you can use HTTP, OSC, or Socket.io or JavaScript to just like using processing, but you can use other software to ping the server so they can return you the render effect, the render result, which is like I can have a sequence of the image. So because of its AI, for sure, you have the latency to run through, right? Like then you can get this dynamic shifting from one style to another style. So it's morphing between. So the result, after I really surprised the result, I started to tweak around this latency walk. So I can have this, well, it's like Shanshri is like shifting from one painting to another gradually. And it's really poetic feeling. But then after I finish this this content, I still feel like to make it from an AI showcase or demo case from an existing data case, like a Shanshri database, it still needs some artistic touch. So I want to like give credit to several artists who inspired me a lot over this process. So the one artist is Rafik. His work is he's the very beginning, like I will say, the patient zero for the AI painting driven. So like and also when you see his work, he's really enjoy using the particle, or let's say this liquid effect to showcase this AI dynamic shifting. So I also like it heavily inspired me, and I really enjoy this particle feeling. But and also like say Michael's work too. Like I really enjoy his work. It's also the similar way, like especially like for example, let me see, like I think this one he created from the Unity, where like you see all the painting's particle was dynamically shifting and is morphing into a trail, so it looks very like a impressionism painting. So I really enjoy how they create the art themselves, and I want to learn from them. And also another guy which I learned mostly from the AI, how to do the AI content, is Derek. I think he's from NYU. I think he's a facility teacher in NYU probably. So this is the three artists I want to give credit, especially just inspire me and influence me how I create art. So because of that, so when I creating the art, I was thinking, is it possible? So because the Chinese painting, when we're talking about Chinese painting, there's a traditional, when we call it the part is blank or is empty or is not existing, have a physical content, is the shui, which is the water. And when you have the physical content, the inkish, the dark part, is what we call it shan, which is the mountains. So that's like, the mountains and rivers. So together is a landscape, right? So what I'm thinking is, can I liquidize, like particleize the whole canvas and make the water part, which is the blank part, more dynamic? It's kind of morphing and it kind of changing. So because of that, I created this first demo from, well, let me show you some. So this is like the first way we're doing that. So that's like we put those painting into Cinema 4D and we remap it by using the X particle plugin in Cinema 4D to using the paintings, what do you call it, color scale, the brightness of the canvas to generate the particle. So the more particle brighter, the more dynamic they can have. So it's like you see like the first result that was like a particle generated from those. And also I give them some turbulence like the water, and also like give them a boundary so they can like bouncing around like in there. So the result here is kind of surprising, which you guys can see is like I using two monitors to make it kind of like a little bit like naked 3D eye version. that you can see it from you know, a lot of angle, and you feel like it's a water tank that's a fluid with a lot of particles. And because this prototype works so very well, so I started to finding more of my own style from it. So so here is some well, let me just quickly show you something that we quickly finish it. So because of that, so we're creating this let me just full screen. So because of that, we're creating this different way to canvas, to frame the art. So because of like the technology we normally in my art we're using is LED screen or a lot of type of like projection or any pixel based content. So we were using this 3D software to like design how we frame the art. So this is one way which we call curved pillar art. So we just like, you know, we really love this way. So it's like on the angle, it has this curvature. So you feel like it's a 3D art. It's like a 3D canvas. You feel like it was like inside of a big water tank. And also like, you know, in the Chinese, the circle was actually very core graphic element for, you know, to express this poetic experience, especially toward like the moon or, you know, like anything, the sphere. So that's another way we're trying to utilize the result from this particle render effect. So that's way we can frame it into kind of installation art way. So this is another design for the installation, but also like you see this way. This is, we call it folding. What do you call it? Folding frame, which we find is like it's super boring to have just one canvas flat. So we're trying to utilize the screen in a different way. So in this way was like we kind of like replicate and mirrorish the content, but also in the same time we trying to make it like a 90-degree diagonally folding, so it can have a logical way to view it. This is another way where, you know, you have the main content folding in this side, but also on the two sides you have this actual content from the original content. So this is all like, you know, traditional Chinese art framing philosophy to creating art. So this is all like 3D pre-visual rendered. So that's like, you know, trying to showcase how this art can become for the final result of installation. So we put a little human scale, human being inside of this render. Yeah, that's the most part we did it for this this installation. So now later I just want to showcase some of the physical real show we did in the rest of the world. So the first show I want to showcase here is like in the London 180 Strand Gallery, which I think the show just wrapped it up. In the show name is called Lux. They introducing a lot of interesting artists who are using the digital art to create a world. So thanks for the sponsorship from LG Curved Screen. They're, you know, very interesting technology. So we figure out why not try a curved screen version of that. So we just decided to make this. Well, the whole content is like the very high resolution. It's around 8K resolution because each panel is HD. So the 16 panel together is 8K resolution. So it's a very high resolution piece. And like you see, this is the photo, the gallery shot, which looks very beautiful, which I sadly, due to the COVID, I never got a chance to see myself. This is well, this is yeah, the full cut of the things from, I think it's from the LG promotion video. And then, like like, I think my time is approaching here. Like, I just, let me give you, give me a second. I'm sorry. Okay, so this is another show. We did it in China for, well, as you can see, this is another version that is kind of curved screen, but it's not really curved. It's just the LED panel. We did it with, we did this with a little angle precision, and because it's like a kind of low resolution LED, but also you can see because this particle effect, when you go closer, you still kind of see this very interesting, I would say like organic. It's just like a derivative from, it's now looks like a pixel-based art. It feels like a kind of little bit of realistic object, or like a realistic, like let's say maybe a water tank or something. Yeah, that's the little video we took from the exhibition there. And then let's see, oh yeah, then we did some like outdoor public art. So this is in Shanghai, Nanjing West Road, which is kind of a popular zone where they have this LED screen, where now the Chinese government require outdoor LED screen, not just put out advertising content, but also put out art and all these other related, just non-commercial purpose content to, you know, make, you know, so we got invited to showcase in there. That's mostly it is, and this is the final one I want to just showcase for you guys. So this is another version we did it in Shenzhen, which is like, well, the place is a public art, and the venue want more public engagement. So we kind of put an add-on layer of this Kinect captures of silhouette of the people. And so we got this kind of very interesting result where I feel like you can, you know, audience is also part of the painting. Maybe you are also part of the mountains of the painting itself, something like that. You know, like this is just like some kind of activity we're trying to achieve from this installation. And then the final one is some experiments we are trying to figure out, because, you know, we are based in China, I'm in Shenzhen. So we do have a massive LED panels I can utilize and try around. So this is kind of like a terminal of LED screens, massive pixel push around. So we were demoing some of this content in this very, very immersive world. And this is just a very small clips of what's coming up about the 1 inch show we are trying to finish here in China. So yeah, so that's basically it is. So I think that's just wrap up my presentation. Cool.
Very much. Cao, thank you. This is quite impressive work you are presenting here again. I think everyone is interested in the question: is there a studio behind you? Is it a team creating those very ambitious projects? Is it just you yourself? Can you speak a little bit about that?
Oh, you mean the work? Yeah, I work like our studio have you know, more than just me. I have hello? It's like I just stopped work.
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. I saw you were a little freeze over there, so I don't know what's going on. Yeah, my studio have more than me. We have 2 colleagues and several interns. We all work closely together. We challenge each other on these topics, but mostly is I pitch the idea, and also I try to demo the idea, and they try to help me facilitate that. But also, like, you know, to make the installation real. there's many, not just art side, but also production cost or production content need to be done. So there's another production manager just focusing on the hardware, the logistics stuff. So that's what it is on my studio side. Yeah.
James, you yourself, you have an artistic, creative background or a tech background?
Oh, I have an artistic background. Actually, I'm from, I was graduated from Central Academy of Fine Arts in China. And then but before that, I was mainly working on landscape design or you can say, well, public art or public sculpture. That's like, but I never, I just like, I really enjoy using computer, just generative computer-based art. So I went to the School of Visual Arts in New York City for computer art. And that's the moment when I find out there's a lot of technology evolving. Well, you can see creative coding or you know, a lot of hack way to hack the art together, and also a lot of immersive art set up by other artists. So I got huge influence by that. But also like when I had like when I was in high school or like middle school, I was pretty good at math or pretty good at like engineer side. I just never really go to that direction because I never found out what's really interesting in that direction. But then later, after I graduated from fine art, I really enjoy computer art. Then I realized, yeah, I can probably using the more my logistic part of brain or like this kind of debugging, hacking way to creative solve the issue. But because the reason I define myself as artist, so there is no such things like really, you know, anyway, I try to mess around with it as long as the result is very interesting and it kind of, you know, it can surprise the audience or surprise the eyes or surprise everybody's concept. I feel like it's some progress. So I define myself more like an artist. So I can, you know, more mess around with those technology and feel less responsible, but still have fun out of it, most importantly. So that's my background, yeah.
Great. It's very promising, I guess, for many young creatives who somehow feel a little bit overwhelmed or feel that it's too complicated to dive in, and so I'd like to, before we close this session, I'd like to jump to another topic for a moment. I like very much the work with that traditional paintings you've been showing. And I have two questions here. First of all, obviously you picked from the output of the style GAN, you picked certain artworks. And I mean, many of us who are working with these generative models know that the output can be clustered in, let's say, 3 buckets. There is the first bucket, completely useless, just a blob. You can't identify anything, and it's not very useful. And then on the other opposite, it's those perfect examples where it's hard to distinct, is this generated or was this an original picture? And then there is this third bucket where it's something disturbing, where is something uncanny in it. So tell us about the criteria, how you choose those you choose from those artworks.
Well, yeah, so like, you know, like, well, the model we got here, like, for example, this runway model that we did it here. It's like yeah, there will actually sometimes you have the uncanny part. For example, maybe part of this M model. I just quickly randomly pick up something. But for me, it's okay to have those uncanny results. And that's also what I think is part of its character, is part of this nature. So that's one way to think about it. Secondly, is just to re-examine the data set, prepare the data set in a better result, better shape. So you will see there's actually a lot of these uncanny results was actually throughout this very rough data set preparation. For example, when I got this painting, you can see there's actually a lot of painting. I didn't cut off the frame. I didn't cut off the blank area. I didn't have, I just like maybe confuse the AI a lot with some not accurate data preparation. So that's another way I was trying to do. So the third way when I trying to avoid the uncanny is post effect. So when you see that, like you see there's some works that we did here is well, you see less the part is firstly like we have this post effect, which is the particle effect of the things, and that kind of like because they are dynamic, they are morphing, so they kind of hide the uncanny part a bit. And the second way is like we're trying to creating something like this vertical painting version. There's some post retweaking of the results. So it's not just using it. It's like that's another input for my artwork generation process. And I have to repurpose it or prepare the source of data a bit by using whether cropping it, masking it, or sometimes tweaking the color, enhance the color, or there are many processes involved it. And also, like you see here, like especially this artwork, which I want to showcase, because the screen over there, it has some small screen. So me and my team, when we discuss it, we will say it's like not just only showing the final result. We want to show him the piece we're creating here is actually layer by layer, and they kind of like Photoshop. They all composition together. So because they're layer by layer, so we want to try to show each layer about this progress and then how they finally put together. So like, there's so
yeah, great. Cao, unfortunately, our time is coming to an end. We have a tight schedule, and we can't continue that interesting conversation. Again, this is a networking event, so I think if people have questions, if people want to approach you, you're available on Instagram, and as we experienced, you are quite responsive. So thank you very much for your contribution to that event. I hope that we can see once in person in Shenzhen, ideally. I have to say that I really enjoyed this skyline project very much. I saw it with my own eyes, and I have to tell you that first time when I arrived and it was evening and I was looking out of my hotel room and all the skyscrapers were like giving this show, for a short moment I had the impression possibly I had taken some LSD or something. I was like, giving me some shakes to wake up, but it was not a dream, it was reality. So very impressive. Thank you very much, and hopefully we see once. Yep, thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. Yeah.
Oh, now we come to the next program or next point in our program. It's the workshops. We have two workshops. One is the visual workshop, which is upstairs. The other workshop is the language workshop, which is down here. Please, you have chosen one of those. Go where you have chosen. For those at home, I'd like to explain what we are doing here. One of the outputs of our AIX design research program is that we are conducting those workshops, workshops hands-on. The idea, they are called Creative Kitchen, and like in a kitchen school, in those workshops, we have prepared all the ingredients. We have bought everything you need. we have put together all the tools you need so that it is easy cooking and an immediate output, and that is exactly what we want to achieve here, that you really can have a deep dive in a relatively short time. And yes, when you start to try it at home alone, you will see that there is still some things you can learn and experiment. That's like in the cooking school. Yeah, but I think it's a good thing that these hurdles, these barriers, which are there, especially in the beginning, that we can put them down. So this is the program AI Creative Kitchen. For those who are present here, they will participate now, obviously here. For those who are interested in participating in one of those events, please contact us, send us an email, and ask for participation, and then we will let you know when the next events will happen. Yeah? So we will resume here the online stream at 2:30. We will have a very interesting group of speakers by then. And other than our first 4 speakers, yesterday 2, today 2, who were deliberately very visionary, in the afternoon we want to come really down to earth. We want to present you applications which are there, which are not science fiction, but really there applications to create text, to create pictures in the fashion environment, to create layouts, to create music, all AI-enabled tools which are there, and as I said, not science fiction, but reality. Yeah? So that is what we have from 2:30 onwards. Then we also will have a panel where 3 representatives from Hamburg agencies and companies will discuss together with me how real is AI in the practice of creative work today. And then we will have 2 more visionaries talks later in the afternoon, 6 and 6:30. And as I said already, we are very happy if you come by. If you are in Hamburg, please join us here. Come, let us discuss all matters AI and creative work in the get-together tonight. We are guests here in the Design Zentrum Hamburg, which is a very nice space. We have a nice deck where we can overlook something which is called Fleet. I don't know what the English word for that is. And we have, I can tell you, some Corona beer left, so that you will not fall dry if you come here and we have the get-together tonight. All right, thank you very much for the stream participants for now. We resume at 2:30 and we start the workshops right now. Okay, hello and welcome back to HHai, our conference, hybrid conference on all things creative work and artificial intelligence. Some of you have been part of this already since yesterday afternoon, where we had the first presentations, and this morning we continued with presentations from China, actually, and Bali. And then we had now for almost 4 hours our famous Creative Kitchen workshops, 2 of them. One was on visual AI, the other on language AI. And in those workshops we had each of the workshops around 8-10 participants who were instructed by our kitchen chefs in the use of StyleGAN, of GAUGAN, of GPT-3 and other of those popular models. Although they are popular, it's not that easy to find access and to understand what can I do and how do I do it. But I had the impression after the workshops that all the participants got exactly that, that they now know what to do, how to start a project, and then from there on develop their own skills. So welcome to the community, welcome to the club of the practitioners of creative AI. Now, in the next part of our conference, it's about presentations again. And I switch in a moment to German because we're happy that we will have in a row now a number of practical applications of AI, which are not science fiction at all, but real applications. Everyone who has the use of something like that can hire and employ. And we will start with a company coming from Stuttgart, Germany, called AX Semantics. And AX Semantics, they will explain themselves what they are doing. They are creating text, AI-based text on scale. And that's, as I said, not science fiction or experimental stuff we did in the workshops earlier, but real applications. So I'm happy and welcome Robert Weißgraeber. Robert is part of the AX Semantics team, and he, I think, will introduce himself now and also will explain what AX Semantics is doing.
Stage is yours. Thank you for having me. My name is Robert. I'm co-founder and CTO of AX Semantics. As mentioned, we are from Stuttgart. So you'll probably remember us as one of the software vendors from Germany who are green or not blue. We do content automation, and I'll explain in a second what that means. And we have lots of examples from real world customers who do stuff. But let me start with something that's actually a study that has been done with content written by us quite some time ago, actually. And it starts with this very memorable quote that nowadays automatically generated stories are hardly distinguishable from human written stories. And the authors of that study also looked at how they were perceived. And I found out that those were perceived more objective and slightly more comprehensive. When you played around with GPT-3, you'll probably be convinced that it is possible, at least in English. We'll share some other language examples in a few moments. But the cool thing about this is actually, I think now 5 years old, where GPT-3 has not even been thinkable. And we call that moment when this came all together, we call it the Kasparov moment. You probably, some of the people like my age and older remember when the first time a computer actually beat Garry Kasparov in chess, which was unthinkable. And something similar happened a few years ago when the Stuttgarter Zeitung were actually awarded the Deutscher Lokaljournalistenpreis from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung from their automatically generated report on air pollution. Because most people remember from the press that's a big thing in Stuttgart. But what they were doing is basically writing about air pollution integrated with weather effects and predictions down to street level and giving a very, very hyper-local impression. And I personally, for me, one of the things that what is important about this case is that for those who do know a little bit about publishing, this thing actually made them money because they were able to sell the ad space on that articles to touristic places who offered nice air because they obviously attracted the same kind of audience. So that kind of like a look back and this Kasparov moment for automated content. If you look at writing at scale, writing content actually sucks. We still use a typewriting as a layout, even if we use a modern keyboard like this one. But most people actually forget that this typewriter arrangement of the key was actually made to slow you down while writing, because otherwise the levers would have overlapped before they hit the papers and you would have jammed the typewriter. So the layout that we're using actually makes us slow. It's a very technical detail, but for those people who actually produce content, you know that writing is hard, it's full of mistakes, slow, expensive, especially for multi-language content in terms of translation and or for content that needs to be exact or perfect, and it doesn't scale. There is or was no way for how to actually scale writing without just hiring more people. And that's something that we wanted to change, or we changed. So give people the opportunity, and that's what AX is about, right? 15,000 product descriptions for an e-commerce online store in multiple languages. And that all being done while the inventory changes or gets updates, because you get new products, or you have a new season coming in fashion, and you need a different wording. And that's still at a scale with all the requirements on content quality, like search engine optimization, length, quality in terms of typos, all that stuff. And that's what we give to the customers, as you see in a few seconds. So how does that work? This is a space that's called data to text. There's not that many kind of vendors out there that do that, but you can look up, for example, Aria from UK, Redresco from Berlin as well. There's Narrative Science from the US that do stuff like that, or EasyUp. And they all have in common that we look at structured data, or the data that people provide. So in this case, you see an example for a cardigan on the left side. We know the product type, it's a fine knit cardigan. It's made out of cashmere and Angora as a material, as a clasp, it has buttons. And then on the other hand, you want an output like shown on the right side. This text here, which starts with a headline, gray fine knit cardigan. Well, that's easy to link to the data on the left side. Basically, you take the color and the product type and make sure that the color on the beginning of this sentence is capitalized. And then you have some, I would say, filler checks in between. Need something special for a romantic night out. That's because it's a cashmere cardigan. And then you have this, we bolded it to make it more obvious. We have this buttons to close it when it gets chilly. And that's actually a point where the human comes in, because while we can say it happens, we need to put the benefit of this into the text somehow, because otherwise we'll just tell it, oh, it's a gray fine knit cardigan with buttons, which is as boring as it gets, and we'll never sell this cardigan. Then you probably need to rely on pictures or something like that. But this kind of linkage between the pure data and the benefit makes it actually a good text and a good output. Then you have pieces where just the bolded ones again, where it just repeats whatever information is from the data, cashmere and Angora, made in a loose fit. And then we have an example of the benefit again with the italic bolded at the last sentence, that it brings out the elegance, because you look at the occasion and the material and say, okay, well, this is something that I want to call elegant. What the user does in our software is they add the data, and then they configure this link between the data itself that is there and it can get changed, and the benefit, and put it like micro phrases, we call it micro templates, whatever. Basically this whole, okay, this is the data situation, then I can derive this information from that, and I want to put it into the text as follow in all the language that I need. And then the machine takes that, goes through all the data sets, puts them together, makes sure that all the grammatically relevant stuff is correct. English is an example language, doesn't have much grammar, but still it has a plural or something like that. So that needs to be done in other languages, German or Finnish. That's far more complicated. But for the machine, it's just computing power that's being used. And then it puts that content together and puts it on the website. And then we'll also allow the customers to track results and this content perform or not. And I'll show some examples as promised. So this is a text for copy paper from a customer, Schaefer Shop. Probably you know them from the catalogs, but they're quite an online store as well. And this is quite a good copy for copy paper, no pun intended here, because it actually gives you quite some interesting information that most people are probably not even aware of. For example, this wood-free, or in German Papier, holzfrei, is actually has a meaning, because the lignin has been removed, so it doesn't yellow over time. So you can actually use that for stuff that needs to be stored, like archived, like paperwork for bills or something like that. On the other hand, there's quite lots of copy paper out there. So writing content or a product description for copy paper is probably one of the most boring stuff that is out there on the planet. And they still have, I think, 5,000 different copy paper things that need to be written normally. And every time you press the button, you get a different content that is unique as well. But it has, because the machine has been trained with multiple variations like synonyms, but it stays and sticks to the same meaning level of the content. So it basically says the same thing, just with a different wording, but with full control about what it says, and not just a black box. And it does that for all the content. So this is the same example in German, if you want to read it as well for the German audience. And this is an example, actually, it's from the presentation Schäfer-Schoms did themselves. So with the team that they had in the past, they were able to produce around 2,000 pieces of content each year. Now they're up to 30,000, while at the same time reducing the cost, right? The scaling thing, because otherwise they would have to hire 15 times the amount of people. And now they actually allowed to do more. And they also are producing content, not just of article level, but for the individual product. So it's not just for copy paper poetry in general, but also one level more in detail. They have a quite happy team now. In the past, what I have seen is that they were not able to fulfill the requirements of the business units. All the others said that, well, I need more SEO content. Why is this kind of category not an up-to-date content, all that stuff. But now the department or the team is actually able to fulfill that need, and that makes them happy. And it makes the business happy because they actually increase the order value with 10% for each order. So this representing this with a small product description from a copy. This is an example from billiger.de, a German price comparison website. And if you look at the websites there, and they really take out your smartphone or a desktop and Google the page that they have for the iPhone 12 or the iPhone 7, actually, it's quite a big page. It even doesn't fit the screenshot. I think you need to scroll 5 or 6 times on a desktop. And with all the formatting and the boxes and stuff like that, it's all in there. And they have, of course, the unique positioning that they are able to talk about the bad stuff in products as well. So, for example, if you look at the product information that they have for fridges, they will actually tell you that this is a fridge that consumes quite a lot of power compared to the volume that it has. This is an example from SkatePro, a Danish company selling skateboards, skis, special interest sports stuff. And they use that to increase the market coverage, because they did 17 languages for the whole portfolio of 3,000 products with just one single copywriter and the help of some translators to make quality assurance stuff. And they're now producing and updating 3,000 product descriptions every time. One of the funny things about SkatePro is that they actually discovered during the rollout that while the idea of increasing sales was the core idea with more traffic and having a better product description, they actually discovered that the amount of support calls with product questions to their hotline reduced and saved them a lot of money on the cost side, not just on the top line. This is an example from Klinger. They have, you probably know them from the very famous Klingelschürze, because they're one of these very old German retailers, not retailers, Versender and companies sending out stuff. They're actually nowadays very modern. They're one of the, I think they're the only company in the fashion area in Europe that do same-day delivery except Amazon. And they have a portfolio of 200,000 products in 30 languages, which is comparable to what we, for example, seen with SkatePro or Billiger in terms of size. But they also have a lot of different brands, because the different brands not only in different countries, but even in Germany, they have, I think, 10 or 9 different brands with specific content needs in terms of wording, but based on basically the same or very similar products. And with being fast fashion, those 200,000 products have a very high SKU churn, and we create that every season, basically. And here we have seen the same thing as with Shepherd Shop people. That if you hire someone and then give them the job of writing 2,000 product descriptions for very similar T-shirts, will probably burn them out very quickly. Nestlé, they did the channel-specific content. So, for example, if you sell on Amazon, the Amazon search engine works differently than Google or your own on your own website. So fulfilling the need of putting more information directly at the beginning of the content, because only the first 255 bytes are being indexed, stuff like that, and making that channel-specific adaptation made them able to increase the conversion rate by a factor of 160 or 170%, while still keeping all the regulations in terms of food stuff up to date. And Weißgraeber company, originally from Munich, that do category content, which is now getting in kind of like a little bit different category of content. We talked mostly about product descriptions. But the category content is something that's heavily read by users, actually. And they're not only tying in their product data to produce that content, but also looking at search metric evaluation and ranking structure and producing not only this piece of content, but also very interwoven with the link structure of the website and giving the users a really help in, if you buy something from this category, you should also buy some belts from this other category, and giving some kind of advice in what to do and increasing sales on that front. So that's what our customers have been doing for the last, I would say, 2-3 years. What we try to do is give this tool to users and then give them all options to learn it themselves online with some help from us if they want, but just extensive e-learning, and then see what they end up with, because what we see is that every author, every copywriter has their own ideas, how to phrase it, how to do it, and put it all together. And the newest stuff that we added is a tool to actually personalize that content as well. So what we've seen now is static content, but imagine you're going into a real physical store. I know this the last 2 years were a bad example for doing that, but if you go to a hardware store and buy a drill, and you come there the first time, you get some advice on the products, and then you come there the second time next week again, let's say Saturday, then the salesperson there would not give you the exact same information again, because they would recognize you and say, well, okay, last time he didn't buy, I'll give some other information. Maybe you need some call to action now, like a better price, or just more information about how to actually argue why one should buy that. So in that personalized sales pitch on the product page gets very, very important. So we have a tool for people that added that, especially for e-commerce website, that tries to find out what's the motivation of the person that's now visiting your website. With all we're just looking at the on-site behavior we're not a tracking tool per se. So we don't have any GDPR issues. We don't tie in with big data, stuff like that. We're just looking at it. What's the user looking at it, and then deciding, is this a first-time visitor? Is that someone who compares? Is it someone who is researching the products, or is it someone who is ready to buy? And then the machine has this different configured text to give to the user. And this is important not only because of the user experience stuff, but this is something that gives e-retailers the opportunity to actually compete with the big companies. Because if you look at Amazon or Google with Google Shopping or eBay, those big platforms have actually moved away from pure products, but owning the relationship to the user. You don't buy at Amazon, actually, most of the time, you probably don't even buy an Amazon product. but the relationship is only with Amazon. So they are owning the relationship, and with that, they're gatekeepers to those relationship. And we've seen that with the retail media. People have actually burned a lot of money on Amazon ads now, but you have a competing interest as an e-retailer, so you need to get back that personal element into relationship, because otherwise companies like those big four will always try to push you out and grow and make you spend more on ads and stuff like that, or more customer acquisition cost. And you will not grow your revenue as quickly as that increasing cost of revenue of customer acquisition. So giving you a tool where you can actually get a little bit of that relationship back by personalization is an important thing. I'll leave you with that. Look it up on YouTube. Look up Metaf. He did that even in B2B context and had quite some increase in engagement rate and conversion rate. It's maybe not a big case in terms of sales numbers or company size, but other people don't give out conversion rate numbers or something like that very easily. So look it up. It's quite a experience to look at Stefan talking about what he experienced with the personalization and automated content there. That's it.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You are really in time. One could assume you are a robot and not a real person. No, I mean, I'm joking. Robert, thank you very much. The personalization aspect is really interesting. Is it happening in real time, or is it like pre-produced templates you're using then in that personalization?
Yeah, for performance reasons, it's pre-produced, but based on the same generation like the other content, and then the system just selects from one of the ready-made typologies. That's also to make it GDPR safe. So otherwise, we would need to track and have a live interaction. That's just an easier way to do that. But just to give you impression, I mean, this is a very, very, it's a sophisticated way of doing personalization. But if you look at it from another perspective, you could do even more. I mean, there's people who do hyper personalization with produced content produced for a single person or a single, very, very small audience. But looking at that, with just adding these small things together, the amount of content gets even higher. If you looked at Klingel, for example, with the 200,000 products in 30 languages, and if you add the times of brands and then 5 or 6 variants for personalization, you end up with hundreds of millions of pieces of content that you couldn't even produce with human writers. Something like 200,000 or 2 million are something that you can accumulate over time with manual writing. But these are scales where automation tools really, really are giving you the opportunity to do stuff that would otherwise just be impossible to do.
Sure. And this collaboration between the human writers and the engine, that happens through a visual interface, or how is it? I mean, is it like a click interface you have, or is it maybe even a language-based interface, as we all are spoiled with our Amazon Alexas at home already?
Well, I'm not mentioning the automated assistants here, otherwise my office would get some music. And I don't think spoiling is actually quite the experience, but would describe that experience. But yeah, no, it's a point-and-click interface. You need a web browser to do it. You actually need at least a reasonably sized screen, because if you look at all the details, they get complicated. But basically, what we do is we after all the data intake is being configured, we take a copywriter and we try to be as close to a copywriting interface like MS Word as it could be. You type, and then the system analyzes what you have typed, analyzes the sentence or that you have written, tries to link that to the data that you have uploaded or your API has provided, does as much grammar configuration for you as it can detect, using something that's called dependency parsing that probably seen during the workshop for analysis. And then we still have the basic workload of the copywriter in terms of thinking about what to write, not only how to write it, but also what. So as an example, if you write about car tires, which is a very boring topic to write about again, you have the noise level as data. So you need to make a decision, what's a quiet tire? You probably say, okay, well, the 20% of the tire, unnoisiest tires are the quiet ones. Then we have the middle part, and then we have the loud ones. And then there's the human again, because the human has to make the decision here. Okay, if it's a very quiet tire, we'll put it in the headline. If it's a normal one, we'll just mention it somewhere. And if it's a loud one, we'll just don't mention it anywhere because we actually want to sell the tire. Except when we are a price comparison website, then we probably want to have the loudness always upfront or something like that. So that human decision is in there. And then the machine takes over again by making all those micro decisions.
May I interrupt you there, Robert, for a second? The question I would have is also tonality a part of that settings? I mean, if I have that skater shop, then obviously it's not only that it uses that German funny thing like du or sie, but also, I mean, I could imagine that it's a more street credibility tonality which is needed there than when it comes to Schäfer shop.
Yeah, exactly. Tonality is part of that. And also technical terms, which then also come in the area where machine translation is not able to solve that anymore. Because on a skateboard, you have trucks in English. But if you translate that to German, it's not LKWs. But basically, it's the pieces of the axis, which is a part of the skateboard. So that's something that you would not translate. Even in German, it's called a truck.
I'm not sure. Do we have the next speaker in the line already, or no? Okay. Then let's continue for a moment. I got the impression that some of the texts, maybe many of the text material which comes out, is rather done for usage of bots, Google, and the like, and not so much for real people and users. If I should be open, then I cannot remember when that was the last time I was reading a product description on any of the stores. I was browsing through the features and things like that, maybe. But so it seems to be that there is a machine writing text that another machine can read the text and interpret it somehow, and that there is no need for humans in between. That's, by the way, something we observe in other areas too, yeah, where language all of a sudden becomes a lingua franca, not only between people, but also between machines. So how is that in your thought process?
Yeah, we heavily coach users to actually write content for the human. Things like search engines are also looking at your drop rates or your bounce rates, time spent on page. So you need to really write pieces of content that are being read, that proven by the conversion tracking that we have built in. And then the search engine traffic will follow. That's the, I would say, most up-to-date strategy. So we really don't advise for just produce content as a spammy or SEO content anymore, like it has been done in the past. But I don't think that's a modern approach to e-commerce copywriting anymore. While it's still out there a lot, it also depends a lot on the specific industry and also on the product. Normally your copy paper content, you would not look at it, but you'll probably after this talk, you'll look at it more closely. But content has a high part of the decision process at the right time. Sometimes you'll just look at the price, and it depends on the motivation that you have. And it also depends a lot on the type of product you're looking for. Is it a high involvement stuff, or is it something that you buy every time? So, for example, if you buy the online grocery, buy your cream or your flour or something, you would probably never look at the text because you buy always the same stuff, or you just like, oh, I'll try something else. You would not have a high involvement content experience for those type of fast moving consumer goods or stuff like
that. One last question, maybe you can answer quick also, it's a difficult question. What do you think will be AX semantics in, let's say, 3 years from now? I mean, it's that we had you in a similar presentation format 3 years ago in 2018, 4 years ago. And then let's extrapolate, where are you?
I think for us, the focus is on reducing the amount of work that you still have to put in, because there's still some manual stuff, repetitive stuff even that you have to do. With us at the moment, you have to do it once, but you still have to do it. So that reducing that. And a big piece is helping the user with the creative process, inspiring them by integrating, for example, data to text GPT-3 style paraphrases, or pre-selecting synonyms, stuff like that. That's from a linguistic point. And also with the personalization stuff, having that loop between the results and the personalization and putting that back into the process of generation. This is a big technical leap that is just on the horizon.
Robert, thank you very much for your contribution. I think it was a good start into that very practical and applied AI thing. I think many of us learned that there is no such thing that a machine which is just writing text because you think there should be a text. It is a lot of human intervention and human prompting and these type of things necessary. But that's reality, and that's why we are presenting guys like you here. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you for
and
having me.
I'm happy that we are jumping directly to our next speaker, which is not the one who you would read on our schedule, because we had to switch. Dhruv Bathnagar from Flix has switched with Cristóbal Valenzuela, who is starting as the next speaker now. Now, I mean, we had, I think, in those 1.5 days we are together now, we at least 10 times were mentioning the word RunwayML. Why? Because this was really a front runner and is a front runner in many aspects. And for all of us who are from the creative industries and are interested in coding whatsoever, then ML5JS is also a household name, so to say. So I'm very privileged that we now can announce a person who was involved in both of those things, as well in RunwayML as in the ML5JS, which was a thing which is connected to that. And I'm happy to hand over to you, Cristóbal, and your presentation.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for the invitation. And
you're on mute, I guess.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Is it working? Nope. Yes. Can I get a yes or no? Tom?
Yep.
Hello.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
All good.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. Sorry.
New York, right? Is that correct? And it's morning, early morning?
Yes, it's early morning in New York. It's 10 a.m., so kind of. But,
the same beautiful spring, first days of spring as we enjoy today?
Yeah, first days of spring, that's same here.
Then we are even more privileged that you share your time with us, and I hand over to you. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for the invitation. And just to confirm, we have 20 minutes, right, or so? Okay, I'll take that as a yes. Yeah, great to be here. I'll start speaking about a little bit of Runway, the reason why we built it. But as Tom Lucas mentioned, I'm Chris. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Runway, and I was the co-creator of ML5JS, which is a machine learning library for JavaScript and kind of like creative coding on the web. So I'm going to show some of the stuff we've been working on very recently at Runway, and then hopefully we can have some time to ask any questions and kind of like engage in a conversation around creativity, ML, and the future of design and filmmaking tools. I'll start sharing my screen now. So I hope you can all see this. Yes, it works. Just to make sure. Can I confirm? Someone confirm? Yes?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Cool. So I'll speak a little bit about what we're working at Runway, what the team has been kind of like cooking, the way we think about the future of design and the future of creative tools using machine intelligence. And so to provide you some context, I'm sure as you all might have heard or know, there's a field inside computer vision, inside computer science that has been advancing exponentially and super fast over the last couple of years. Machine learning driven by neural methods and a few new techniques has kind of like given a rise to a new types of computational media principles. Things that just were impossible a couple of years ago are now starting to be executable or doable. And what I mean by that is this idea, for instance, of synthesizing or generating images from scratch, from unexisting kind of like original pixels. And so for us, that kind of like provides or creates the base for a very interesting kind of like change and revolution in the way we think about design, in the way we think about image editing, in the way we think about video editing. The moment you have neural techniques and systems that can design and can realistically create content in the same way that humans were able to do it, is going to forever change, I would say, that the landscape of what we think about how we can create content and how we can create videos and images and text and art in general, I would say. So I guess for context, this is where Runway is situated right now, in the intersection of of this huge mega trend that's enabling kind of like really impossible things, driven by, I would say, mostly a large amount of databases, a lot of investment in research, and a lot of new computational techniques around the usage of GPU hardware and hardware accelerated compute. Another way of looking at the progress this field in particular has been making over the last couple of years is just to look at the progress GANs have made. So GANs are just a type of algorithm that actually kind of like lately have been kind of like outdated or outperformed by some other techniques, including diffusion models and transformers for vision. But in this case, this is just an example of the progress when this technique was first introduced in 2014 to kind of like its peak in 2019, 2020, 2021, and how fast the system can generate and can synthesize, in this case, faces or images. These are not real people. These people don't really exist. I'm sure you might have seen this before, but it's interesting to see it in a perspective like this, where you see like the evolution of this technique and how fast, how precise, and how unique things have gotten in just a couple of years. And so again, this is like where we're sitting right now as a company, as a product, and how we're sitting in society, like entering the realm of a new set of like computer principles for image and video generation. So where Runway kind of like starts and where Runway kind of like sits is we've realized as artists, I come from an art background. I went to art school. I've been practicing art for a long time, in like creating and building stuff. But I kind of like quickly realized that there's some sort of like unique transformation that it's needed in order to take on some of these functionalities and some of these systems into really accessible and approachable tools for creation, right? One thing is to have an algorithm, another thing is to have a tool where you can use that algorithm in some sort of expressive, creative manner. And so when you think about the standard or the kind of like existing incumbent tools for design and video and editing and image, they'll still rooted in an old way of thinking about how to create how to edit and how to create content, right? You need to take photos and images from the world and you need to like manually pixel by pixel edit them. And so when you think about what's going to be possible with techniques like this, with what's happening, the rise of ML in general, it's really hard to see how these tools might adapt, right? And so one thing is to think about how to improve Photoshop or improve Premiere or improve those vector graphics like tools. And another thing is to think about what would those tools look like in 2022 if we're rethinking from scratch, from the ground up, using these new neural techniques for video and image editing. And that's where basically we're starting off. We're not really trying to include some of these computational principles inside existing tools. We're like rethinking those tools to make them much more expressive. That's the goal at the end, right? It's an idea of making and taking these principles to make them really expressive for users and for customers and for artists and for creators and for filmmakers who want to use these tools, right? And so it's the intersection between that creative idea and just using ML as a tool. It's a tool in your toolbox that you can use to create in any way you want or any way you can. I always like to think about it from this perspective, right? It's the tools we create are just tools. They're not really actual art pieces, or they're never going to replace the real kind of like creative DNA that we have as artists. It's more in support of human creativity. So ML, I would say, is it's a new paintbrush. It's a pencil tool that allows you to design and work and just edit faster, but at the same time, it's just a tool, and you can pair that with existing and other kind of like systems. So with that in mind, for the last 2.5 years, we've been working on Runway. So for some of you who have not heard about Runway, Runway is a comprehensive kind of creative suite. It offers a variety of different things for video and image editing, including hundreds of different ML models that you can play and experiment and kind of like easily tap to creative frameworks. And it also offers kind of fully professional video editing experience that's powered by some of these computational techniques behind the scenes. One of our kind of like first product was Green Screen and Green Screen is a software that allows you to easily and fastly remove video backgrounds. And we do this by training a couple of very interesting neural networks behind the scenes that automatically understands objects, videos, and things in a video, and can follow the track of how things move in a space and remove any background from them, right? So this is a traditional process that most video editors and filmmakers are doing today by hand. They do a frame-by-frame rotoscoping, or that's how it's kind of like known in the industry. Yet it's extremely painful, extremely inaccurate, and extremely difficult to do, right? And so again, when we think about, well, how would you improve this process as a tool so filmmakers can just move faster and work better on their ideas rather than the tools, we think about not an improvement to what's existing right now there on a frame-by-frame editing. We're thinking about a fully automated solution. And so we created this point-and-click interface that's very intuitive. There's no kind of like manual or tutorial required to get started with this. You just basically select over the object, train or tell the model the object that you want to like follow or remove from a background, and then the algorithm does the rest for you. So it kind of like assists you in the process of editing by significantly improving the time that it takes to do this kind of work. And similar to that, we've been kind of like releasing a series of tools aimed at the goal of using these computational techniques behind the scenes to do this really kind of like easy, straightforward, and assistive tools for video. A couple of months ago, we released these kind of like very interesting tool, not just to remove the objects from a foreground or background, but actually remove entire objects from any video. So basically it works like this. You paint over any object, any person, any moving thing that you want to remove. And we use a technique we developed that it's based on an in-painting technique that allows you to accurately remove and paint over the frames of a video to temporarily, consistently remove any objects from it. It's a very intuitive UI, it's a very intuitive system, and it runs entirely on the web. So that's also a big must for us. We're always looking for very intuitive systems and very intuitive tools that require the least amount of compute hardware and the same time of considerations when it comes to technical limitations, right? And so that all kind of like sits and encapsulates in Runway. And so Runway has all of the algorithms I just showed you, the green painting, and like a few other more, sitting as the backbone of this creative engine, this creative suite. And on top of that, you have a bunch of more traditional tools for video as well, and for image, and for effects, and for creative explorations. And so our idea and how our artists and how creators have been using Runway is that they take those principles, they take those algorithms, and they take what they know of video and create a new type of content, and they create it very fastly. That's kind of like, again, the core here, using these algorithms as tools themselves and not necessarily as the goal. So Runway is a full-based, web-based editor that uses these computational techniques behind the scenes to kind of like speed up the creative process as fast as possible. I guess for people who want to go and nerd out on the way we've done this before, we built a very unique cluster and system that contains a few models behind the scenes and a few kind of like very technical innovations that allow us to run Runway on a real-time basis with 4K footage, with any type of video in multiple frames. We develop everything on top of NVIDIA and CUDA, and we have a system that runs in the cloud, so there's little limitations around how and when you're running Runway. Runway could be accessed from any browser, and it allows you to tap into this potential without, again, any kind of like limitations on the hardware that you have in your end. I had a demo prepared, but I guess we can find time if there's time for that. If not, I'm happy to start seeing if there are any questions. I know we might be on the allocated time here.
Cristóbal, thank you very much for that introduction in Runway. I have to admit that I'm very, how shall I say, I like it very much. I liked it very much from the very beginning. And I understand in a way why you are focusing on video now very much. But on the other hand, maybe you will explain that because there was, in the beginning, there was non-video models also part of Runway, and now we have the feeling that it's really going in one direction. Can you tell us what was the reason to do so? I have a clue, but I think it's interesting point to jump off together.
Yeah, totally. So the reason, it's actually very simple. It's if our goal is to assist creatives and artists in the process of making their work and being expressive, we need to provide them with the best tools, right? And so the best tools require focus and attention to details and making sure things work really well. There's a difference between having an experimentation system where you can just test things out, right? You can experiment and play with things. Another thing is actually to use in a production environment, right? And so when you think about those are different products. One is like an experimentation product where you can just play. The other one is something you're going to be using as your primary tool of creation. And those regard different mindsets, right? For us, again, it's if we think about Runway as a tool that you want to use and you want to tap into these algorithms to express yourself all the time, then that requires a bit more concentration and focus on like specific domains. And we start with video. We're going to work also with images, with 3D, with other domains as we continue to grow. But having that focus really matters. Unless you want to kind of like provide a very general purpose like experimentation tool, then it's really hard to go beyond just like the novel system, the unique like new thing you're going to try, but then like never going to go back and use again. So that's a little bit of why we've kind of like pay attention to something and go deeper into it.
And I mean, you're in a way or another, you're in the same field like those amateur tools one can have on a smartphone these days, right? I mean, maybe not directly TikTok, but I mean, they also provide some functionality which could be also part of Runway. And this is something which we are also interested always because we feel that with the power of the tools, people are empowered, amateurs, who before would not have been able to perform these things, right? So then the question is, what is left for us professionals? I mean, it's a rhetorical question, obviously, but I'm interested to hear your take on that.
There's a lot left, to be honest. So most of the folks and artists and creatives and filmmakers using Runway are folks who are looking for ways of getting rid of the pain of the things they don't want to do. So AI and assistive like machine intelligence in the creative field basically allows you to reduce the burden, the repetitive tasks. You can automate that, you can simplify that, right? If you're a filmmaker, if you're a new media artist and you're working with video and there's something you want to do to a frame, to a video, to a scene, to a shot, and you have to do a frame by frame editing, then you're probably either going to spend a lot of time, a lot of money, or a lot of like energy doing that, or you can go into Runway, automate that, and just focus on your idea, right? And so at the end of the day, the tools here are not meant to automate the creative process or the expression process, more of like automation around those things that people just don't really want to do, and they are like expensive. And so for us, that's at the core. And there's hundreds of other things that we know we're going to be helping our users and creatives just work better.
Let's jump for a moment, if you allow, to the question of the tools and the metaphors for the tools. I mean, you showed that toolbars, very interesting from Photoshop. What was it, 1.0 to what the current number is? So very interesting. But I mean, actually, the pencil or something have been a metaphor already in Photoshop, which was not very precise. Yeah, it was more, I mean, that we all agreed that we know what it means, but it's not whatsoever a pencil. Yeah. So and now when you start new tooling and the question, how are those tools? I mean, how do you approach it? Can you speak a little bit about that? I feel maybe that's also interesting to add. I feel it is very interesting that a number of, let's say, photo editing tools or so, yeah, they start to name their tools with funny names like New York. Or you know, I mean, like you would call a cake or something. Yeah. So how is it? I mean, how is your view on that?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think that's a big part of the research that we do at Runway on human interfaces and UIs and just computer-human interaction. I would say one thing is to think about how to make a brush and a pencil tool perform better, be more intuitive, or more like easy to use. And another thing is very different, is thinking about how to use like a latent space or a multidimensional vector space to design and work with video, right? That hasn't been done before. There's no way of comparison or having a benchmark in terms of how it's done. And so that requires a lot of back and forth, a lot of user research. Okay, how do you do a dimensionality reduction, or how do you take a model that can understand data and kind of create images and allow a non-technical user to use it, right? And those are just a lot of like loops and iterations that you need to do with customers and users to understand. And so that's what we do with tools like inpainting and green screen. We're not really thinking about it as a package way. Perhaps you mentioned it's just like people and companies might encapsulate ML models into some sort of like simplistic thing that you just click once and you're done. There's no control. I think the beauty or a good tool is one that helps you on your work, and at the same time allows you to have the control and the details that you require if you need to change anything of after using that tool. And that's something we take a lot of kind of consideration in.
Hey, Cristóbal, I have a question for you. Can I
sorry,
ask?
have you ever considered to use really voice input? I mean, there is, for instance, this tool Prometheus you might have also stumbled upon, right? You can create 3D environments with it, with voice control. Was that something also you were thinking of once?
Sure. And also, Dhruv, I think you asked a question, so I'll get back to you in a minute. Okay. So voice control, we've done some experiments. It's hard to really move away from like a concept and like a prototype in that domain to actual professional tools. It could be a fun experiment, like an artistic kind of endeavor, but we're more focused on like production-ready environments. And so still, I would say the voice control kind of like aspects are very, very, very early on, but something definitely we would like to explore at some point. Dhruv, you wanna go?
Yeah. Cristóbal, I saw the last video where your tool removed that man from that small piece of video.
Yes.
Can you also say put a image of a human instead of that person?
Can you what? Sorry?
Can you put an image? Can you put an image of a human instead of that person? Can you replace that man over there with
another person? You mean?
Yeah.
Oh, that's an entirely different task. The thing I just showed you allows you to remove the object, and then putting another object might be a bit different in the sense that you might need to actually either generate that via like a 3D engine or a synthetic method. The thing you can do in Runway is you can copy. There was another person. You can use our green screen tool to copy that person and put it there as well. So that's kind of like a we'll get you halfway there if you want to like just duplicate objects. That's actually, when you think about VFX scenes and like Visual Studio effects, that's how actually crowds are created. They just, most filmmakers don't actually shoot a stadium with 10,000 people. They shoot a stadium with 100. They clone or mask that pool of people and just duplicate it a bunch of time, and creates the impression of like you have a stadium or a crowd, right? If you want to learn more about in-painting, I'm putting in the chat here a demo that goes deeper in how it works. So check that out.
So because I mean, if you were able to replace,
question might be the fact that he represents a company which we will present in about 30 minutes, Flix, and they are creating human figures with fashion clothing on, also from the scratch. I think that was the background. Cristóbal, I thank you very much for your presentation. It was really wonderful that we had you here, and as I said, I mean, Runway is really a household name in that field. So we are very, very curious how Runway 10.0 will look like as we followed the development of Photoshop 1.0 to 10.0 today. So I'm really curious how your tool palette will look like in 2 years or 10 years from now. Congratulations on, I think it was a 30 million funding round you just recently closed, so we can be sure that you will be around in 10 years, I hope.
Thank you so much. Great to be here.
Oh, I'm moving on, and I'm again telling who we are. This is HHai. We are a hybrid conference. We are here live from the Design Zentrum Hamburg, and if you feel, then come by. This is a nice place. We have beautiful first spring days, and we have a very, very attractive deck where we will have our get-together tonight, starting at 7 o'clock, and we will have music created by an AI DJ from Algoriddim. But now it's about Andreas Stiegler to tell us about Strichpunkt. Strichpunkt is a agency based out of Stuttgart, but has also I think offices in other also non-European locations. Maybe Andreas will tell us a little bit about that. And Strichpunkt we have here in our program because they have an international account. It's DHL, and the idea was, I think, to make it happen that automatically you can create layouts for, let's say, advertising or something somewhere in the world, which is really following and compliant with the corporate identity book the guys from Strichpunkt have developed. And when we met, I think first it must have been around 1 year ago, and Andreas was presenting us this solution. It was already quite impressive, but in preparation to that event today, I had a discussion with him, and he amazed me even more because they did version 2.0. So we are curious to see what is the version 2.0. Andreas, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me well. As you can already see,
we can see your screen.
Yeah, nice. Can you also see me? No, I guess not. Okay, either way. So I'm actually a developer, but like first a few words about myself, because Peter already stole all my slides. where is that? So first, a few words about myself. I'm Andreas Stiegler, or Andy for short. I'm actually a developer, coming more from a technological background. I'm actually come from game development. That's where I originate from. Spend a lot of time building game engines and runtime simulations. For some reason, I ended up spending a lot more time in academia than I thought I would. And suddenly I was in Scotland doing a PhD in artificial intelligence. And now I am at the aforementioned Strichpunkt, which is a design agency in Cannstatt near Stuttgart. I should rather say a design and branding agency, because we are often tackling the more strategic level of brands, like how should a brand position itself and what should a brand do. Here's some of the boring slides about Strichpunkt itself. So it's a rather international and also interdisciplinary agency. I mean, it has a clear German touch, but we are also pretty active in Asia, to a certain degree, also in like the US. The interesting part, I think, about the agency that perhaps you need to understand for the rest of the talk is that we are always trying to bridge different topics or bridge different fields. That was something with which Strichpunkt was very successful in the past, and I guess that's also the reason why I ended up there, because typically a rather tech guy like myself with basically zero knowledge about design is not like a typical candidate you would employ in a design agency. You should have seen my first slides. They are incredibly ugly. That's why I reduced myself to just pretty slides with images. These are some of the clients that we have in Strichpunkt, where you also can see, okay, it's not just the cars industry. It's also like a bit more interesting. There are some very fancy things like the mouse. I guess, I don't know if people outside the German-speaking part of the world actually know it, but we also have like Asian brands and stuff. Either way, so much for the boring part of the slides. Now let's get to the bit more interesting. Before I actually hop over into the DHL part, which I brought with me as like a little demo, a little example, my goal for this whole talk is to illustrate you a little what different areas there are to combine artificial intelligence and design. I thought that this is basically the idea of the whole effort of this conference. So I thought that I would give my 2 cents to that perspective. Perhaps like a bit more from a techie end, of course. My bias is always being a developer and coming to design. If you go the other way around, you might see things differently, but that's the way that I ended up working in this field. And to do that, I would first love to talk a little bit about artificial intelligence, just so that we have basically a common vocabulary, a common way to talk about the field. If you stumble upon artificial intelligence anywhere right now, mostly in magazines, or perhaps like in your kitchen, which is, I'm really sad that I couldn't be there. I would love to participate in the cooking. If you like play around with artificial intelligence, it sometimes feels a bit mysterious. It seems a bit fuzzy. Your first steps in artificial intelligence really feel a bit like magic sometimes. And it's really hard to pin down what artificial intelligence actually is. And that's true for scientists as well. It doesn't really help that the word artificial intelligence consists of 2 words of which we don't have a definition. So at the end of the day, artificial intelligence is basically a notion. It's a field of science. It's something like physics, basically, if you want to put it that way. It's a field of computer science, obviously, but it's a field. Actually, people were concerned with artificial intelligence before there were computers. So it's perhaps also something that's more into information theory, but I think that's nitpicking. Today, artificial intelligence is basically a field of computer science, and it's a huge field. And just as you never have a physics problem, you have perhaps a mechanic problem if you want to throw some objects around. If you want to throw them really fast, you have a relativity problem. And if you throw really, really small objects, you have a quantum physics problem, but you never have a physics problem. And similarly, you never have an artificial intelligence problem. There are a lot of disciplines within artificial intelligence, approaches, sometimes just use cases, basically, that are interesting. And I typically try to use those instead of the actual word of artificial intelligence, because of course, artificial intelligence is also heavily loaded with science fiction. When you say you're doing an artificial intelligence project, people usually mean you are doing Lieutenant Commander Data or something like that. When in reality, it's a lot more spaghetti code than I guess it's running in data spray. So what I would like to do right now is basically just introduce 3 of the big areas within artificial intelligence that I think are really relevant for the creative industry, like for the creative environment. And as any classification, this classification will be wrong, but I guess it perhaps helps clearing up a bit like what we are talking about, and perhaps like for questions or further discussions to think a bit in these different fields, because that's my basically developer view on it. I mean, the elephant in the room is quite clear, machine learning. That's the one that we have talked about already quite a bit in this event. Machine learning is basically, when you read about artificial intelligence today in a magazine, then people typically mean machine learning. More precisely, they mean neural networks and some like offspring of neural networks. So machine learning is a discipline within artificial intelligence that's concerned with learning stuff. Yeah, no surprise, machine learning is concerned with learning. Basically, machine learning is concerned with deriving information from experiences or examples. That's basically it. And neural networks are one algorithm, one approach to realize machine learning. There are also others like case-based reasoning, for instance, which is quite interesting, which we actually use in DHL. But machine learning is basically sorting data into bits. If you would call it hierarchical linear regression or something like that, it sounds a bit less magical, I guess. But at the end of the day, all machine learning approaches end up being sorting data into bins. You have a huge pile of videos, and you have an algorithm that can sort the videos into videos that contain cats and videos that do not contain cats, for instance. That's basically what we do. And then, of course, you can do a lot of magic here. You can like combine multiple of these classifiers, as you would call them. You can combine multiple of these together. You can make them work against each other, which then leads you to the GANs. You can like grab a piece of the internal representation of the algorithm and do fancy stuff with that. So there's a lot of cool engineering and cool techniques around it. I in no way I wanna tell you that machine learning is not relevant. It's super relevant, but it's also a bit of a hype train right now. And as any hype train, the hype train leaves the station at some point in time. It will definitely leave its imprint, but the next hype train will come sooner or later. And in my opinion, it's already leaving the station, but that's another talk. What else is there? There's another field in artificial intelligence. That's actually where I come from, where I also did my PhD in. That's called reasoning. Reasoning is particularly relevant in game development because reasoning is always concerned when you control something. So when you have a character, a robot, a machine that you as a piece of software, you need to control. So you need to come up what to do, why to do it, making estimations of what the future looks like, deriving a strategy to achieve a more abstract goal and dissect it into individual reachable goals, stuff like that. So this is basically reasoning. So reasoning is like creating strategies and plans, and machine learning is sorting things into bins. And there you already see that those two are not a clear like line in between. They overlap and they can benefit from each other. For instance, if you are building what shall we do? If you're building a butler robot for your cat at home, right? So you're building a robot at home that takes care for your cat or assists your cat when you are not at home. And if the robot is supposed to like feed your cat, then it probably helps if the robot can detect whether there's a cat or not on the video that it gets from its video camera. So you can already see that these combine together. And you could even do the whole planning part with machine learning if your bins that you have there are not, there's a cat in it and there's not a cat in it, but perhaps a plan to do. Like if, for instance, say you are not sorting videos into there's a cat and there's no cat, but you sort videos into this video is engaging or not. Or even more precise, if you can sort the video into bins that are like, this is engaging for Andy and this is not engaging for Andy, then you basically have a streaming platform. So this is like how they overlap and how they intersect with each other. So as any classification, it's wrong. I'm just trying to give you like the big areas, I guess the big buzzwords out there, and perhaps give you a bit of a basic understanding of what these fields are about. And then there is another field that's, I think, particularly interesting in the creative environment, and that's procedural generation. Procedural generation is basically about creating realms of possibility. That sounds very poetic, but at the end of the day, it's about starting with something with a small definition, a small seed of something. For instance, the corporate design of a company, and then creating a lot of variations from it, like creating all the possible documents that you could create with this description. That's basically procedural generation. And you can already guess, as the creative industry is often about creating stuff, this approach is a really interesting area. Okay, whoops. So far for like the nomenclatures, it's just that we have some common terms. I hope perhaps this helps. That's of course my like developer view on things, but perhaps that it helps you to dissect the fuzzy field of artificial intelligence a bit. Now I actually want to talk about how artificial intelligence can be integrated into the creative process or can be used in the creative industry. And the example that Peter already spoiled is a DHL. It's also the largest, I guess, the AI-related project that we have at Strichpunkt. I guess it should be the largest. We have some other upcoming projects, but it should be the single largest project that we do with artificial intelligence. And the idea was, so that you understand what we are doing there, the idea was that our task was to create or simplify the corporate design, basically. So we should take the corporate design of DHL, which consisted, of course, of like hundreds and hundreds of PDF guides and guidelines. And you know how a big corporate brand and corporate design looks after a bunch of years. So with a lot of special cases, and nobody really enjoyed working with it. So the idea was that we simplify the corporate design, we clean it up and make it more flexible, and essentially make it easier for humans to use. And then the idea was, hey, when we are already running over the corporate design and we create representations and we alter the corporate design so that it's better for humans to be used, why not do the same and make it easier for machines to be used when we are already at it? And so we ended up having a machine-readable representation of the corporate design. What it means exactly is another talk. It's basically a declarative format in a little scripting language that we made up. But essentially, you can see it as a PDF with the definitions of the corporate design that a machine can digest. And from that on, the plan was to create a tool, and I just hacked this together this morning. So that's a screenshot. Perhaps if you have time, we can even take a look at it live, but I just thought we could add some screenshots. It's basically a tool for non-designers. As you can imagine, DHL is a huge company spread all over the world. So there are a lot of people doing like posters, announcements, conference invitations, stuff like that. Because DHL is not just about delivering Amazon packages that are not designers themselves. So we wanted to have a tool which makes it easy for non-designers to actually use it. So the idea was you just dump your content that you want, like some headline, subline, and copy text, whatever. You select an image, and then you tell the system like what you want to have, like here a poster, for instance, or a social media post, and then the system creates the documents for you. So that is the use case of the tool. So it's not for designers, it's for non-designers that want to create appealing documents. And you can already see like a lot of stuff happening there. For example, if you take a look at the social media shot, the brand is missing. Like typically you have this little DHL logo in the corner, but the brand is missing because that's allowed on social media. And the system decided or detected that, yeah, it's probably a bit too tight here with all this big copy text and stuff like that. You can also see that it like recognizes correctly what happens in the image, because it places the box correctly and focuses on the guy, stuff like that. You could say, but what is important here to stress is that it is not template-based. It's a procedural generation system, a bit like what the stuff that I told you earlier, because there are not individual templates. If you just, like, I just went ahead and changed the image. If you just change the image, you can already see how the design changes. You can already see, I mean, for the social media, nothing happens because that basically, I guess, one of the few formats that the system can come up with. So that's still the best version, even if you use a different picture. Of course, you have to center on the post tower. But the others changed quite significantly. If you take a look at the poster, for instance, it even switched to a completely different like style line of posters, something that is also allowed, except in addition to this floating box there, you can also do like this. And this is also allowed. You could also see that, oh, it shows a larger headline because it has more room, and cutting the image in half looks ugly. You should always cut it in something like the golden ratio and stuff like that. So there's a basic aesthetic understanding in the system. Actually, stuff like the golden ratio, which I as a developer wouldn't have expected that it's actually that crucial. I thought it's something that you just learn in school and that's it, but no. Appears it is actually really important. Stuff like that. So you can see a bit. I hope that illustrates a little like how the system works. So you are really just adding your content, and the system creates those derivatives, those documents for you. So a little magic ball, how is this thing actually working on the highest level whiteboard diagram, so to speak? It is basically two boxes that work with each other. One of them is a procedural generation system. So a system that knows about the copy design, that knows about the basics of aesthetics, like something like the golden ratio and what does stress mean in an image, what is a face, stuff like that. And your input, the user input, and from then on it generates different versions of the document. So its job is just to generate variants. The other module is basically a school teacher, which just takes a look at the variants and tells you, that looks shit, that looks shit. This one is halfway good, but this one looks shit. So this is basically what the other system is doing. And if you combine them together, they work in tandem and they achieve the actual result. Now there's a bit of engineering and magic involved, like what you see here, for instance, I added like a bit of Japanese text there. That's first off because I'm learning Japanese, and if you are learning Japanese, you are obliged by law to enter Japanese in every text box that you find on the internet. On the other hand, because you have a lot of magic with typography. Typography is just one topic that I, as a developer, was completely neglecting. For me, like printing text was, here's a string, so basically a piece of text. Here are some parameters. Operation system, please draw it for me, and that's it. Obviously, the designers among you already know that it's probably a bit more complex, so you have to shove individual letters around, and you have to take account like how you place stuff so that it looks nice. You have to decide like how you break lines and all that stuff, which turned out to be quite some effort. So we are also doing our own like font rendering. So whatever text you see here is not layouted by the browser. It's actually layouted by the system. So the AI decides where each letter goes, basically. And yeah, that's one of the interesting findings there. In particular, interesting if you combine like Asian typography with European typography or Western typography, because they work very differently. In particular, oh yeah, I could have done that. In particular, if you combine both in the same paragraph, which happens quite often, like product names or something like that, even in Japanese text or Chinese text, I guess, are often in Western letters then. And this is really hard because the Chinese or Japanese characters all align neatly to a grid where ours don't, and that everything becomes a headache. So this is one of the approaches. I hope that I know it was probably just a super quick fly over everything, but this is one of the approaches on how you can create artificial intelligence and design. Everybody was so neatly on time, and I am lagging behind a bit, so I guess I have to speak faster. The other way that I want to show you real quick is the way how you can actually move design into artificial intelligence, which is a very interesting direction, or perhaps into science in general. This is Haru. It's a little robot from the Honda Research Institute with which we have a collaboration. It's basically the offspring of Asimov. I don't know if you still know that guy. That was one of the big humanoid robots, big white humanoid robot, also from the Honda Research Institute in Tokyo. And this one is basically its little offspring. It's a social robot because its whole purpose is just to find out what a machine has to be capable of in order to facilitate a enjoyable atmosphere and enjoyable social interaction with humans. That's why it has a lot of degrees of freedom in its face. You can rotate the eyes. The eyes are screens. They're actually eyebrows. This is a screenshot of an older model. And it can express emotions. As you can see here, Haru is really sad because I didn't find a better image of him. So this is a really interesting project. It's a science project. So we are actually writing papers there. But the interesting part is that we are incorporating a lot of the know-how from the design world, from the creative world into science, which is really interesting. Of course, both worlds work differently because I mean, in the design world is typically not working in like papers and stuff like that. So not how we're not doing empirical studies and stuff like that, what a scientist would do. But there's still a lot of know-how and a lot of interesting things that you can carry over into the other field. That's why we are really like part of a research effort here. We are writing papers together, and in June, I hope, a PhD is starting at our place together with Honda and the University of Tübingen. And this is really interesting. So you can really see that there's a transfer from the creative into science and into actual ground baseline artificial intelligence research. In this case, it's robotics, but you can probably do this for other fields too. So this is also a really interesting road to go. if you are working in that field and if you find that interesting. So last 2 slides. What about tomorrow? Because that's the typical question. We are talking a lot about artificial intelligence in the creative industry, which is probably not like the number one industry you would think about where artificial intelligence matters. Because you would imagine that something like management, where you do a lot of paperwork, or something like I don't know, juridical jobs like a lawyer or something, are more relevant. Like artificial intelligence is a lot more relevant there, because that seems to be neatly defined tasks. Like processing a form seems to be a neatly defined task, whereas creating a poster seems to be very fuzzy. And yeah, I think that's actually the case. I don't know why the creative industry is particularly interested, and I can really say that from all the fields that I know, at least the design and branding is really one of the fields that is adopting artificial intelligence quite rapidly, which I find really interesting. Perhaps it's just like the natural way the creative world works, because it's all about trying out new stuff. So perhaps this threshold is just less there. Yet the question always remains is like, do we still have jobs in like 10 years? And I could now be the AI guy and tell you like, your jobs are not in danger, but honestly speaking, there will be jobs that are no longer there in a bunch of years. If your job is like, let's put it that way, don't make creating or don't make applying a design your job, because machines are better. I mean, we just saw in the previous talk, like how easy a lot of tasks in movie editing, for instance, already are, or how more organized and less work intense applying corporate designs will become, or are already becoming. So don't make applying a design your job, because I think these jobs are over in the near future. What I would see as the most profitable or the most interesting part in the creative industry is where you do things that are hard to grasp. Something like humor, for instance, like coming up with clever lines for posters, or coming up with cool ideas, like a bigger message to tell about like multiple exhibitions or something like that. Like coming up with these more strategic level, deeper human thoughts, because that is something that is really hard to mimic. And even if the AI could mimic it, we wouldn't buy it, because that's something that should implicitly come from humans for humans. Just creating pretty pictures is something that I think the tools will be better at in the next bunch of years, and you can't compete with the non-existent salaries. So I'm pretty sure that these are over. Now we're ending on a pretty depressive tone. I hope you're not. But we are in the digital age, so that's the last motivating slide. And this is, I think, the biggest change in the creative industry that I see, at least in our agency, is like how you deal with the digital world around you, how you deal with code, how you deal with data. Because essentially they are just a different color. They are just something else that you can use to create solutions, that you can use to create something impressive. But as any tool, you have to learn it and you have to understand it. So basically, yeah, probably everybody should be able to code a little. I mean, you don't have to be the developer that develops like a full-fledged framework, but you need to be able to like understand and talk with your developers to achieve the best result. Just to quote something from game development here, a good game is, or basically I think a good piece of art is using the technology that is available as good as possible and won't let you miss the parts of the technology that it won't be able to do. So design with and around your technological capabilities and your technological limitations. And to do that, you have to understand like what the thing actually is. And that's where like the kitchen is such an awesome format. But yeah, I'm already over time, I guess. So thank you a lot to hear all my rumbling. And if we still have a bunch of minutes, then I'm here for questions.
Thank you, Andreas, for your inspiring talk. My first question would be, I mean, I assume that very first conversation you had with your partners or your bosses in the agency, and I assume something like that they came and said, can't you automate this layout thing? And then I think they possibly first had the idea it should not be that difficult because they might have thought in that template direction. So when was the decision made and how could you help and support this decision that you are going a procedural way, which is a completely different type of thing, obviously. So, and much more complicated and way more higher efforts and so on and so on. How could you convince them to go that route?
Basically, let's put it that way. The first meetings, or basically any meeting right now, where you end up as an AI developer in a creative project, it's typically the way that everything that is hard will be done by the AI. So that's because that's the typical perspective that you start with, like, oh, that's hard, the AI will deal with it. I don't really remember when there ever was like a precise moment when I never had a pitch like, hey, let's do it in a procedural way. It basically evolved. In the beginning, I didn't really understand how designers worked. So we spent a lot of time sitting together, and there were particularly two colleagues, where I really really annoyed them because I was always running by the desk and asking like, hey, how do you do this? Where would you put the box? Like, because I just went by their desk with a photograph and a little post-it, and I was like, hey, this is a box, this is a poster. Where would you put it? And I was amazed if the system would have put it in the same position. Because there's a lot of like vocabulary and stuff that you have to think about that is really hard for a machine, but super easy for a human. For instance, we had like the little DHL box here, like little text box that you saw. Like if you still see my slides, yep, there we go. This little yellow text box. It was like defined precisely with like minimum and maximum margins and paddings and whatnot. So everything is well defined. And then literally the last line in the description was place it in a relaxed way on the background image. And I was like, what the fuck is relaxed? You have to come up with like describing things for these stupid, entirely logic-based machines. And so basically relaxed is creating a vector field throughout a document where each of the elements basically is a negative force. So you have like, you're finding the place with least tension on the document, basically something like that. So it's actually a bit of a physics simulation. So it evolved that way because I don't think it is doable in a different way, except for a procedural way. I don't see how you could, because you always have like different ways to do the poster, and you want to show the user like these are different ways to do it, and the user can still like take a look at the top versions of the document and can select another one. So yeah, I think there was never really a definite moment, a definite like decision why we do it procedurally, but it just ended up working that way, I think. Didn't really answer your question.
By the way, we appreciate very much that you have personalized those posters for us high on DHL. Thank you very much. I hope someone has made a screenshot. It's possibly a forbidden picture then. Anyway, I mean, Andreas, I have another question for you. Those who are using the tool in Kuala Lumpur and doing that relaxed ad there, do they think they use AI, or what do they think?
The interesting part is that we never really
internally in the DHL organization as the AI tool, or is it, how is it sold?
We are actually calling it the layout creator. Well, in my opinion, it's called the layout wizard because that's how it is called in code, but some branding people decided to rename it without asking the techie people. So we are not childish and always calling it the layout wizard. We think we definitely tell somewhere in the description or so that this is like AI based and even procedural based and stuff like that, but we are not explicitly promoting it that way. Like we are promoting it as a tool that makes it enjoyable for you to work with the corporate design, unlike perhaps in the past or so where you were creating something and then you as a user, you got like, I don't know, InDesign templates and you were not familiar with InDesign. You didn't want to use this tool. You just wanted to get your damn poster done. And now you have like an easy way to do it. So I think we're not promoting it explicitly as artificial intelligence anywhere. But yeah, it's basically the tool itself is there to help you. That's basically how we want to promote it, because working with a corporate design should help you and should be a fun experience and not something where you always have to obey some rules. I think that is the way we communicate it. But there's definitely slides and newsletters around somewhere where we call it the AI tool, because yeah, it's basically AI based.
Sold as AI tool, would people in Kuala Lumpur or in Paderborn be enlightened and say, I'm part of a company who is employing AI? Or would they be like shocked or shied away? No, I don't want to do AI. Andreas, thank you very much for that presentation. I think that people who are interested in learning more about Strichpunkt and your activities there, they can reach you on email or LinkedIn or whatsoever. With that, I say thank you and say hello to Dhruv Bathnagar from Flix. As I already mentioned several times, this session of the afternoon is really all about applied AI, not any science fiction or something. But on the other hand, if one would tell you, look, I mean, those shots in the Otto catalog or in many other of those fashion catalogs you see, they have been created not by a photo shoot, but by a generative AI, then you would possibly say, yeah, Peter, that's again another of your fantasy stories. But it is not. It's reality. And Dhruv will tell us how and what they are doing at Flix. Dhruv, the stage is yours, and thank you that you are coming in here.
Thanks a lot, Peter. Thanks a lot. So yes, people
in Singapore and it's very late night, or are you in? Where are you currently?
Right now, I'm in India, so it's just 8:30. In Singapore, it would be 11.
So, when we spoke last time, you were also a COVID in COVID exile, so you finally made it back home. I'm happy to hear that. So tell us, please, about Flix.
Super. So, I mean, I'll continue from what, Peter, you were asking, that yes, while we do a lot of things with AI, what we sell to our consumers or clients is convenience, is getting things faster, getting things cheaper, right? Having models ready on the go. So in a short thing, yes, we just make e-commerce digital imaging very simple and super fast for everyone, right? So what Flix has been doing, we've been putting the AI to work, and I'll tell you how. So today, we are a platform that helps online sellers of all shapes and sizes, be it a multi-brand reseller, the biggest that you can think of, right? Be it a brand, high-end brand, regular brand, kids brand, plus size brand, we cater to all of them, right? And what we do, we simply get them sellable images which are on their website really fast, cheap, and the quality that they want, right? So a very interesting thing when they, so yes, a lot of digital imaging content which is available in the world today, especially in US, Europe, is created by Flix. But obviously, you know, the end consumers don't know about it, right? I'll tell you the problem which we are solving. So model shoots, photo shoot, you know, if you're a small, medium brand, right? Medium-sized brand, sorry. What do you think, you know, their daily life would be? They first need to have at least 50, I mean, 50, you have to have a 50 garments ready to be able to, to know that, I've produced 50 garments, or I have got 50 garments. Now I want to sell these online, because till the time these garments are sitting in my warehouse, in my studio, or in my office, it's useless for everyone, right? It's not in front of my end consumer. So I want to send this online ASAP. Today, I have to wait for at least 50 garments to be ready. If I want to make it viable, if I want to make it ideal, I would want to have 80 garments to be ready. I'm talking cost-wise. Because what do I have to do when I have these garments ready? I have to book a model who I really like. That model's availability date needs to be same as the date with the studio's date. Needs to be same as the photographer's date. And all this thing need to work together in one perfect day, right? Then obviously, if I am choosing less than 50 garments or whatever, it becomes really expensive, right? Inconsistency is an even bigger challenge. Now, if I have a different photographer, right, it gets sort of, and if the photographer doesn't have the best relationship with the model, that becomes even a bigger challenge. Now I need to have, I missed out the styling person and the makeup artist. So all these 5, 6, 7, the number of human relationships involved, the new number of human involved is a lot to book this one studio shoot. Now, once the images are shot, then they go and for post-production, and then they come back to me. This, in an ideal scenario, for any medium-sized company would be taking around a month, right? For the time I have my first garment ready to the time I want to get it online. I have actually lost 1 month worth of chance, of selling that garment, getting revenue, rotating my money to, create more garments. And I've then paid very high to get these images. Then I need to have different images to sell on, say, a marketplace, different images to sell for B2B, different set of images to sell on my own website. Huge, huge, huge number of problems, right? What Flixstock does, it makes life very, very simple for you. What we say, you give us the input garment image, right? And I'm going to tell you how all, we can give this to you. Either you can shoot it on your own, either you create you shoot on a mannequin. You can shoot it, we can shoot it for you. You generate, now, and because of, COVID, a lot of people have moved to creating garments in 3D. If they've not moved, then they are working towards it. I can have any type of garment. I can have physical garment. I can have a 3D garment. I have a model. I have a repository of model I can choose from, right? Be it Flixstock's repository, be it we can use a client's or a brand's chosen model, right? We shoot them once and then we use them again and again. Third is I can give you an AI generated model today. A model as per what you like, the smile, the skin tone, the hair, everything is customized to what your requirement is. And I can give you the output ready, right? I have made things very simple for you. So if you're a small, medium, big customer, I have a solution for you. My images, so I have 3 ways of working when I work with companies. Very simply, for bigger customers who want to shoot or who have the luxury of shooting a mannequin, who have a studio of their own, right? They can just make the garment on the mannequin, send us an image of the mannequin with the garment, like you see on the left, right? Then choose a model, their existing model or whatever, model we agree on. And we can give them images within 12 hours, right? And this is not one image. We can have, we have some clients for whom we process around 10,000 images every single day on model images, right? Which are going online. And so it's pretty simple for them. Second, for customers who are small and medium type of customers, right? What they don't want, they don't have a studio. And what we realized, there are a lot of these problems. A lot of companies, brands who have this problem of shooting the garments. So even where they have to give me an image of a garment on a mannequin, they have to shoot it, they put it on a mannequin, then shoot it, right? So what we're saying now that, dear client, we have a studio in Cologne, we have a studio in New York, Los Angeles, Rome, Milan, Barcelona. It's available across. Just ship the garment, be it one garment, be it 10 garments, be it 50 garments, 100, 200, 1,000 garments. Ship it to our studio as and when they're ready. So don't wait for the garments to be ready, right? So your garment, so imagine if you're a medium-sized company, you have 10 garments which you want to sell today. They're ready. You just pick them up, pack them up, send it to a Flixstock studio nearby, right? Flixstock studio receives it, it puts it on the mannequin, takes a shoot the next day, sends you a notification that, hey, you know what, your garments are ready. Choose a model. You choose the model, and boom, you have the images within like 2-3 days, right? So now you don't have to wait for garments. And obviously I am very cheap. I'm 30-40% cheaper than what you would have paid otherwise. Or even when you shooting in lesser numbers, I might be 70% cheaper for you, right? The third way which you're saying, a lot of companies have now gone in creating garments in 3D, as I mentioned. So you have a 3D garment, you give us the 3D file or the 3D, right? And we'll take the 3D file. We will take a rendering out of it. It becomes then a mannequin input for us, right? We then take the mannequin input or the 3D input and put it on a model of your choice. Now, all this is happening in the front end of the client, but everything in the back is happening through AI, because we have trained our AI with millions and millions of on-model images to understand, we also understand that what is the ideal pose, what is the ideal crop, what's the ideal model that you want to showcase on your website or on a marketplace, right, to help you sell better. So that is the level of detail we've gone. For even 3D, we are now helping companies in creating 3D also. Because today, if you have a design, you just sketched out a design, right? You give Flixstock the design, we'll create a 3D for you of the garment. We'll put it on the model, and you have a garment ready to sell. When I was telling you about synthetic models, right? Synthetic fashion model. These are actual human images. We have trained our, AI with millions of model images. So what it does, it keeps on creating model images for you. So we can instruct it the kind of model we want to create. So like, Andreas was mentioning, jobs which are going to be redundant pretty soon, we're looking at something that will go out pretty soon, because we give you a digital signature of, saying that this model was digitally created. And now you have the best of models that you want at the cheapest cost. So you don't need to book a high-end New York fashion model. I mean, imagine sitting in Hamburg and wanting to shoot the best looking subjective, because you might have a particular best looking model, right? You might want to show diversity. You might want to show so you as a seller would want to sell across the world, but I want to localize my content. You want to sell in Korea, you want to sell in China, you want to sell in America, you want a Caucasian model, everything. It's all available at fingertips. Right? So these are the kind of images which are ready, which are there on the websites today as well. Right? We do every kind of categories that you can think of, right? We're doing shades, we're hats, caps, tops, lowers, bags, everything, right? What we give our customers, we give like 75% saving to you on your cost, right? We're giving them time saving and giving them the best quality of images, right? And really, really fast, so that you are able to sell fast. Because when you've created that garment, you've not created that garment to be sitting in your office even for 2 days. You want it to be out in front of the consumer so that they can buy it, right? So while Peter, you asked this question to Andreas as well. So when Flixstock goes and sells its services to clients, we sell cost saving, we sell time saving, we sell sellable quality. That our images, when Flixstock creates sellable quality. AI, yes, a lot of people do understand. It's a good thing to know that what you're doing at the back end, but it's just healthier, or the clients, what our clients want to hear is, I'm going to save you cost. Super, right? So in short, I can, sorry, I'm missing a slide. I'm just looking for that. Okay, this one only. So now, in theory, I can give you, using my 3D, I can give you a garment which was never created. I can have a model which does not exist. I can have a background which again is nowhere to be seen. But I can give you a on-model image of your garment, and everything in that image is synthetic. It's not created. You can create it later, right? So that is the power of AI, is what, when we put it to work, when we put it to action, we've been now able to do all this. Now, obviously, why companies would want to work with us, or, use a solution like us. They give absolute flexibility, right? There's no MOQs also. There's no minimum order quantity. You send me one garment, I'm still going to put it on a model, charge you the same amount. If you're going to give me 10 garments, I'm going to charge you 10x the amount. So it's not going to be that I'm going to charge you $1,000 for one image, right? I'm going to charge you a very less amount for that image, but you're still able to sell that online, right? We always meet a brand's quality guidelines. So a perception was, when we talk to customers and, general public, is that when we're making images through AI, you might have changed the quality. No, we give you the quality that we agree on. And I'm not going to name the brands, but we work with some very, very high-end brands, right, who are very specific on the quality. And they've been with us for years. Right? There's a reason possible. We can customize anything. We customize workflows very easily for to adjust to what you want. Right? We can process. I think we process around 50,000 images every day. But for a new client, we can very quickly figure out a way of processing like 30, 40,000 images every single day. Right? Because it's all cloud-based, we are able to scale super, super, super fast. Right? This is something which I saw on LinkedIn today, and I posted about it, that banks don't like Bitcoin, taxis don't like Uber. Similarly, hotels don't like Airbnb. And when we are saying this, I think the next thing is the traditional studios do not like Flixstock, right? But our brands love us. The main thing is we are replacing the need of going to a local studio, or even the pain of booking that studio. We are going to get you your studio at your demand, at when you want, what you want. It's going to be so customized that you don't have to wait for even 2 days since your garment is ready to sell them. Right? So I think I'm going to stop here, and happy to ask.
Thank you, Dhruv, for that introduction. I'm a little bit. I saw other presentations from you guys, and I saw how you chain process steps step by step, because it's not obviously one miracle AI which you throw the garment in and then out comes the perfect photo shoot, but it's a step-by-step approach, isn't it?
Yes, it is a step-by-step approach.
Unwrinkle the garments first, unwrinkling virtually, obviously, and then can you elaborate a little bit on that, because that would be quite interesting also for us, where many people still think well, this is this one red button I push and then the AI makes everything. Give us a little bit an insight, please.
I surely will. So we have around 27 different algorithms that, as Flixtalk we have at any given time. So one particular image will go through at least 7 to 15 of them, which means the moment I have the on mannequin image, the first algorithm which will run on it, it's going to remove the mannequin behind, right? Once, because I can't put the mannequin behind, right? So once I've removed the mannequin, I have a kind of a ghost image. Now the ghost image will then be cropped and remove the background from it. The third would probably remove lighten the wrinkles, and then also it will it'll identify the lighter wrinkles. The fourth algorithm will figure out the heat maps on the model, right? Heat maps and the skeletal maps to understand which pose the model standing. If the model is standing in a pose like this, slightly tilted, so it will try its best. Then the fifth algorithm will understand that the pose is tilted and tilt the garment to match the pose of the model. The sixth would apply it, right? And the seventh would refine it. Once the refinement has happened, then every single image which is created by Flixtalk, it goes through a human quality check, right? So this is the process. So every image which we deliver to our client is quality checked by a human as well, right?
Good. And then also, I mean, in this presentation, you were focusing very much on the cost aspect, which obviously is quite important, right? But on the other hand, I mean, when we were speaking earlier, you were pointing me to a thing that you also can create different sizes, that you have just one, let's say I provide you the medium size, and then you can scale it and also show how extra large would be on a person who has that figure, obviously. So and that is more conversion driving, because all of a sudden people can see how it would look at them, on them, and not on just the middle of the road model, right?
Yes. So what we have been what we've been able to do, we take the one image of the model of the garment, and then we map it to different sizes. We are able to do this when it's a solid garment on more number of models or more size of models. But the moment it becomes a garment with a print, right, we are easily able to do. So if you give us a medium size garment, we can put on a large size model and a smaller size model. And I think what over here, I will just share my screen and just share what exactly Peter was talking about, is something like this as well. Yeah, am I right, Peter? So we've taken this garment and put it on different sized models, of different age groups. Yes, this can also be for a little, so X to a XL and a double XL, that's also possible. Right? So this is how we make it very, and obviously put different models as well. So we cater to all types of inclusivity.
And I mean, just to summarize, you are a Indian-based team, I think incorporated in Singapore, but you're serving clients in Europe and I think even the US, right?
Yes. So we are based in, we are incorporated in Singapore. Our sales teams are in Cologne, in New York, and in India as well. And our tech and R&D sits out of India. Right now, I would say 99% of our customers are in US and Europe, Western Europe. So it's been a pretty exciting journey so far. And the next thing what we are doing is we are taking over the entire space of model photography for small and medium brands, because we also realize that they are the ones who are facing the biggest challenge today. So that is where our complete concentration is focused. So we'll be putting in more and more, because the challenge that these companies face is getting these images online on different platforms, as Zalando, say Auto marketplace. So we're able to take one image and give 4 variants of that using our AI.
Cool. I don't know, is there any question maybe from the audience here or from the audience online? No. All right, so Dhruv, thank you very much. While we are waiting for our last and final speaker in that section, Karim from Stuttgart, I would like to remind all those at home, we are a hybrid event, and you can come by. If you live in Hamburg, come by, join us here, take the opportunity to first, after a long COVID break, have the opportunity to meet people face to face. Later from 7 o'clock CET on, we will have a get together, and I can tell you we still have some Corona beers in the fridge, and maybe that can be taken out there on the deck. So that is what we can offer you. What we also can offer you is that next we are expecting Karim from Algoriddim, a company which Algoriddim is the product name, which uses AI to DJ, and that exactly would then also the music we are enjoying later in the get-together. At 5 o'clock, we will have a new format here, which we haven't had yesterday and today. So far, it is our panel. For that panel, we also will switch to German. But until then, we are waiting for Karim to come. He is there. His colleague is coming. Okay, good. Good. And as I said, 5 o'clock we will have the panel here. I see that already Martin Gassner from Accenture is here. I see that Niklas Mrutzek is here, right? I see Meik Vogler is here. No, it's not here yet, but he's about to come. And then after that, I mean, we had now fashion as a topic, but that will not be the last time that we have fashion as topic today, because later at 6:30 we will have our last and final speaker of this high session. It's Olga from DressX, and while we had with Dhruv, representative of a company which processes real fashion on virtual models, we will have with Olga from DressX exactly the opposite. We will have virtual models on real people, virtual clothes on real people. Now I got it right. And now I hand over to, I actually don't know the name of the Eddie from Algoriddim from Munich. Eddie, please, the stage is yours.
Hello, everyone. So I'm not the one holding the speech, but Karim is joining us shortly. So it's just about 1 more minute or so. So Karim, our CEO, will be holding the speech.
I understood that I got it wrong. It is not Ellie presenting, but Karim. And Karim is coming right now and obviously sharing, as far as I see, his screen. Karim, is it you or is it Ellie?
Hello, Peter. It's me. I'm just getting the presentation ready. Apologies about that. Some technical.
We are happy that we have you now.
Okay, 1 second. Just sharing my screen.
You have the stage.
All right. Okay, I assume you can all see myself and my screen by now. So hello, my name is Karim Morsy. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Algoriddim, and it's a great honor to be speaking at your conference today. And I'm thrilled to be presenting the DJ journey from analog to AI. Okay, so what is DJ? This is our flagship app. Our company was founded in 2006, and we've basically been developing this app for over 15 years now. It's an easy-to-use music mixing app that basically allows anyone to be a DJ and mix their favorite music. To date, we've had over 50 million downloads. We won 2 Apple Design Awards, which is considered the Oscar of app development. And our users have mixed over 1 billion songs across our app on the different platforms. So here are some highlights from the press. Steve Jobs, this is our favorite quote. He called it a wonderful, wonderful app when he introduced the new iPad in 2011, the iPad 2. And DJ was one of the first apps that really proved that the iPad is more than just a bigger phone, and it's more than just a consumption device. It's really something you can be creative with, and something that is inspiring in terms of what's possible. That Noel Gallagher, a music famous artist from the band Oasis, in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, he called it DJ is the best app that's ever been invented. And the Wall Street Journal finally said, if you're serious about your party playlist, download Algoriddim DJ. Okay, so how did this all start? Basically, I'm going to take you back to the roots on the very beginning and how we traveled this journey all until today. Okay, so why are we doing this? I think it's fair to say that we all love music. And when we started the company, while there were countless music players and in 2005, 2006, there was iTunes and there was other applications that allows you to hear digital music. We really wanted to bring back the fun of interacting with music, kind of in the analog world where you would touch the music with your hands. You have vinyl records. It was just a more intimate experience when you listen to music. So what we wanted to do is take the advantages of digital and merge it with the magic of analog, if you will. So our mission from the start was to make DJing accessible to everyone. And at that time, DJ really was not accessible to a lot of people because it took a lot of a significant investment into equipment. So we had to spend thousands of dollars, as you can see on the left-hand side, into like bulky analog mixers and turntables. And it really took years to master the craft. And we really thought DJing is something like cooking food, like anybody enjoys interacting with music and listening to it, and anybody should be able to do it at home, whether it's a gathering with a few friends or just by yourself having fun playing with music. So this is how it started. We had this vision to really make DJing, to bring it to the masses and make it accessible to the world. So we were quite naive students in our dorm room back in 2006, and we just thought, yeah, let's just try and change the world with a music player that's more fun to use. And this is kind of how we started. We were computer science students, and I was also studying music at the University of Music and Performing Arts in Munich. So we just spent days and hours and nights of coding at my dorm room, where we created the first version of DJ. So ultimately, this is what came out. It launched on June 16th of 2006. It was the very first version. Again, this is still the digital age. And what seems really outdated today was kind of the cutting edge at the time, because it was really, you could mix two songs seamlessly, and it was really accessible to anyone with an iTunes library. So this is how the product evolved over time. Obviously, in the past 15 years, a lot has changed in terms of technology. So the first version that came out in 2006, DJ 1.0, was exclusively available on the Mac. And then 2010, the iPad really changed everything for us, because the whole interaction paradigm of touching the music and scratching, it was just a lot more engaging. And in terms of the vision of bringing this to everyone, this was just the best platform. And finally, we launched DJ Pro AI in 2020, and it's now available across all platforms. This is the evolution in numbers, how we kind of started at the very basic roots in 2006, as college students, and then, ultimately created a business plan after we launched the first version and came out with a boxed software. So it was really that long ago. Then we won 2 Apple Design Awards along the way. And finally, you can see the curve gets up really dramatically as we launched subscription and introduced artificial intelligence as a core paradigm of our software. And we'll get to that shortly, how it's changed basically the whole software industry. So the app itself is really accessible to everyone here. You can see images from the internet. So DJ has enabled millions of music enthusiasts around the world to embrace the art of DJing. And it's really from the world's youngest all the way up to the world's best. So here as an example, we have DJ Arch Jr., who's a DJ from South Africa. He started on his father's iPad when he's just 2 years old. And then he won South Africa's Got Talent and started touring the world at the age of 4. And this is really what we always had in mind. And this was our vision, to really empower people to express themselves through music and ultimately allow anybody to become a DJ. Okay, so what does it take to build an application that is used by many people around the world? So what are the key components? So of course, design is very important. From the very beginning, we've paid a lot of attention to detail when it comes to the user interface. And we will also, we won an Apple Design Award in 2011, 2016, because it's really something that we focus on a lot. And if you want to build a product and make it accessible to a lot of people, especially as we later get to artificial intelligence, the AI is really, it's the first touch point, and it's really important to get this part right. Then platforms, of course, if you want to build a consumer product that's accessible to everyone, it has to be accessible on every device. So we really, as those new devices come out, you know, from desktop to mobile and even wearables, we really start and, you know, go back to the drawing board, for example, when the Apple Watch came out, and then ask ourselves, okay, how can we, what is the essence of DJing, and how can we bring that to that specific device, which even surprisingly works on an Apple Watch. And of course, the third ingredient, so we had user interface, platform integration, and of course, to complete the experience, content is a very, very important piece. And we've started with digital music files stored on your computer back in 2006. And then of course, listening habits changed and streaming became a thing. So we quickly adopted these new capabilities. And ultimately now you have millions of songs at your fingertips without even having a single song stored on your device. And this to DJs really is the holy grail, because it's all about being creative with music, and having an endless library of songs just opens up whole new possibilities creatively. Okay, so what about AI? I guess is the big question here. This is typically what people, what comes to mind, you know, when they hear the word AI. So, you know, people may think, well, are machines taking over anytime soon? Some DJs may even thinking, you know, they may lose their job. So it's not that quite an easy answer to that. So on the one hand, I have to say, well, yes, machines are taking over, but they still serve human beings in that they augment the listening experience. So instead of people just listening to a playlist where one song is played after the other, we're using advanced artificial intelligence to really recreate the magic and the experience that a DJ creates for a listener, and that they create seamless transitions, and you know, they pick the perfect next song. We try and recreate that experience for people and to enrich their listening experience. With that said, it doesn't mean that it's going to replace the professionals. On the contrary, we've seen that AI actually gives them a lot more creative freedom and possibility, and ultimately it's helping elevate the art form and helping them reinvent their DJ set. And to explain you how, I'd like to give you a quick overview of the evolution of music mixing technology. So DJs have been around for decades and decades, you know, basically since there were parties. You had in one form or the other, you had one person playing music for people, which ultimately is DJing. So it started in the analog era, back in the 70s, 80s, you know, when DJs used equalizers and crossfaders on analog mixers to mix basically to music from two record players. And then in 2000 came the digital era, which was a massive breakthrough, because now you had so much more possibilities. You could, you have much more songs that you can play and much more effects that were possible. And in 2020, we think is the third major paradigm shift. And that's when we introduced a technology we're calling neural mix. And that really opens a new chapter for DJs and producers. So neural mix is real-time music source separation using AI, and it allows you to instantly isolate the beats, instruments, and vocals of any song and mix it with another song. So basically what this means is, instead of just changing equalizers and frequency bands, what you can do now is isolate the vocals and mix it on top of an instrumental of another song. Or you can swap the guitar of one song with the trumpets from another song. So basically, as a DJ, you're now getting to the atomic level of music. And this is something that wasn't even imaginable before the advance of AI technologies. So it's really exciting times for developers, and it's really exciting times for artists in terms of what's possible now with this paradigm shift in software. And AI is now used across the board in our products. So just to give you a few examples, we use it for auto mix. This is for people who just want to lean back and listen to a continuous music mix. We're calling it auto mix AI. Then we're also using auto mix, artificial intelligence-based processing for audio effects. So for example, instead of applying an echo to an entire song, we can now source separate the song into its components, apply the echo only on the vocals, and thus create a much better sounding audio effect. Again, something that wasn't imaginable before AI technology. Then neural mix, of course, which allows you to isolate the individual stems of songs. And finally, music analysis. We try and make DJing as easy as possible so the DJ can really focus on what matters, which is playing the right song at the right time. So things like detecting the beats per minute of a song, the key of a song, we all do that automatically, and most of it using artificial intelligence. And as you can see today, this is Laid Back Luke. He's one of the best DJs in the world. He was one of our very early adopters of the neural mix technology. And as you can see, it's augmented his creative performance, and his DJ sets in front of tens of thousands of people are now powered by AI. And Laid Back Luke called it a revolution in DJing. So thank you all very much, and I'm open to hear any questions you may have.
Great. Hold on a second, I need to my tech here. So, Karim, a technical question, is all of that what put us on device happening, or is there any cloud component involved?
Yeah, so the AI processing, and that's really what made it so accessible, because now you have bionic chips on phones and in computers, so it's all running on device, and that's really for live performance. That really what made this possible, because you can't, somebody who's like DJing in front of so many people, he can't rely on stable connections to send something to a cloud where some AI magic is happening and then it's sending back data. So all of this is happening on the device, and it really shows how capable these devices are nowadays.
Very good. You received that Apple award. What was it? The Oscar for app developers, you called it. And with Apple, it's always very much about interfacing, isn't it? So the question for me would be, how is the interface on your products on that trade-off you always have to make, control versus ease of use? So I mean, how do you balance this? What can I actually influence, and how do you choose those tools?
Yeah, that's a great question, and that really, I would say, is the main challenge, because when we design software, we try and build something that's accessible to any consumer, but also appealing and feature-rich for a professional. So that can be a quite challenging endeavor, because in a way, you have to compromise one for the other. So ease of use, of course, at first glance, we try and really basically, and you can apply that pretty much to any product you're building. So what is the core thing that your users are trying to accomplish with your product? So we really try and nail that part and remove everything else. So that's really what we kind of put on the main user interface and keep it as easy as possible. But then on the other hand, we really want to make sure that the creatives and the artists out there, that they have the full functionality that they need. So we kind of build the app in layers, so you can kind of like an onion, you can kind of get more and more to the core, and that's typically how we design our apps. So it's very simple at the outset, and then you can start, things can animate away, and it gets more complex on a second layer. And we also try and just offer tools when users need them. So instead of just throwing everything on the user interface, we really think a lot in terms of the use cases and really think, okay, does this one button really have to sit, in front of people's face all the time? Or is this something that could just show up when the context basically makes it likely for users to use it? So it's questions like that. It's very use case driven, I would say. And that's how we kind of try and build the user interface around that. So yeah, in a nutshell, basically.
Unfortunately, I don't know the interface by myself, so maybe it's a stupid and silly question I'm asking, but are you using metaphors like the turn, however is it called, and these type of things, or are you developing new metaphors or completely new tools? How is that?
Yeah, again, it's a fine balance you have to strike, because obviously you don't want to be too skeuomorphic, which has been kind of a little bit more old-fashioned in software design. But then on the other hand, metaphors are very powerful for people because the metaphor basically tells the user how they're supposed to interact with an object. So as you said, in fact, the turntable is the one thing that we really kept in the app since the very beginning, 15 years ago, because that's really the first thing people see it, instantly puts a smile on their face. They see this alongside their music collection, and it's almost like telling the user what to do with the object, like moving the tone arm. It's just something super intuitive. Then on the other hand, when we came out with the AI engine that we built, like for mixing, the isolated components of music, this is a whole new paradigm. So it's not really, there is nothing in the analog world or in the digital world even that would sort of provide a metaphor for that. So typically we then think, okay, in the analog world, how would something like that may have been built in hardware? And then we take that and kind of try and put it into pixels in the software. So again, it's a balance where you kind of have to weigh up different objectives and different parts of the app.
Great. I mean, you spoke about that there is some sensitivity, I think you were even using as a term, that the algorithm can like sense the beats per minute and other aspects of the songs. Is there any feedback with the environment, with the audience? I mean, it could be the next step that you have a camera and you see how energetic people are dancing, and by that you choose another track or something like that. Have you ever thought of something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds crazy, and of course, we think of crazy things. It's not all the crazy things that we put in the app, of course. But in a way, I mean, of course, that would be the final step into automating a DJ set, because that's really a very important aspect of DJing, at least in front of a crowd, is that you have to really be good at reading the crowd. Some people call the DJ the party psychologist, because they have to just observe people during the party in the crowd, and then use that information that's fed back to the DJ, and then obviously you integrate that information into your set. So do you want to like raise the energy level, or do you want to lower it, or do you want to lower it to then raise it even further? So those are considerations where you need the visual input that a DJ has, but who knows what's possible in the future. Obviously, I would say it's still a long road to get to that point. But again, when we started 15 years ago, we were always dreaming of being able to isolate source material from mixed music in an MP3 file, for example, and that seemed like completely impossible. And now 15 years later, it's a thing. So with the rapid advance of machine learning based technologies, I wouldn't be surprised if this was possible sometime in the future.
I am aware of these type of feedback loops in Chinese education, where cameras are directed towards the classroom, and while the AI is detecting that people become a little bit sleepy, the teacher gets, I don't know what, electric signal or something, I don't know, but I mean, these type of feedback loops are already in I think, use, or at least on an experimental level, and I could easily imagine having something like that in a nice environment like a dance floor and a DJ.
Absolutely.
Asking, is there any question from the audience?
Cars. Yeah, sorry, you go ahead.
No questions from the audience. So is any question here from the audience you want to ask Karim? No, interrupting you. Sorry, what was it you wanted to say?
No, I was just saying you also have that in the cars, right? Where the car kind of tells you when you need to slow down or you may need to have a break. So I think intelligent systems, it's really going into that way where they're taking the surrounding and people into consideration and their likely state of mind.
For sure, I agree with you. Karim, thank you very much for your input and your presentation. I think it was really a nice complementary thing to those applied AIs we had in the afternoon session. I may remind you, we saw virtual fashion shoots. We saw AI-based layouts. We saw, what else did we see? We saw music now. Obviously, we saw text generation, automatic, and all of this, I repeat it, is not science fiction. It's just there. You can buy the products from Algoriddim on the app stores, I guess. And I can tell you, if you come by here for our get-together later this afternoon at 7 o'clock, we are starting. We are privileged that Algoriddim is the AI DJ who will make it even more nice for us to sit here on the deck, and we'll have some Corona beer and enjoy the first days of spring here in Hamburg, and also what possibly is even more important, the first days where we can meet again in person and discuss about AI and all those things. Karim, thank you very much. And I'm switching now to German. Ich wechsle jetzt mal auf Deutsch, weil die Sprache unseres Panels, das wir jetzt gleich starten wollen, eben Deutsch sein wird. Ich freue mich, dass ich 3 Vertreter von Hamburger Firmen hier auf das Panel jetzt bitten darf, nämlich zum einen den Martin Gassner von Accenture, zum anderen den Meik Vogler von Yours Truly und den Niklas Mrutzek, aber ich weiß nicht, wie seine Firma, welchen Firmenbezeichnung ich nennen soll. Das kannst du bitte gleich selber machen, wenn du jetzt hier auf die Bühne kommst. Bitte kommt hoch, wir wollen nahtlos weitermachen, dass wir die Menschen, die zu Hause sind, nicht warten lassen. Das ist online ein total warten tut man online. Wir haben diese, genau, ich anderen, aber es ist auch gut, wir nehmen die. Sehr gut. Ihr dürft schon, heißt nicht hier oben, total easy. Ich hoffe, okay, great. ist jetzt eine unserer, ist die aktuelle Inkarnation sozusagen eines Kongresses, auf dem wir ja auf der einen Seite ganz visionäre Dinge gezeigt haben, gestern Nachmittag, heute Morgen Dinge, die ja vielleicht auch eher Kunst zum Teil sind oder jedenfalls einen künstlerischen Anspruch verfolgen. Und jetzt haben wir heute Nachmittag eine Reihe von Software-Tools im Grunde genommen uns angeguckt, ne, bei denen AI im Motorraum ist, die teilweise gar nicht AI genannt werden. Haben Sie ja gehört, der Andreas Stiegler von Strichpunkt hat gesagt, nee, das nennen wir nicht AI, das ist einfach ein Layout-Generator. Und auch der Dhruv von Flix hat gesagt, nee, wir verkaufen keine AI, wir verkaufen einfach nur virtuelle Modebilder und so weiter. Und jetzt frage ich mich ein bisschen, also gibt es eigentlich gar keine AI sozusagen, weil sobald die Dinge irgendwie funktionieren, das ist ja mein Reden immer, nennt man es halt nicht mehr AI, sondern dann ist es halt einfach eine Software, die das tut, was sie tun soll. So, wir haben jetzt hier 3 verschiedene Perspektiven, das ist jetzt nicht ganz zufällig. Ich habe Martin aus einer kreativen Perspektive eigentlich hier auf die Bühne geholt und für euch alle 3, ich schlage vor, ihr stellt euch einfach jetzt kurz jeweils 2 Minuten vor, wer ihr seid und was ihr so tut. Dann habe ich Niklas aus einer Personalisierungsperspektive dazugeholt. Du erklärst auch kurz, was deine Firma macht. Und dann habe ich den Meik aus so einer Beratersicht dazugeholt, sodass wir im Grunde genommen alle 3 Perspektiven hier, glaube ich, ganz gut miteinander abwiegen können. Ja, und jetzt würde ich einfach sagen, Martin, warum fängst du nicht an? Wir kennen uns schon ungefähr 100 Jahre, das stimmt nicht ganz, aber es sind nur 80. Es sind nur 80 Jahre, glaube ich. Insofern freut es mich, dass wir uns jetzt heute hier zu so einem jungen, in Anführungszeichen, Thema irgendwie treffen. Erzähl doch mal, was du so machst bei Accenture und dann vielleicht, wenn wir das einmal rum haben, dann können wir ja irgendwie anfangen, darüber zu sprechen, wo AI bei euch jeweils im tagtäglichen Doing auftaucht.
Dann fange ich doch einfach mal an. Ich bin Martin Gassner, ich komme von Accenture, arbeite im Bereich Accenture Interactive, bin seit circa fast 30 Jahren im Bereich Digital Services, Technologien, Ecosystems, Plattformen beruflich unterwegs. Mein Background ist Designer bei Accenture Interactive. Zu Interactive kam ich durch die Akquisition des Sinne-Strate-Studios, eine relativ große Digitalagentur, die bekannt ist. Früher habe ich mit Peter zusammengearbeitet in den Frühzeiten des Internets, der New Economy. Genau, wir haben ein relativ großes, vielleicht eines der größten Design-Teams hier in der Region. Also wir sind bestimmt 350 Designer bei Accenture Interactive. Accenture selbst ist ein sehr großes Technologie- und Beratungsunternehmen mit 700.000 Mitarbeitern weltweit. Wir haben zum Beispiel auch 40.000 Mitarbeiter, die im Bereich Applied Intelligence arbeiten, über die Welt verteilt. Übrigens nicht nur in Design und Kreation, sondern die Anwendungsfälle von Machine Learning, Artificial Intelligence, die sind ja sehr mannigfaltig, da wird man sicherlich auch nachher noch drauf kommen. Wir haben natürlich ein Artificial Intelligence ist unser Begleiter in der täglichen Arbeit, weil es in allen Tools drin, die wir heute benutzen. Ne? Es gibt kein Tool mehr im Designbereich, was nicht AI zu Hilfe nimmt. Von daher ist es ein unterstützendes, assistierende Capability, die wir haben. Gerade eben wurde gesagt, Artificial Intelligence, sagten die meisten heute Nachmittag, das nennen sie nicht so. Das hängt sicherlich damit zusammen, dass Artificial Intelligence etwas impliziert bei den Hörern, wo man denkt, das ist intelligent, und wir haben heute halt hauptsächlich Narrow AI und die ist von dem, was man unter Intelligenz versteht, glaube ich, noch ein ziemliches Stück entfernt. Von daher machen wir uns natürlich als Kreative oder Designer da wenig Gedanken, weil wir auch, sag ich mal, den Fokus auf die Nutzer, auf die Menschen haben. Und da ist es dann eher das Zusammenspiel mit AI, beziehungsweise auch Gedanken, die man sich machen muss, wenn man etwas für AI designt als Designer, aus der Sicht des Nutzers, und da wird es für uns dann interessant.
Klasse. Ja, mein Name ist Niklas Mrutzek. Ich bin echt begeistert, heute hier sein zu dürfen, endlich mal wieder mit Menschen wirklich mal in direkten Kontakt zu treten, ohne Teams dazwischen geschaltet, ohne Zoom dazwischen geschaltet. Ich bin Gründer und Geschäftsführer der Erason GmbH Und die Aerosol GmbH ist ein Entwicklungsstudio für künstliche Intelligenz aus Lüneburg. So versuchen wir etwas zu definieren, was schwer zu definieren ist in der Tat. Wir haben ein Flaggschiffprodukt, das nennt sich Eilon. Das ist eine künstliche Intelligenz, wo wir anonymisierte digitale Fußabdrücke einsammeln, die via KI massiv anreichern und am Ende des Tages so wieder zusammenführen, dass insgesamt eine repräsentative Stichprobe der Gesellschaft draus wird. Man könnte auch sagen, wir haben eigentlich die größte, zumindest mit Abstand breiteste Marktmedia-Studie Deutschlands damit geschaffen. Ich bin selber studierter Data Scientist, bin also jemand, der wirklich mal durch das dröge Tal der Wahrscheinlichkeitsrechnung, des Zählens auch gegangen ist. Zählen meine ich jetzt nicht 1 bis 10, aber wir sind 30 Leute im Raum. Wie hoch ist die Wahrscheinlichkeit, dass an mindestens einem Tag 2 Personen Geburtstag haben? Solche Dinge habe ich tatsächlich alle mal mitgemacht. Und habe schon unglaublich viele KI-Projekte und Prozesse von der Taufe oftmals auch bis zur Bahre mitbegleitet. Wenn es dann zur Bahre ging für solche Prozesse, habe ich für mich persönlich gelernt, dass es oftmals damit was zu tun hatte, dass KI nicht von vorne bis hinten wirklich durchdacht war, sondern auch oftmals was gemacht wurde im Sinne von KI, um der KI willen sozusagen einfach nur. Die Gefahr sehe ich auch stellenweise, was den Einsatz von künstlicher Intelligenz angeht, insbesondere im Bereich der Kreativagenturen. Das hängt, ich möchte ja noch ein Beispiel geben. Wenn ich jetzt eine KI habe, die kann ein Visual im Stile von Van Gogh, sagen wir einfach mal, wieder nachzeichnen oder kann das im Stile von Van Gogh wiedergeben, dann mag das eben schön und gut sein. Ich glaube aber, richtig geil wird die Geschichte natürlich erst, wenn ich vorher weiß, hey, deine Zielgruppe oder ein Segment davon findet Van Gogh mega geil und da ist die KI, mit der du jetzt das Visual, was du hast, im Stile von Van Gogh wiederum umdesignen kannst. Ich glaube, das sind Prozesse, an denen man noch viel stärker arbeiten müsste, dass man eben den Purpose oder den Nutzen wirklich viel stärker wieder in den Vordergrund stellt und vielleicht die Methodik ein bisschen wieder in den Hintergrund zieht. Und ich bin gespannt darauf, wie ihr beiden das so seht.
Da schließe ich direkt an, ich stimme dir schon mal zu, bevor ich mich vorstelle. Ich bin Meik, hi, bin Geschäftsführer von Lulu Li, einer Agentur, die auf digitale Kommunikation ausgerichtet ist. Wir, lustigerweise die Agentur und ich haben einen ähnlichen Werdegang, obwohl ich erst vor 6 Jahren dazugestoßen bin, aber beide seit knapp 23 Jahren in der Branche und beschäftigen uns seitdem auch mit digitaler Kommunikation. Ich selber habe so einen Background, ich bin mal in einem Bereich gestartet, der hieß damals Direktmarketing. Das war sehr analog, ist dann aber, hat so eine Renaissance erfahren, weil es plötzlich CRM hieß und damit wieder total hip und modern war. Und im Kern steckt ja dahinter, wie schafft man, sagen wir mal, kundenzentrierte Kommunikation, wie schafft man es, Menschen irgendwo an irgendeiner Stelle zu erreichen, anzusprechen und mit Marken in Kontakt zu halten. Und das ist im Wesentlichen auch das, was wir als Agentur machen. Das heißt, wir bedienen den gesamten Funnel, wir beschäftigen uns mit Fragen, wie wir Zielgruppensegmente ansprechen, welche Inhalte für Zielgruppen relevant sind. Wir beschäftigen uns mit der Frage, wie schaffen wir es in irgendeiner Form, die Menschen ein bisschen näher an eine Marke ranzuschieben, mit denen in Kontakt zu bleiben. Wie entwickeln wir eigene Kontaktpunkte, die möglichst individuell Kunden ansprechen können. Also sind so Themen wie Personalisierung spielen da mit rein. Und wie halten wir sie eben in irgendeiner Form im Loop und also CRM-Themen, E-Mail-Marketing-Themen, solche Geschichten. Und wenn wir über AI sprechen, dann gibt es da, finde ich, immer so zwei Szenarien dabei. Ich bewege mich gar nicht, aber ich höre so einen Widerhall. Das ist,
ja, ich glaube, wenn ich da mal an deinem Mikro ein bisschen fummeln darf, vielleicht machen wir das besser an den Kragen dran.
Ich bin gespannt. Nicht viel besser.
Ein bisschen besser vielleicht. Weiß ich nicht.
Ich mache nichts, aber wir probieren mal weiter. Ich bewege mich nicht mehr.
Ich merke, wie du versuchst, alles zu vermeiden.
Man verkrampft langsam, aber jetzt scheint es besser zu gehen. Wenn wir uns AI anschauen, dann gibt es so 2 Perspektiven darauf. Das eine ist in der Tat, was du eben gesagt hast, es gibt so einen Wunsch nach, oh, wir müssen irgendwas mit AI machen. Das ist so das eine Feld, was ich immer sehr, sehr schwierig finde. Das andere ist, wir erleben halt einfach die Kraft von künstlicher Intelligenz in ganz, ganz vielen Tools und Lösungen. Und da heißt es nämlich dann eben eigentlich gar nicht mehr AI oder künstliche Intelligenz, sondern dann ist es halt eine Marketing Automation oder irgendein anderes Tool, was man in irgendeiner Personalisierungsengine, die man einsetzen kann. Und mich persönlich, ich bin jetzt seit knapp 2 Jahren auch Botschafter, Ambassador des ARIC, des Artificial Intelligence Centers in Hamburg. Ich habe so einfach einen Faible dafür. Ich finde das spannend, was dort passiert. Ich halte das für ein unheimlich kraftvolles Feld, was dort eigentlich schon da ist. Und ich glaube, dass wir in vielen Facetten viel zu wenig daraus machen. Zum einen in Richtung Kundenkommunikation, Endkunden, zum anderen aber eben auch, das ist auch ein Thema heute, wir als Agenturen oder als Unternehmen, wie nutzen wir eigentlich solche sagen wir, intelligenten Komponenten für uns, um das Geschäft besser zu machen. Und freue mich, dass ich heute da bin und ich schließe mich an. Es ist wunderschön, mal wieder Menschen live zu sehen. Das ist etwas.
Ich würde ganz gerne einmal kurz auf deinen Punkt nochmal eingehen, weil du hast gleich gerade so die AI-Möglichkeiten, dann hast du das auch Beispiel gebracht, in einen Topf geworfen mit Kreativagenturen. Ich glaube, wir halten es genauso für Quatsch, wie du das darstellst. Und ich sehe es dann auch eher in eine Richtung, wie du gerade beschrieben hast. Das ist natürlich ein ganz großer Bereich bei uns auch, das ganze Thema Marketing, Automation, Personalisierung oder AI-gesteuertes Aggregieren von Contents oder Medien eben wieder entlang irgendwelchen Purpose und Zielgruppen, eben das ganze Thema Targeting, das spielt das natürlich eine große Rolle, aber auch in der Content-Genese heutzutage, wo man hier vor allem auch mit CGI riesige Möglichkeiten hat, hochdynamischen Content zu erzeugen. Ja.
Ist denn automatisiert oder on the fly, so muss ich sagen, on the fly personalisiertes Generieren von Inhalten schon mal bei euch irgendwie aufgetaucht? Also Text beispielsweise automatisiert auf Basisprofilen, die ihr zur Verfügung stellt, zu generieren oder, weiß ich nicht, irgendwelche Visuals in Anzeigen oder sowas?
Also ich glaube,
weil davon redet ja immer alle Welt, aber ehrlich gesagt, so richtig gesehen habe ich das bislang nicht.
Also ich sehe es bei uns in der Anwendung, die ist in der Regel Kunden- oder Endkundenzentriert. Ne? Das heißt, wir nutzen die Tools wie Salesforce, Adobe und Co., um eben Endkundenkommunikation zu gestalten. Ich glaube, und ich bin gespannt, wie es bei euch ist, aber in meinem Agenturbereich ist das ganze Thema ich sag mal, intelligente Tools und Lösungen für Kreativitätsunterstützung etc. Doch durchaus noch sehr rudimentär, wenn überhaupt vorhanden. Also wir haben es getestet in einigen Feldern, also das Thema Texterstellung ist so ein ganz klassisches Beispiel. Ja.
In Realtime oder
nicht in Realtime, also
ja.
Einfach in Anwendung, dass man zum Beispiel, wenn es in Richtung Social Media Content geht etc., ne, dass man eine Erleichterung schaffen kann für die Copywriter, wenn es in Richtung Website-Erstellung geht, dass man sagt, gerade die Textbereiche, wo ich eben viel Content erstellen muss, also viel Arbeit mit, vorsichtig formuliert, etwas weniger Anspruch vielleicht an der einen oder anderen Stelle, also wo ich dann halt wirklich hochkreative Köpfe eben nicht darauf ausrichten muss, dass sie an der Stelle irgendwie dann, sagen wir mal, viele Bestellprozesse durcharbeiten etc. Für solche Themen, glaube ich, gibt es Lösungen. Wir haben es aber bis dato, wir haben keinen Anwendungsfall gehabt, wo wir sagen, es lohnt sich wirklich, da eine AI auch drauf zu trainieren, um das auch wirklich, sagen wir, in der Vorbereitung, dass da entsprechende Ergebnisse bei rauskommen. Also wir haben kleinere Tests gemacht, aber stehen da definitiv.
Also diese Art von, wenn ich das ergänzen darf, hatten wir jetzt heute gerade am Nachmittag, genau. AX Semantics aus Stuttgart. Du hast es sehr vorsichtig formuliert, also die Qualität der Texte muss jetzt nicht unfassbar groß sein, sondern die muss halt bestimmten SEO-Anforderungen oder anderen Anforderungen entsprechen. Und da passiert es ja schon. Aber das ist ja auch nicht on the fly. Und deswegen ist es dann da, wenn man von Personalisierung spricht, ja doch immer noch so, dass man sagt, ja, ich habe halt 5 verschiedene Personas oder irgendwie Profile und für die spiele ich was aus. Aber das Versprechen könnte ja eigentlich sein, ich habe 50 Millionen verschiedene Profile und kann on the fly das Werbemittel generieren. Das wäre ja im Grunde genommen das Endziel. Ne? Und dann sind es ja auch natürlich keine Werbemittel, die jetzt irgendwie einen Kreativpreis irgendwo gewinnen müssen, sollen oder irgendwie, sondern die sollen halt was anderes erledigen. Ne?
Und das ist heute schon der Fall. Also dass Content so generiert wird, jetzt vielleicht nicht in 50 Millionenfacher Auflage, weil so viele Varianten gibt es dann von einem bestimmten Content dann auch
ja.
nicht.
Ach
Also
so, naja, gut, aber...
Naja, ich meine, es werden da vielleicht so viele Millionen Menschen erfasst, aber natürlich werden da ja auch wieder Cluster gebildet oder Präferenzmuster, Kohorten und so weiter. Aber es ist natürlich schon der Fall, dass heute, sag ich mal, in der Bildgeneration, nenne ich es jetzt mal, man schon überlegt, wie leihe ich ein Bild, ne? Hintergrund, Vordergrund, Tag-Nacht-Stimmung, Farbigkeiten und so weiter. Und dieses sehr wohl dynamisch dann generiert oder die Layer zusammenklebt, automatisiert und die dementsprechenden Präferenzen oder des Verhaltens des Nutzers in so einem Website-Kontext oder einem Customer Journey-Kontext den eben auch ausspielt. Ne? Oder in der Bannerproduktion ist das eigentlich schon fast Standard geworden, dass man eben sozusagen eine dynamische Bild-Text-Kombination macht, wo eben Automatismen eingebaut sind, die erkennen ganz genau, wie ist das Motiv aufgearbeitet, um an der richtigen Stelle dann eben auch die Texte zu platzieren und eben natürlich auch wieder basierend auf dem, was man ein User-Profil gewonnen hat, dementsprechend die Motivauswahl aussteuert. Ne? Also, aber das sind, wie gesagt, keine Kreativpreisgeschichten. Klar, aber auch in Kreativpreisgeschichten, also meine Kollegen von Rovcore in Dublin zum Beispiel, haben AI eingesetzt, um auf Spotify oder Apple Music, ich weiß jetzt gerade gar nicht mehr, Playlists zu generieren, die Kindern in der Spracherziehung helfen, die Schwierigkeiten haben, bestimmte Buchstabenkombinationen auszusprechen. Und die haben eben über AI große Mengen an Musik analysiert, wo eben genau im Gesang diese Vokal- oder Konsonantenkombination vorkam, die es zu trainieren gab, und Playlists generiert, wo die Kinder da mitsingen konnten. Und so gab es so für jedes Problem, was man sich dann in der Sprachentwicklung vorstellen kann, dynamisch generierte Playlists, basierend auf AI, die eben Hunderttausende von Songs analysiert hat auf die jeweiligen Fragestellungen. Also das finde ich dann zum Beispiel einen charmanten, kreativen Einsatz von AI im Kreationsumfeld, sage ich jetzt mal.
Also ich glaube, auch im deutschsprachigen Raum haben wir recht, ich sag mal, standardisierte Texte kann man darüber sich sehr gut erstellen. Oder ich kenne auch solche Beispiele wie zum Beispiel Produktbeschreibung, wo das, glaube ich, soweit ich weiß zumindest, auch hervorragend genutzt wird und auch gut einsetzbar ist. Im angelsächsischen Raum sieht die Welt natürlich schon wieder anders aus. Das liegt natürlich auch schlicht und ergreifend daran, dass die deutsche Sprache eine ganze Ecke komplizierter ist als Englisch. Also wenn ich so einen Satz habe wie Martin Luther schlug seine Thesen, bevor er nachdem er an, ja, dann muss halt die KI schnallen, dass Anschlagen was ganz anderes ist als Schlagen. So, und das kriegst du halt der ganzen Geschichte irgendwie stellenweise recht schwierig nur vermittelt, ja, dieser KI. Deswegen glaube ich, werden wir im deutschsprachigen Raum da eine Lernkurve haben, die zumindest mittelfristig der im angelsächsischen Raum nachverfolgt sein wird sozusagen. Ja, wir werden eine ähnliche Entwicklung haben, aber ich glaube, dass es noch ein Stück weit dauern wird, bis die Texte auch im Deutschen so gut sind, dass man sie wirklich gut dafür benutzen kann und vor allem halt auch wirklich verlässlich gut dafür benutzen kann. Weil wenn ich 99 Texte habe, die super sind und ich habe einen, der ist totaler Schrott, dann zerschießt mir der eine ja oftmals die 99, also überlagert sozusagen die 99.
Auf jeden Fall, also Kontrolle wäre jetzt noch ein Thema gewesen, was ich angesprochen hätte. Ein bisschen ist es natürlich schon so, auch im Deutschen, wenn man jetzt mal Übersetzung anschaut, kann man das ja ganz gut nachvollziehen. Ne? Was weiß ich, ein Übersetzer wie DeepL oder so, also da würde ich denken, das ist schon sehr verlässlich und sehr gut und eben auch in der deutschen Sprache gut. Und sowas wie dieser Beantwortungssatz, bei dem ganz am Ende dann noch ankommt, also ich würde denken, wir können den Test machen, DeepL kann das. Ne? So, also da sehe ich jetzt keine großen Probleme. Aber es ist sicherlich so, dass natürlich die Trainingsdaten wahrscheinlich im Englischsprachigen einfach viel größer sind, die zur Verfügung stehen. Und das führt ja eben dazu, dass solche Modelle, wie wir sie jetzt auch in unserem Workshop hier vorgestellt haben, so GPT-3 und so weiter, eben auf Englisch perfekt funktionieren, auf Deutsch eben nicht so gut funktionieren und ich denke auf Finnisch überhaupt nicht gut funktionieren. Ich kenne kein Finnisch, aber das erschließt sich mir relativ schnell, dass das irgendwie da eben nicht gut funktionieren kann. Meik, du wolltest da noch was dazu sagen?
Nee, ich stimme ich zu. Ich glaube, die Herausforderung, und das ist immer im Kern der Punkt, ist das, was ihr vorhin schon mal gesagt habt, AI findet eigentlich unter der Motorhaube statt. Und ich glaube, dass man es auch im Alltag extrem gut einsetzt, wenn man innerhalb des Unternehmens, innerhalb der Agentur ein Mindset hat, wo man sagt, naja, da ist ein Tool, was uns in irgendeiner Form hilft, was eine Lösung für ein bestimmtes Thema schafft. Wir können da relativ einfach ein Sizing machen von Bildmotiven, wir können super targeten, wir haben eine Möglichkeit, bestimmte Dateien irgendwo hochzuladen, Prognosen zu bauen und so weiter und so fort. Ab dem Moment, wo man anfängt, es der KI wegen zu machen, wir müssen da jetzt irgendwas mit KI machen oder wir müssen irgendwas mit AI machen, da bröckelt es dann weg. Ne? Weil ich glaube, das ist vielleicht ein Akzeptanzthema, was man auch nochmal mit aufmacht, und man fokussiert zu sehr darauf, dass man irgendwie versucht, ich möchte jetzt irgendwas mit AI machen. Und dieses Thema Textdarstellung für mich zum Beispiel aus einer Agentur- oder Beraterperspektive ist am Ende, geht es darum, ich möchte gerne meinen Kreativen, also wir sind 70 Leute, wir haben also eine relativ große Bandbreite an Themen innerhalb der Agentur, ich muss aber natürlich fokussieren und ich brauche die Kreativen bei uns, die im Einsatz sind, sind in der Regel auf Kampagnen ausgerichtet, sind auf größere Ideen ausgerichtet und ich möchte die gerne von bestimmten Themen frei halten. Das heißt, ich muss mir Gedanken darüber machen, was ist ein Setup, was denen zumindest die Arbeit erleichtert. Dann müssen die nicht 23 Posts schreiben, sondern die gucken vielleicht einmal noch drüber, schrauben noch ein bisschen dran rum und dann ist fertig. Und ich reduziere den Aufwand von einem Tag auf vielleicht eine halbe Stunde. Ne? Und das sind so die Felder, nach denen wir eben vorgehen und auch gucken, an welchen Stellen gibt es dann Ansatzpunkte, um eben in irgendeiner Form Lösungen einzubauen, die uns irgendwie die Arbeit erleichtern und uns da besser machen.
Aber ich glaube, da sind wir uns einig. Ne? Also als unterstützendes Element, vor allem wenn es um die Skalierung geht, Arbeit zu minimieren. Und ich glaube, da ist AI oder Machine Learning heute auch schon gut, wenn es mal um so Narrow Task geht, wo es um wiederholende Tasks geht.
Predictable Tasks, die man vorhersagen kann.
Also sagen wir mit der Produktion, die du gerade angesprochen hast, für Texte oder auch für Bilder oder auch im ganzen Produktionsprozess von Videobearbeitung ist das alles gar nicht mehr wegdenkbar, sage ich jetzt mal. Ne? Oder auch wenn on scale, was weiß ich, horizontal ausgerichtete Videos auf vertikal umgebaut werden müssen, dann kann eine AI das ganz gut, dass sie erkennt, auf was fokussiere ich, was ist sozusagen das Wichtige, was ich transportieren soll. Dann nimmt sie uns Arbeit ab. AI und das AI-Balance einzusetzen, da sind wir uns, glaube ich, auch einig, das ist Quatsch. Das müssen wir manchmal auch Kunden ausreden. Ich erinnere an ein Projekt, in dem wir mal gearbeitet haben für einen Automobilkunden. Der wollte und musste aus irgendwelchen Gründen Markov-Netze dann noch mit ins Spiel bringen, weil das in eine andere Abteilung, aber es macht überhaupt gar keinen Sinn, ne? Weil die Datenmenge, um zu relevanten sozusagen Ergebnissen zu kommen, einfach da viel zu gering war für das, wie oft, was weiß ich, ein Produktempfehlungstool benutzt wird, um daraus wieder sozusagen lernende Rückschlüsse zu ziehen. Aber wenn es um Wiederholung geht, um Skalierung geht, da glaube ich, kann man schon immer ziemlich genau hinschauen, was gibt es denn da eigentlich alles schon, was uns das Leben deutlich einfacher machen kann. Das muss ich wirklich auch wieder auf die richtigen Dinge fokussieren.
In dem Zusammenhang ist ja, also Agenturen brauchen ja Nachwuchs und dann gibt es ja so eigentlich den üblichen Weg. Junge Leute, die kommen von den Ausbildungsstätten, beispielsweise unserer Hochschule, und dann müssen die ja im Grunde genommen erstmal, weiß ich nicht, eine gewisse Zeit halt all diese blöden Arbeiten tun und halt das 47. Abformat herstellen oder den Text nochmal schreiben und so weiter. Und dann erst allmählich entlässt man sie in ein bisschen anspruchsvollere Aufgaben und so weiter. Und wenn jetzt es so ist, wie ihr sagt, und das sehe ich genauso, dass eben so diese repetitiven Aufgaben, die eigentlich dazu dienen, um reinzukommen in einen Job, nicht mehr von Menschen gemacht werden, welche Art von Leiter gibt es denn dann? Also,
ich denke, also da hat sich, glaube ich, auch das Berufsbild des Designers auch ziemlich verändert. Ne? Also so wie man früher in einer Agentur, eben wie du gerade beschrieben hast, diese diversen Abformate und Fleißarbeiten gemacht hat, und das gibt es einfach schon länger nicht mehr. Ne? Das Bild des Designers ist sehr viel breiter geworden. Ne? Das fängt bei Research und Strategy irgendwo an und hört wirklich tatsächlich beim Bauen von Dingen auf. Bauen von digitalen Services ist extremst komplex, das weißt du selbst. Da brauchen wir eine hohe Bandbreite an Know-how, auch wenn man vielleicht Spezialisierung hat. Und da gilt es einfach, neue Kolleginnen eben schon relativ früh eben an Methodiken ranzuführen, das Berufsbild klar zu machen, die in Dingen trainieren, die auf die Arbeit einzahlen. Das sind definitiv nicht stumpfe Wiederholungsaufgaben. Ne? Das ist dann eher den Mitdenken beibringen, aber natürlich auch Handwerk. Wie geht eine gute UX, wie geht eine gute UI, wie geht gute Research, und den lernst du nicht, wenn du Bildformate verkleinerst.
Und außerdem hundertprozentig, nur ganz kurz, hundertprozentig im Autopiloten fliegen die Geschichten ja auch noch nicht. Ne? Nee. Also man muss ja immer noch mal wieder drauf schauen und immer noch mal findet man Kleinigkeiten, die auch zu korrigieren sind.
Also ich sehe es, glaube ich, also ich sehe es auch mehr als eine echte Chance für alle jungen Menschen, die in den Job reingehen, weil das leere Blatt Papier, was ja oftmals ganz großartig sein kann, ist jetzt aber schon mal vorgeführt und gibt ja einen gewissen Impuls. Und ich glaube, dass wir am Ende unseren Nachwuchs dazu bringen, auch durchaus mit Methodiken, mit einer Unterstützung, einfach in richtige Richtungen zu denken und richtige Richtungen zu arbeiten. Und was du sagst, das ist ja wenn ich eine Textengine einsetze, kommt ja nicht der fertige Text dabei raus. Ich habe aber einen Absprungspunkt, auf den ich aufsetzen kann. Ich muss mich vielleicht nicht mehr um die ich habe heute gerade eine Kollegin gesehen, die hat irgendwie so eine Liste, wo sie irgendwie 15 Werbemittel durchtexten muss. Die drehen sich alle um den gleichen Text, in leichten Unterschieden. Das kann eine AI wunderbar machen. Das kann ich quasi delegieren, aber ich muss vielleicht nochmal an den Basestext machen.
Das heißt, ich lerne. Das dem Junior-Texter gegeben
ja,
und gesagt, hier ist die Liste, da ist das Muster und jetzt mach das bitte mal.
Ich glaube aber, dadurch hat er nichts gelernt. Ich glaube, dass man an anderen Stellen lernt, wenn man eben über Inhalte, wenn man über die Kommunikation spricht. Von daher sehe ich das als Power-Tool, was eben unterstützt, was aber nicht das Junior-Level abschafft und Menschen daran hindert, sich zu entwickeln.
Ich glaube auch, dass die AI als nicht Narrow AI, sondern wirklich echte AI eigentlich fast ihr eigenes Grab schaufeln würde. Ja? Also wenn wir sagen, dass wir nur noch wegrationalisieren, dann wird man das Ding auch nicht mehr sauber verkaufen können. Ja? Ich formuliere es mal so vorsichtig. Also ich glaube, es geht viel stärker darum, die AI immer wieder auch als Enabler darzustellen und zu zeigen, guck mal, hier gibt es wahnsinnig repetitiven, ich sage mal in der Regel tendenziell wahrscheinlich eher langweiligen Kram. Da können wir wahnsinnig schön damit arbeiten und es gibt bestimmte Tools, die helfen mir mal wirklich noch einen komplett kreativen Kick dann und Dreh noch mal reinzubringen.
Ja, also ich glaube, dass AI und kreative Konzeptentwicklung schon noch weit auseinander liegt. Auf der anderen Seite müssen wir, glaube ich, auch aufpassen, dass wir uns bewusst sind, wie stark AI uns Menschen auch schon trainiert. Ne? Also wenn ich an meine Monday-Playlist von Spotify denke, die jede Woche neu generiert wird, dann trainiert mich Spotify auf einen bestimmten Musikgeschmack und Netflix tut genau dasselbe irgendwie mit Filmen, die sie mir vorschlagen. Und da muss man natürlich dann auch aufpassen, wenn alle kennen die Geschichten von Biased AI, in welche Richtung das laufen kann. Ne? Also das ist natürlich auch mit dem, was AI heute schon kann, extremst gefährlich, was es auch mit der Gesellschaft machen kann. Das ganze Thema Fake News, Deepfakes und all das, was sich mal in uns Unendliches skaliert und jeden Tag über die verschiedenen Kanäle gespielt wird, da steckt überall AI heute meistens schon dahinter, ne? Zwar mit irgendwelchen bösen Intentionen, manchmal von irgendwelchen Menschen, aber wir werden schon trainiert durch dieses Ding, wie ein Haustier dich auch trainiert, in seinem Verhalten, dass du dich darauf einlässt. Ne?
Also Fake News Bilder haben wir ja heute von Flix gesehen, da heißt es dann halt nicht böses Fake News, sondern es ist halt, sind halt virtuelle Models. Ne? Genau. Aber
wir haben eine Frage noch.
Ja.
Also könnt ihr mich gut hören?
Ja.
Jetzt ist hier gerade so das Schlagwort gefallen, AI uns trainiert. Ich habe das die ganze Zeit schon so ein bisschen im Gefühl und wollte diese Frage stellen. Ich habe einen designerischen Background aus Hamburg, bin in der Digitalstrategie unterwegs und mir ist in den letzten Jahren, als ich gestalterisch tätig war, immer wieder aufgefallen, dass mit den digitalen Tools, die ich benutze, die ja versuchen, sich auf mich einzuschießen, ab dem Moment, wo sie sich auf mich eingeschossen haben, mein Beispiel ist dann so etwas wie Pinterest, ich in so einer Art von total auf mich festgesetzten Kreativspace in der wichtigsten Zeitpunkt festsetzt, aber ich bin auch gefangen. Also jedes Mal, wenn ich Pinterest aufmache, ist dann so die latest Chrome von Instagram da und immer ein bisschen was mit Community Design. Und ich komme aus Forschungsteams von Peter, wir haben dann manchmal ein bisschen drüber nachgedacht, wie kommt man da eigentlich wieder raus, wenn man in dieser, wenn man in so einer Art von Fatigue bei sich selber wahrnimmt und merkt, wir haben gar keine Fuzziness mehr, wir bekommen keinen Input von außen rein, alles ist hermetisch auf mich zurückgewickelt. Wenn ihr das jetzt hochskaliert und an eure Unternehmen denkt, also an die Unternehmen, in denen ihr irgendwie teilhabt, wie denkt ihr, wird das in der Zukunft dieser Arbeit möglich sein, noch über den Tellerrand hinaus zu gucken, wenn die Tools sich immer spitzer auch auf uns dann wieder einstellen?
Also ich
vielleicht noch ergänzend, sorry, wenn ich das noch sagen darf, es ist ja auch eine ästhetische, sich immer weiter auf ein Thema einschießen, in einer Blase sein, ne? Also jetzt nicht nur auf der individuellen Ebene, sondern in der Ästhetik. Ne?
Absolut. Also ich glaube, das sind ganz viele Punkte drin, die es meiner Meinung nach einfach auch zu beachten gilt, wenn man etwas designt, wo AI in irgendeiner Art und Weise eine Rolle spielt. Ne? Also ich glaube, man muss sehr transparent sein, dem Nutzer klarzumachen, warum und was ist eigentlich jetzt AI gesteuert und warum wird dir das angezeigt, was du da hast. Und man müsste sicherlich auch die Möglichkeit bieten, da wieder so ein Opt-out zu machen, ne? Dass du die Präferenzen, die du irgendwie festgelegt hast oder die das System lernt über dein Verhalten, auch mal wieder geresettet werden können oder gestört werden können. Ne? Und darüber auch eine Transparenz herzustellen, weil ansonsten ist es schlechtes Design, was sonst dahinter steckt. Manchmal natürlich auch absichtlich, weil Leute eher zum Kauf-Conversion verführt werden oder zum bestimmten Verhalten. Aber das sehe ich eine große Verantwortung von uns Designern, diesen Nachhaltigkeitsgedanken damit reinzubringen und uns klar sein, mit welcher Verantwortung wir doch so mächtige Tools bedienen. Ne? Und als Facebook damals gegründet wurde, hat wahrscheinlich keiner gedacht, dass damit eine amerikanische Wahl gewonnen wird, entgegen aller Prognosen. Ne? Aber das ist nämlich genau die Folge, dass man sich über die Spätfolgen dessen, was man da im Design noch zu wenig Gedanken gemacht hat.
Das ist meine kleine Follow-up-Frage. Ist es dann einfach eine Haltungsfrage, die wir klären müssen und die dann sozusagen an die Unternehmen und Tools, die wir nutzen, herangeführt wird? Weil ich habe nicht das Gefühl, dass jetzt, also Facebook, das wissen wir, aber Pinterest auch nicht unbedingt das Interesse hat, mir zu zeigen, welche Daten sie jetzt seit 4, 5 Jahren über mich gesammelt haben, damit ich einen bestimmten Datensatz löschen kann. Also so ein bisschen, da widersprechen sich auch die unternehmerischen Modelle ja mit meinen vielleicht
Ja, aber das ist eben genau das, wo man sagt, dass da gibt es einfach, sag ich mal, ethische Grenzen, da gibt es ja auch einen ganzen Diskurs drumherum um dieses Thema. Und als Designer, wo man ja, sag ich mal, genau an der Stelle sitzt, wo sich neue Services gebaut werden und sich ausgedacht werden, sollte man eben auch die Verantwortung annehmen und in den Dialog gehen, auch mit Kunden oder Auftraggebern, was bedeutet das eigentlich, und für sich selber auch eine rote Linie ziehen, bis wohin mache ich mit oder eben nicht.
Ich glaube, was vielleicht nochmal kurz relevant ist, um das da hinzuzufügen an der Stelle ist, es geht ja nicht, an diesem Punkt geht es erstmal gar nicht so sehr um die AI. Also wenn wir von diesem Phänomen sprechen, was du gerade so beschrieben hattest, also eigentlich ein selbstverstärkendes System, sondern das liegt ja im Kern einfach daran, welche Zielvariable setze ich. Und wenn meine Zielvariable ist, der soll möglichst lange da unterwegs sein. Und wenn das statistisch so ist, dass Leute möglichst lange auf der Plattform unterwegs sind, wenn sie immer denselben Kram eigentlich lesen und immer nur weiter bestärkt werden, dann ist klar, also ich glaube, das ist das Problem. Das Problem liegt gar nicht so sehr in der AI, sondern liegt einfach in der Zielvariable, die da gewählt wird. Und wenn die Zielvariable ist, möglichst lange auf einer Plattform einfach Aufmerksamkeit zu halten, und wenn viele Menschen auch so ticken, dass die Aufmerksamkeit gehalten wird, indem ich ihnen eigentlich immer dasselbe sage, dann also ich glaube, daran liegt das Problem. Man bräuchte einfach eine andere Form von Plattform, auf der man sagt, hey, ich gebe dir nicht den Content, den du schon 1000-mal gesehen hast, aber komm, hier ist nochmal in grün, da ist dasselbe Ding nochmal in gelb und hier nochmal in rot, sondern dass man sagt, ich recommende auf die Person gar nicht die closest items, also das, was am nächsten da dran steht, sondern ich recommende immer wieder aus komplett anderen Bubbles mal was rein.
Also, möchtest du noch dazu sagen?
Ich kann ergänzen, ich glaube, das ist, was ihr sagt, ist ja die Vorbereitung eigentlich, oder du sagst mit drin, es ist auch eine gesellschaftliche Frage. Ne? Also mit welcher Haltung gehen wir als Gesellschaft mit dem Thema AI um? Und welche Ansprüche stellen wir an Unternehmen, an uns selber am Ende auch, weil wir ja auch in diesen Unternehmen arbeiten. Und das geht ja, also die Felder, die du beschrieben hast, das geht dann ja noch weiter in Richtung dann Racial Profiling und so weiter und so fort. Da gibt es ja so ganz, ganz viele Komponenten, wenn es um Kreditzusagen geht und solche Geschichten, wo man eben sehr klar gucken muss, wie trainiert man eine AI, welche Felder macht man auf, wo grenzt man auch Dinge ein und eben wie gehen wir als Menschen, als Gesellschaft damit um und wie stehen wir dazu?
Jetzt will ich nicht Themen abschneiden, aber wir wollen uns ja ein bisschen um dieses Kreativthema kümmern. Ne? So, was passiert da? Und da sind eben jetzt Credit Scores und so weiter auch natürlich interessant, aber die spielen jetzt ja nicht direkt mit rein. Die Frage, die ich so ein bisschen hätte im Anschluss an das, was du gerade sagtest, ist das nicht, also selbst wenn du jetzt irgendwie sagst, ich will da störende Dinge mal zeigen und vorschlagen, ne? So, ist das nicht ein systemimmanentes Problem, dass jedes Modell mit Daten trainiert werden muss und innerhalb dieses Datensatzes logischerweise gefangen ist? Mithin also ich in der Regel, wenn ich jetzt zum Beispiel irgendeine Art von Recommendation haben möchte bei Pinterest, ist ja so ein Inspirationstool im Grunde genommen, ja, so, wenn also dort immer die gleichen Datensätze wieder zum Training genutzt werden, dann komme ich ja nie in etwas, was man Sprunginnovation nennen würde, ne? Also wo jetzt plötzlich was völlig anderes zustande kommt. Und das ist ja das, was man von Kreativen eigentlich regelmäßig erwartet, dass sie Dinge umkontextualisieren, dass sie sagen, ich nutze den grünen Anzug, der weiß ich nicht, und ich bringe den in einen anderen Kontext und plötzlich ist es ein Statement, was jetzt plötzlich nicht mehr ein Handwerker-Overall ist, sondern ein Mode-Item oder so. Ne? Das ist eine typische Umkontextualisierung. Kann das eine Maschine, die eigentlich trainiert ist mit Daten und aus dieser Falle, aus dieser Blase selber ja nicht rauskommt?
Also es gibt im Prinzip, also hier wurden gerade zwei Themen, glaube ich, ein Stück weit in der Frage ein bisschen miteinander vermischt. Wir haben den einen Part, da können wir sehen, ja, die KI ist immer mit Daten trainiert, sie kann immer aus den Daten das rauslesen und kann dann das, was aus den Daten gelernt wurde, diese Zusammenhänge, ich würde sagen, sehr gut reproduzieren. Genau. So, das ist der eine Bereich. Aber nicht jede Kreativität ist ja was komplett Neues, sondern oftmals besteht sie eben darin, dass ich unterschiedliche Dinge neu und anders miteinander kombiniere. So, also das, was wirklich immanent Neues, kann eine KI mehr oder minder per Definition nicht schaffen. Aber sie kann unterschiedliche Dinge, die man so vorher noch nie miteinander getan hatte und irgendwie vermischt hat, kann sie natürlich wunderbar aufeinander matchen. Und da kann ich wieder sagen, geht es vor allem darum, was ist die Zielvariable im Rahmen der KI. Und wenn die KI als Zielvariable hat, recommende einfach closest items, so, dann bin ich immer wieder im selben Raum. Aber ich kann das natürlich auch auflösen. Ich kann sagen, hier ist irgendwie ein Pot an Themen, ja, irgendwie ein Pool, hier ist ein Pool, recommende mir mal was Ungewöhnliches auf das, wo ich hier gerade bin. Ja. Recommende mir mal eine ungewöhnliche Farbe auf, weiß ich nicht, den Stuhl, auf den Boden, whatever. Also ich glaube, es ist primär eben eine Frage der Zielvariable, die ich da aufstelle und weniger eigentlich der KI als Methodik.
Mhm. Also glaube ich auch nicht. Ich glaube auch, Sprunginnovation aus einer KI heraus zu erwarten, ist auch der falsche Ansatz. Ne? Also wenn man über Produkte für Menschen oder Services für Menschen geht man immer erstmal von Menschen aus. Da kann KI einem allerdings sehr gut unterstützen, wenn man sagt, wir müssen bestimmte Experimente machen auf Annahmen, wo wir glauben, dass das ist das richtige Konzept auf die Insights, die ich da jetzt gewonnen habe. Ne? Da kann das unterstützen, es sehr viel schneller und effektiver zu machen und das Ding zu optimieren. Ich meine, in der Konstruktionswelt wird es heute auch schon so gemacht, ne? Dass irgendwelche architektonischen oder statischen Modelle optimiert werden, wie es sich der beste Ingenieur nicht ausgedacht hätte, aber auf Basis der vielen Daten, die dann eben sozusagen die AI trainiert haben, geht es ja auch. Und dann findet man auf einmal auch wieder ein innovatives Produkt, aber man hat das Produkt nicht neu erfunden, sondern vielleicht die Optimierung der Konstruktion dieses Produktes. Ne? Und so spielen die Dinge zusammen. Ich glaube, so sollten wir es auch betrachten. Als Hilfsmittel, als weiteren Stift in der Box, den wir jetzt haben. Und dann ist es cool.
Vermutlich ist es ja auch so, dass man, und das könnten wir jetzt noch gemeinsam mal tun, wegkommen muss von diesem homogenen Begriff Kreativität. Denn letztlich, also zumindest in meiner Wahrnehmung und Arbeitspraxis ist es ja so, das ist ja eine Abfolge von Schritten, die teilweise sequenziell, aber teilweise auch parallel irgendwie zu erledigen sind. Und da ist eben Research mal ein wichtiger Aspekt und dann gibt es, was weiß ich, Inspiration, ein anderer wichtiger Aspekt. Bitte?
Fehler,
können wir gleich noch drauf zu sprechen kommen. Und dann eben das tatsächliche Generieren von Dingen, predictable generieren, einfach neue Formate machen, unpredictable, irgendwas Neues dazu rühren in diese Soße sozusagen. Wollt ihr darüber noch mal ein bisschen sprechen, über diese verschiedenen Schritte, die da eine Rolle spielen? Der letzte Schritt ist ja die Distribution und da kommt ihr ja dann letztlich ins Spiel. Eben dann kommt wieder dieses Personalisierungsthema auf den Tisch und so weiter. Weiß ich nicht.
Können wir gerne. Ich bin ja der Berater, deswegen spreche ich jetzt als erstes über Kreation.
Ja, genau, sehr gut.
Ja, aber also ich glaube, was man vielleicht immer noch mal wieder sich vor Augen führen muss, es gibt ja nicht diese eine AI, die einen Agenturbetrieb plötzlich bestreitet. Ne? Also wir haben an ganz vielen unterschiedlichen Stellen gibt es intelligente Lösungen, intelligente Tools, die eingesetzt werden können. Also alleine daraus glaube ich, das muss man immer wieder vor Augen führen, es wird nicht diesen einen Kreativprozess geben, der irgendwie über eine AI abgedeckt wird, sondern ganz im Gegenteil, wir haben eine so heterogene Joblage ja auch bei uns und ganz unterschiedliche Themen, die immer wieder auftauchen in ganz unterschiedlichen Formen, sodass es eben, finde ich, toll ist, wenn wir die Möglichkeit haben, uns an unterschiedlichen Stellen, sei es über Targeting-Logiken nachzudenken, sei es eben über Output-Logiken, über Formate, wie auch immer mal wieder schlaue Tools mit zur Unterstützung zu holen. Aber es gibt eben nicht diese eine AI, die so einen gesamten Agenturbetrieb übernehmen kann. Aber an der Stelle höre ich als Berater auf und sprich. Martin, da.
Nein, ich glaube, ich habe das meiste dazu ja schon gesagt. Ne? Also AI im Kreativprozess, nenne ich es jetzt mal, assistierend, kann mal was anregen. Es gibt jede Menge Tools, die es heute gibt. Google ganz vorne dran, die wir natürlich alle täglich benutzen. Da steckt überall AI dahinter. Ne? Und Google versucht ja auch aus unseren Intents die richtigen Ergebnisse abzuleiten, die richtigen Bilder zu schicken und dieses und jenes, was ja alles wieder Trigger sind, um sozusagen den Horizont zu erweitern und nochmal ein anderes Konzept zu finden. Ne? Und da ist ja im Kreativen jedes Mittel recht, sage ich jetzt mal. Ne? Und manchmal kriegt man Ergebnisse, die man nicht erwartet hat, aber dadurch kommt wieder der nächste Gedanke. Wobei ich das schon so sehe, im Bereich, wo wir arbeiten, ist es schon sehr stark aus den Insights, die wir gewinnen in Interviews mit unseren Zielgruppen und so weiter, ist ein bisschen anders, wie, sage ich mal, die geniale Kreatividee zu haben, die vielleicht in der Kommunikation manchmal noch existiert als Mythos, dass sie so passiert.
Die auf Störungen vielleicht basiert. Ne?
Unter Umständen Störungen sind
genau.
uns auch wichtig, aber ich würde mal sagen, das, was wir tun, das ist schon sehr harte Arbeit, wo sehr viele unterschiedliche Disziplinen und diverse Köpfe zusammen dran arbeiten. Du machst diese Dinge nicht allein, da spielen viele Leute mit und jeder hat was beigetragen zu den kleinen Bausteinen, wie sich solche Dinge aufbauen über die Zeit. Ne? Und wenn der AI auch mit am Tisch sitzt und damit stört, dann ist auch gut.
Vielleicht noch ein anderer Aspekt, den wir noch nicht so besprochen haben, ist ja die Frage, wenn diese mächtigen Werkzeuge jetzt da sind und immer leichter zu benutzen sind, dann kann ja, und das passiert ja, meine Mutter, die ist über 80, die macht ja Fotomanipulationen, die könnte ich ja überhaupt nicht selber überhaupt ins Auge fassen, das würde ich gar nicht schaffen. Ja, so. Und im Grunde genommen ist es ja so, dass man sehen kann, dass der größte derzeitige Aufmerksamkeitsmagnet heißt ja TikTok und der wird bespielt zu, ich würde denken, 99,9% von Laien, von Amateuren und nicht etwa von uns Professionals. Was fällt euch dazu ein? Also wenn demnächst der Kunde nicht mehr dich anruft und sagt, ich bräuchte mal ein Artwork oder irgendwie dies und jenes, sondern seine App anwirft, was dann?
Da habe ich keine Angst vor, das wird nicht passieren. Also ich kenne das, als das iPhone rauskam, hieß es ja auch schon, man kann auch jetzt einfach Filme mit iPhones machen und alles ist gut. Nee, also ich glaube nicht, dass...
Das machen die ja bei TikTok. Also,
ja, aber also, sie rufen uns an und bitten uns, TikTok-Creator zu organisieren. Das ist erstmal noch die gute Situation. Ich glaube, ich glaube, am Ende wird es einen Punkt geben und da tun sich dann, also wenn es gerade in so in die Laien-Richtung in Anführungsstrichen geht, ich habe das tiefe Verständnis davon, dass eine Marke sich an allen Kontaktpunkten selbstähnlich anfühlen muss. Und ich brauche eine Marken- und Kommunikationskompetenz. Und wenn ich die nicht habe und nicht sortiert bekomme, dann kann ich, also das kriege ich über irgendwelche Creator, über Menschen, die mal eben etwas selber machen, bekomme ich das nicht hin. Ich finde, wenn man sich alleine mal anschaut, abonniert mal ein paar Newsletter und guckt euch an, was ihr da teilweise bekommt, auch von großen Marken. Und da sieht man, dass ganz viele Dinge komplett lieblos gemacht werden oder das macht dann irgendwie eine Praktikantin oder wer auch immer oder ein Praktikant mit. Und das funktioniert nicht. Das ist kein professionelles Produkt. Und nochmal, ich glaube, ja, das bin ich streitfähig. Aber ich glaube, dass KI-getriebene Tools ganz, ganz viel unterstützen können und auch ganz viel Enablement schaffen, auch bei Menschen, die vielleicht Contents produzieren, also Content Creator und Co. ist etwas, womit wir ja sehr, sehr viel arbeiten, aber eben auch da haben wir zum Beispiel ganz, ganz viele auch Korrekturelemente wieder drin, um einen Markenfit sicherzustellen. Und von daher habe ich da erstmal relativ wenig Angst, dass das einen Agenturjob ersetzt oder zumindest den Job von Kommunikationsprofis. Es ist ja egal, ob man die Agentur nennt oder ob es eine Unternehmensberatung sind mit Kreativabteilung und so weiter, aber Profis, die sich mit der Kommunikation von Marken auseinandersetzen, glaube ich, wird das an der Stelle nicht ersetzen.
Okay, aber wenn ich dich ein bisschen, darf ich kurz challengen darf, also wir hatten jetzt heute ja den Andreas Stiegler von Strichpunkt, eine CI-Agentur in Stuttgart, und die haben ja ein algorithmusbasiertes System, bei dem der Niederlassungsleiter in Kuala Lumpur sich selber eine 100% CI-compliant Anzeige bauen kann. Also zu sagen, eine Marke kann nicht parametrisiert werden und diese Parameter können nicht in einen prozeduralen Algorithmus eingebaut werden, das würde ich jetzt mal bezweifeln. Das mag jetzt, du magst sagen, das ist jetzt aber eine sehr unkomplexe Sache, weil da muss ja nur der goldene Schnitt eingehalten werden und so weiter. Okay, aber wir sind jetzt auch erst das Jahr 22 und nun nicht das Jahr 32 und so weiter. Also bei solchen starken Aussagen bin ich ehrlich gesagt ein bisschen vorsichtig geworden.
Aber das sind jetzt, glaube ich, zwei verschiedene Themen. Ne? Das eine Thema, woher du kamst, war ja durch den heutigen Einsatz von Artificial Intelligence in sehr vielen Programmen und Technologien sind auf einmal Dinge möglich, wo man früher die absoluten Vollprofis brauchte. Genau, ne? Ja. Also jedes Foto aus dem iPhone heute hat die Qualität, da müsste ich vor ein paar Jahren noch unendlich viel Geld hinlegen, sehr viel Post-Production, um so ein Bild hinzukriegen. Und das ruft dann eben und das sind verschiedene Phänomene, die zusammenspielen. Das eine ist die Demokratisierung von Produktionsmitteln, eben durch Unterstützung von AI. Das andere ist natürlich die weltweiten Social Networks, TikTok, Instagram und so weiter. Und jetzt kommt also für die Greater Economy erstmal möglich machen. Eine Economy wird jetzt vor allem daraus, wenn das ganze Thema NFT demnächst noch mehr an Flughöhe annimmt, weil dann sozusagen auch eine Direktvermarktung und ganz andere Businessmodelle möglich sind. Und ich finde es höchst spannend, was dort passiert. Und es setzt natürlich jetzt so ein Agenturmodell jetzt erstmal nicht sofort unter Druck, aber ich glaube, da sollte man genau hinschauen und mal überlegen, wie umarmt man das eigentlich am besten, weil auch Marken entwickeln sich weiter, Touchpoints entwickeln sich weiter, Zielgruppen fragmentieren sich immer mehr. Von daher wird man auch nicht mehr alles über das CI-Handbuch erschlagen können. Die Zeit ist eh vorbei. Von daher finde ich das eigentlich super, dass KI so eine Creator-Scene auf einmal ermöglicht und sichtbar macht.
Ja, aber da muss ich kurz, bevor da ein falsches Bild entsteht, dass wir solche Entwicklungen umarmen müssen, das ist selbstverständlich. Dass wir eine völlig veränderte Produktionswelt draußen haben, Distributionswelt, dass wir Marken an vielen Stellen deutlich anders auch inszenieren, als wir es in der Vergangenheit gemacht haben, auch völlig klar. Aber ich glaube, wir dürfen die Sachen nicht vermischen, weil du sagtest ja eben, es gibt draußen Menschen, die produzieren Inhalte, können die das zukünftig quasi, machen die das autark, also läuft das dann ausschließlich über die und nicht mehr über Agenturen, versus kann ich ein Design-Manual so digitalisieren oder so automatisieren, dass ich bestimmte Distributionsprodukte wie eine Anzeige, wie Banner etc. bekomme. Also, dass ich
wir sind ein bisschen schnell über die verschiedenen
also
Themen
darüber. Das ganze Thema Delivery, völlig klar. Das kann ich hochautomatisiert vorantreiben. Und ich finde es auch gut, wenn das in Teilen auch wirklich in der Kundenexekution zum Beispiel selber gelöst werden kann. Was macht auch, also ganz ehrlich, auch aus einer Agenturperspektive, es macht gar keinen Sinn, dass der Kunde die Agentur anruft, die macht dann wieder was. Aber ich bin der Meinung, dass, da bin ich echt von überzeugt, dass die Lösung nicht darin liegt, und das heißt aber nicht, dass ein Agenturmodell, so wie es heute dasteht, sagen wir mal, auf dauerhaft genau so bleibt. Aber ich glaube nicht, dass die Lösung darin liegt, dass viele Menschen autonom irgendetwas erzeugen, sondern ich brauche diesen Zusammenhalt der Marke. Ich brauche das Orchestrieren von Kontaktpunkten. Ich brauche das Aufeinander abstimmen von Kontaktpunkten. Ich brauche das Journey Management. Und das ist durch eine KI sehr schwer abzudenken. Schauen wir mal, wie es in ein paar Jahren aussieht. Aber an der Stelle greifen Agenturen sehr, sehr stark rein. Das kann sich verändern im Arbeitsmodell, das kann sich auch im Namensmodell verändern, aber es braucht in irgendeiner Form dieses Management von den ganzen, ganz unterschiedlichen Kontaktpunkten, die draußen sind, und auch da ein Qualitätslevel, was gehalten werden muss. Und da bin ich zumindest, was die nächsten 5 Jahre betrifft, noch relativ entspannt, dass das draußen im Markt noch nicht in der Breite umgesetzt wird. Aber sicher, es gibt viele Themen und Phänomene, da muss man als Agentur draufschauen. Also bei uns steht digitaler Optimismus auf der Fahne. Wir müssen da reingucken, weil sich eben die Dinge verändern. Und ich habe angefangen, ich habe schon gesagt, mit Mailings. Das kriegt jetzt wieder eine Renaissance, ganz interessant. Ich habe noch eine Studie gesehen, wo Mailings werden gelesen. Wahnsinn, das war früher mal anders. Aber natürlich müssen wir uns die Dinge anschauen und müssen gucken, was passiert da draußen und wie können wir es auch für uns nutzen.
Ja, nochmal Entschuldigung, das war wirklich, der es ein bisschen arg schnell gemacht hat. Ich glaube schon auch, dass es Aufgaben gibt, die Menschen eben privilegiert erledigen können. Und das sind eben sehr komplexe kulturelle Kontexte zu verstehen. Und darin, glaube ich, besteht eigentlich die Fähigkeit, das ist ja auch das, Martin, wo du drauf, glaube ich, abhebst, ne? Einfach Insights generieren über Bedürfnislagen, über Kontexte, kulturelle Kontexte und da hinein interessante Lösungen zu bieten oder zu entwickeln. Andererseits ist es so, wir haben das jetzt auch in unseren Workshops heute wieder gesehen, die Leute sind halt wirklich baff, ne, obwohl sie teilweise das schon mal gesehen haben, welche Qualität der Output haben kann. Und für uns in unserem RxDesign-Team heißt die hohe Qualität nicht, dass wir glauben, dass Menschen dadurch überflüssig werden, Professionals überflüssig werden, aber wenn sie nicht lernen, mit diesen Tools umzugehen, dann werden sie überflüssig werden, und zwar garantiert. Und diese Tools schaffen einem ja die Möglichkeit, viel schnellere Iterationen auch zu haben. Das ist der entscheidende Punkt in meiner Sicht. Da kommt ja auch diese kreative Eskalation, diese Beschleunigung zustande. Ne? Jeder von uns kennt das. Man hat irgendwie ein Artwork über Tage, hat man daran gearbeitet und dann schläft man drüber und am nächsten Morgen guckt man drauf und denkt, eigentlich ist es ja Mist. Ne? So, aber jetzt irgendwie zu sagen, dann trete ich es in die Tonne und fange nochmal von vorne an, das schafft ja fast keiner, weil er eben dann schon so viel investiert hat. Wenn das aber auf Fingerschnipp rauskommt, dann habe ich natürlich viel mehr Freiheit, da auch ein Judgment zu haben, was eben realistisch ist. Ne? So, und nicht,
macht den Job aber nicht einfacher.
Macht ihn nicht einfacher, genau.
Die Rolle vom Kreativisten ist sehr stark Kurator und Entscheider. Ne? Und wenn sag ich mal, der Möglichkeitsraum größer wird dessen, was man eigentlich alles machen kann, dann wird es nicht einfacher mit der Entscheidung. Das ist die Qual der Vielfalt. Das heißt, man braucht eigentlich noch ein klares Verständnis, was man eigentlich möchte oder auf was das Narrativ nachher basieren soll, um die Entscheidung treffen zu können. Also von daher finde ich es auch ganz spannend, weil das kann auch ganz schnell gute von schlechten Kreativdirektoren unterscheiden.
Ja, absolut. Genau, richtig. Genau. Ja, gibt es noch Fragen oder Anregungen, über was wir uns hier noch unterhalten könnten im Publikum? Es ist ja erfreulicherweise so, dass wir jetzt hier auch wieder ein paar Leute haben, die ebenfalls den Wert des persönlichen Treffens wieder hochschätzen. Wir haben auf jeden Fall noch ein paar Minuten, die wir hier gemeinsam sprechen können. Auch deswegen, weil unser nächster Gast, nämlich die Claudia Raphael, leider kurzfristig absagen musste, sodass wir jetzt eigentlich im Grunde genommen eine halbe Stunde Zeit haben, ehe wir dann später noch um 18:30 Uhr die Olga Chernsyheva, ich hoffe, ich habe das richtig ausgesprochen, von DressX aus Paris haben werden. Also, gibt es noch Fragen oder Gedanken, die ihr einbringen wollt? Es soll ja eine einigermaßen interaktive Veranstaltung hier auch sein. Dann gerne. Gibt es irgendetwas ich gucke mal, ob da jemand im Chat was fragt. Nee, das ist nicht der Fall. Dann Felix.
Du hattest gerade schon gesagt, dass es vielleicht zukünftig noch mehr gute Direktoren von schlechten unterscheiden könnte in so Kreativprozessen, wenn es mehr gibt, was man wählen kann, wie dann ausgewählt wird. Hast du vielleicht irgendwie das Gefühl, mit so einer Art von Schulterblick, die du sicherlich ja machen kannst in die Industrie der letzten Jahre, dass vielleicht schon Jobprofile aufgetaucht sind in Agenturmodellen, die da wie so eine Art Advisory vielleicht noch hierarchisch gar nicht gesehen werden, aber so schon funktionieren, also dass vielleicht Interns gesucht werden, die ein bisschen technischer drauf sind oder die genau diese Schnittstelle zwischen Kreation, Kreativität und Technikverständnis haben, vielleicht also ganz unterbewusst schon zu supplementieren, den Director, der vielleicht jetzt ja auch ein ganz anderes Mindset in sich zukünftig braucht?
Also ich glaube, vielleicht müssen zwei Fragen. Das eine ist, ich glaube, ein Director in dem Kontext von digitalem Design funktioniert, und das ist meine Erfahrung, so bin ich zumindest sozialisiert, schon mal anders, wie man das früher aus der Kommunikation oder aus der Werbung kannte, ne? Wo so die Junioren angetanzt sind, alle Ideen auf den Tisch gelegt und die wurden alle weggeschmissen, die war es dann, oder man musste bis nachts um 3 nochmal weitermachen. So funktioniert das im Digital-Design-Bereich nicht. Ne? Das funktioniert anders. Da bist du auch schon eher Advisor, Sparring-Partner, Connector und vor allem im agilen Arbeiten, wie wir heute sozusagen vornehmlich arbeiten, funktioniert das schon gleich gar nicht mehr, weil da die einzelnen Teams eine hohe Autonomie haben. Ne? Das ist dann eher Richtungen geben und ja, funktioniert da anders. Was du jetzt aber auch noch angesprochen hast, diese Schnittstelle zwischen Technologie oder eben neuen Technologien und Design und diesen verschiedenen Dingen, das meinte ich gerade vorhin, das zeichnet heute eben auch sehr stark die Rolle vom Designer aus und für uns sind natürlich die Leute am interessantesten, die wenn sie ins Design wollen, natürlich einen Design-Background mitbringen, aber eine hohe Affinität zu den angrenzenden Disziplinen auch haben. Ne? Also das sogenannte T-shaped People, die eben anbindungsfähig sind, sowohl in Richtung Technologie als auch in Richtung, was weiß ich, Strategie oder auch Business, aber dann vielleicht eine sehr tiefe Expertise in die eine oder andere Richtung haben. Umgekehrt erwarten wir das auch von Entwicklern. Ne? Wenn ein Entwickler nur sagt, sag mir, was ich programmieren soll, bevor das nicht eindeutig runterspezifiziert ist, fange ich das Denken nicht an, auch schwierig, ne? Weil natürlich auch der Blick eines Entwicklers im Kreativprozess durchaus wichtig ist, weil die nochmal eine Sichtweise auf die Dinge haben, was ein Produkt auch besser machen kann. Ne? Und die Kommunikation, Interaktion und Verständnis und gemeinsame Sprache zu finden, das ist total wichtig. Und da sehe ich dann vielleicht auch wieder sehr stark eine Aufgabe für den Director, auch genau diesen Prozess zu facilitieren, zu moderieren, dass dieses auch stattfindet und da auch sehr offen dafür zu sein. Ja.
Ja, ich würde gerne noch mal einen Blick in die Creator Economy werfen. Da tut sich ja momentan auch sehr, sehr viel. Ich sage mal Stichwort NFTs, Stichwort Smart Contracts. Und da würde mich mal interessieren, Thema Agenturen, hattet ihr damit schon Kontakt? Habt ihr da irgendwie Erfahrung mit? Was ist eure Einschätzung dazu?
Ja, wir finden das natürlich auch ein super spannendes Thema. Wir hatten auch, ein kleines Team bei uns hatte auch für die Mitarbeiter den ersten NFT bei uns in der Company kurz vor Weihnachten generiert, die Ugly Sweaters, die mit einem richtigen Minting-Event und so weiter dann auch distribuiert wurden, allerdings mehr so ein Learning by Doing Topic, um die Kolleginnen daran zu führen an dieses ganze Thema. Wir versuchen das natürlich dort, wo es Sinn macht im Moment, auch bei Kunden zu platzieren, für die das auch alles ein sehr neues Topic ist. Und das ist im Moment ja auch noch ein Topic, wo man nicht genau weiß, welche Richtung läuft es. Da passiert gerade viel im spekulativen Bereich. Es passieren aber unendlich interessante Dinge im ganzen Community-Bereich. Ne? Ich mache einmal im Monat so einen All-Hands-Call mit meinen Designern. Da werden wir am Mittwoch Bright Moments zu Besuch haben. So eine Decentralized Autonomous Art Organization aus Amerika, die gerade mit Crypto Citizens rund um die Welt, ja, so sehe ich mal, Städte verbindet und Community-Events generiert, um ganz neue Experiences zu schaffen, ne? Und das Thema in diese Richtung zum Beispiel treiben. Aber natürlich fragen uns jetzt auch die Kunden, wie gehen wir damit um? Da muss man erstmal einen Schritt zurückgehen, zu fragen, wo wollt ihr eigentlich überhaupt hin? Was ist überhaupt der strategische Ansatz? Ne? Es macht keinen Sinn, da jetzt irgendeinen
auch
NFT
dabei sein wahrscheinlich bei vielen.
Ja, aber es ist dabei sein, da kann man auch ganz schnell ganz viel an der Marke kaputt machen. Das will sehr wohl überlegt sein, wo man das platziert. Wir haben letztes Jahr ein Konzept einem Kunden präsentiert, das fanden alle großartig, aber dann hat die Muttergesellschaft von diesem Kunden gesagt, nee, das finden wir so gut, das dürft ihr nicht machen, das wollen wir für unsere Marke haben. Also das ist ein wilder Westen, der gerade passiert und ja, da wird sich auch noch viel Spreu vom Weizen trennen, glaube ich.
Also, kann ich mich 100% anschließen. Also wir testen uns in das Feld rein. Qua Agenturausrichtung müssen wir uns damit beschäftigen. Wir sind im Austausch mit Kunden dabei. Ich glaube, es ist ganz stark dieses... Es ist eine Mischung zwischen Wilder Westen und wir müssen irgendwas mit NFTs machen. Okay, warum, was habt ihr vor, in welcher Form, was ist die Konsequenz?
Fragen,
genau, ja, das ist dann so, oh, buh, wollen wir dann doch nicht mehr. Also wir sind mit einigen Kunden im Gespräch und gucken uns eben genau an, was sind so die Felder. Wir haben immer so, eigentlich bei den größeren Kunden bei uns immer so Innovationsfelder, wo wir sagen, okay, wir möchten zu bestimmten Themen, möchten wir uns einfach weiterentwickeln gemeinsam, wir wollen Dinge mal ausprobieren, was ist das, was wir uns in diesem Jahr vornehmen, was ist das, was wir austesten. Das sind so NFT, Metaverse generell ist auch so ein Thema. Das sind so die Felder, in denen wir da unterwegs sind und gucken, was kann man als Test-Cases bauen, was kann man als Testfelder aufmachen. Am Ende, glaube ich, muss man aber auch immer klar sagen, es geht dann ums Testen und ums Ausprobieren, weil wir in einer Phase sind, was du eben auch sagtest, wir wissen gar nicht, wohin geht das Ganze eigentlich und was ist da die Entwicklung. Und es hilft dabei zu sein, aber es ist halt wirklich auch mit vielen Kunden testen und neben der anfänglichen Begeisterung merkt man dann ganz oft dann doch, wir arbeiten für relativ große Unternehmen, große Marken, große Konzerne, dann kommt dann immer wieder diese Frage, wollen wir das jetzt wirklich machen? Und da stoppt es dann häufig.
Genau der Punkt, dass es muss schon eine klare Strategie dahinter stecken, warum man das etwa tut. Und es muss aber auch klar sein, dass NFT mehr ist als bunte Bildchen oder irgendwas mit Blockchain. Und ich glaube, dass man sich da, dass man eine strategische Herleitung braucht, warum und auch wissen will, wohin. Ja. Ne? Und dass das keine Eintagspflege ist, wir hauen jetzt mal so ein Ding raus und das war's dann. Und das muss dann schon ein bisschen einen größeren Gedanken und auch ein größeres Ökosystem am Ende des Tages eingebettet sein. Und da das Thema noch relativ neu ist, tun sich dann natürlich auch viele Kunden noch extrem schwer mit, weil da macht man erstmal Erwachsenenbildung, um überhaupt mal dieses Feld zu beschreiben, das verstanden wird, um was geht es da eigentlich.
Und es ist ja nicht top-down, also es ist ja keine top-down-Idee, sondern ja genau das Gegenteil. Ja. Und die Markendenke ist ja in der Regel top-down, ne? Also insofern, genau.
Das halt, also wo ich oft das Gefühl habe, weniger jetzt konkret bei den Kreativagenturen, genauso wenig konkret bei den Digitalagenturen, ganz unabhängig, wenn wir zusammen mit unseren Endkunden, also mit B2C-Unternehmen wirklich zusammenarbeiten, dann sehen wir ganz oft, dass eigentlich eine Vision fehlt, von wo will ich eigentlich genau, also ich kann das wirklich nur genauso bestätigen, wie es hier gerade gesagt wurde. Diese Vision fehlt ganz oft, von wo will ich eigentlich genau hin. Man sieht verschiedene Items, man sieht verschiedene Pflastersteine, die man für einen Weg benutzen könnte, ja, aber ich habe oft das Gefühl, man weiß gar nicht, wo der Weg eigentlich hinführen soll. So, und das sind eigentlich, glaube ich, die Gedanken, die man sich vor allem zuerst machen muss. Insbesondere auch im Hinblick auf Zielgruppen und so weiter und so fort. Ja? Also muss ich unbedingt die junge Zielgruppe ansprechen? Muss ich unbedingt eigentlich TikTok nehmen, weil es jetzt auch wieder so ein Beispiel war und so weiter und so fort. Wir haben es ganz oft in der Beratung, dass wir bei uns sagen, das spielt für dich einfach, ehrlich gesagt, überhaupt keine Rolle. Du musst da jetzt nicht unbedingt mitmachen. Ne? Das ist gerade eigentlich nicht so relevant. Ja, aber das sind ja, also was ich meine, das ist genau das, was ich meine. Man hat so bestimmte Pflastersteine, wo man das Gefühl hat, die müsste man jetzt unbedingt einbauen. Aber ich weiß gar nicht, ob man jeden Pflasterstein immer überall einbauen muss, sondern muss eher natürlich zusehen, wo will ich eigentlich langfristig hin. Zu der Frage davor wollte ich noch ganz kurz eine Antwort geben. Ich merke selber bei uns in der Kommunikation, dass was wahnsinnig fehlt, bestimmte Berufsfelder, ist vor allem der KI-Vermittler, der sie versteht, aber vor allem übersetzen kann in eine Sprache, die Gegenüber dann auch wiederum verstehen. Ne? Das sehe ich bei uns zumindest in unserem täglichen Doing, ist das ein Riesenproblem, dass wir wirklich echte KI-Experten haben und wir haben recht unbedarfte Kunden dann manchmal. So, ich will es jetzt gar nicht negativ formulieren, aber die eben mit dem Thema noch nicht so wahnsinnig viel in Kontakt standen. Und da entstehen manchmal Kommunikationshürden, die unglaublich schwer sind, dann noch wieder so aufzuheben, dass am Ende des Tages auch wirklich die gesamte Power des Ergebnisses, was man gerade vorgestellt hat, überhaupt noch vermittelt werden kann.
Oftmals viel zu hohe Erwartungen, ne, die also einfach auch falsch sind, falsch in der Kombination sind, nehme ich mal an. Ne?
Ja, genau. Also oft auch kommt man rein und sagt, ich bin Data Scientist, und dann denken die, man ist ein Zauberer irgendwie und hätten eine eierlegende Wollmilchsau in der Hosentasche oder so.
Aber das finde ich einen guten Punkt, weil das ist ja auch genau der Punkt, wenn man für KI designt, ne? Welche Erwartungen haben Leute an Siri, an Google Home und so weiter. Da war einfach das Erwartungsmanagement nicht richtig. Ne? Diese Tools sind schon sehr, sehr stark, aber jeder denkt, ich kann damit reden, wie wenn ich mit meinem Partner rede, und das ist halt dann erstmal nicht der Fall. Ne? Also genau, was du eben sagst, KI-Vermittler, was geht damit, sowohl zum Kunden, aber auch in den Überlegungen, wenn man etwas macht mit KI, was bedeutet das eigentlich? Wie manifestiert sich das gegenüber dem Nutzer, dass ihm bewusst ist oder ihr bewusst ist, mit was habe ich da eigentlich zu tun?
Genau.
Das ist bestimmt ein schöner kleiner Anlass, Absprungpunkt für mich für einen Werbebreak. Wir haben ja unsere AI Creative Kitchen und die bitte? Ja, nehme ich gleich mal die AI Creative Kitchen.
Nach der Werbung.
AI Creative Kitchen ist ja exakt das, dass wir versuchen, niedrigschwellig Menschen mal ein praktisches Tun mit Tools zu vermitteln oder anzubieten. Und auf diese Weise eben auch bei denjenigen, die dann später vielleicht in Agenturen oder sowas über solche Themen stolpern oder auf solche Themen angesprochen werden, ein viel realistischeres Bild irgendwie zu geben. Was ist eigentlich der Stand derzeit? Welches sind die Aufgaben? Was nimmt mir die AI ab? Wo erweitert sie mich? Augmentet sie mich? Und so weiter. Weil das sind diese vollkommen falschen theoretischen Themen, die da oft irgendwie im Kopf rumgeistern. Und zwar, wie ich finde, häufig ja nicht nur so ganz positiv, viel zu große Erwartungen, sondern eben auch viel zu stark kritische Fragen. Also ja, sicherlich irgendwann wird es auch eine AI geben, wo man noch ganz, ganz starke ethische Fragen dran knüpfen muss. Aber das ist im Moment häufig eigentlich wirklich nicht das Allerwichtigste, sondern das sind ganz viel banalere Probleme, mit denen man irgendwie zu tun hat. So, jetzt war das, glaube ich, Benjamin, ne? Genau.
Ich hätte noch eine ganz andere Frage, die zielt ab in Richtung so, KI kann halt dazu auch eingesetzt werden, um uns halt wirklich von den ganzen nervigen Aufgaben zu befreien, ob das jetzt irgendwie Layout-Erstellung ist oder was halt super viel auch Zeit in Anspruch genommen hat. So. Und wenn wir jetzt also so einen Agenturalltag haben oder einen Arbeitsalltag, wo wir quasi doppelt so viel, also wo wir sozusagen die Hälfte der Zeit einsparen, was würdet ihr sagen, wie sieht die Zukunft so aus, dass wir dann sagen, okay, cool, ich habe die Hälfte des Tages frei, oder heißt das, ich kann doppelt so viele Projekte schaffen?
Also,
Statistics says, du musst noch weiterarbeiten.
Also zum einen ist es so, es ist, würde ich mal sagen, ein ganz natürlicher Prozess, der da stattfindet, was die Verlagerung von bestimmten Aufgaben auf Maschinen oder irgendwelche Tools, die dann Preise im Markt bestimmen, dass bestimmte Geschäftsmodelle so gar nicht mehr denkbar sind. Ne? Das heißt aber nicht, dass man deshalb einen halben Tag auf der faulen Haut liegt oder man nur noch die Hälfte der Menschen braucht, definitiv nicht. Ich glaube, wir werden dahin kommen, einfach bessere Produkte zu bauen. Ne? Wir werden uns auf andere Dinge fokussieren. Ich sage immer unseren Designern, in welche Felder sie noch ausströmen sollen, weil ob du ein guter Layouter bist, das ist zwar toll, aber wird wahrscheinlich übermorgen gar nicht mehr so relevant sein. Das wird auch nicht mehr so relevant sein, weil Layouter mal von einer Smartwatch, da ist das Plakat nicht mehr relevant. Layoute für eine Alexa, die arbeitet mit Sprache. Wo bist du denn als Designer, wie du mit Sprache arbeiten könntest? Das heißt, da ist durchaus gefordert, sich auch als Designer ständig weiterzuentwickeln. Vorhin das ganze Thema Research benannt oder Experimente entwickeln. Alles Dinge, die am Ende des Tages helfen, bessere Produkte zu bauen und die aber viele dann erstmal gar nicht auf dem Zettel haben. Ne? Also man wird da durchaus wieder ein bisschen generalistischer. Ich habe auch nie verstanden, dass im Zuge der letzten 20 Jahre irgendwann gab es den UXler, den UIler, den Interaction Designer und so eine Fragmentierung, wie wenn es da so ein tayloristisches Prinzip geben würde, wie in der Fahrzeugfabrik. Das halte ich für totalen Quatsch. Von daher alles der AI geben, was man besser nicht mehr selber macht, weil langweilig und zu langsam, und sich auf die wirklichen Dinge konzentrieren. Bessere Ideen auch entwickeln, mehr Konzepte machen.
Absolut, ich glaube, dass wir heute, wir müssen viel mehr Flexibilität in dem haben, wie wir unseren Job jeweils sehen. Ne? Also das heißt, was du beschrieben hast, an vielen ganz unterschiedlichen Stellen immer mal wieder andocken und uns konzeptionell, gedanklich, inhaltlich in Richtung Ideenfindung einbringen, weil es eben diese klassische Inselbegabung, das kann eine AI super gut. Ne? Also alles, wo man in einem geschlossenen Raum ist, das ist mega, das kann eine AI hervorragend abdecken, aber diese Flexibilität, die unterschiedliche Felder zusammenzubringen, da wird's dann wieder blurry, also da habe ich nicht immer sofort eine Tool-Lösung. Und ich glaube, dass wir in unserem Job viel mehr Flexibilität haben müssen, das betrifft übrigens auch Kundenberater, ne? Einfach konzeptionell mitzuarbeiten, mitzudenken, Dinge mitzuentwickeln. Deswegen ist das Spannende erstmal und das Coole an einer Kommunikation, an einer Agenturwelt oder generell an einer Kommunikationswelt, aber eben diese Flexibilität braucht es. Und ich hätte nicht die Sorge, dass Menschen sich langweilen, offen gestanden, weil wir tendenziell eher immer die Herausforderung haben, dass wir mehr Köpfe, mehr Hirn, mehr Menschen brauchen. Und von daher, glaube ich, geht es wirklich darum, Effizienz zu schaffen bei den Dingen, die einfach nerven.
So, es gibt den letzten Last Call für eine Frage hier oder eine Anmerkung in einem Diskussionsbeitrag. Ja.
Es klingt so ein bisschen nach der eierlegenden Wollmilchsau, die immer mehr gefragt wird, die irgendwie T-shaped ist und in allen Bereichen
Also ich sehe das auch ein bisschen so, dass ich mal in der Ausbildung noch nicht unbedingt Rechnung getragen wird. Also in Ausnahmen natürlich schon. Und das hier sowas wie dieses AI-Lab oder so, was ihr da macht, gibt, finde ich schon mal ganz großartig. Ich halte es aber für notwendig. Das heißt allerdings jetzt nicht, dass ein Designer deshalb auch Programmierer sein muss. Das auch ist super, aber ein Designer muss anschlussfähig sein zu einem Programmierer und verstehen, was braucht diese Person und umgekehrt. Und wenn man dann eng mit so Leuten zusammenarbeitet, versteht man auch immer besser gegenseitig, was man tut. Und diese Offenheit und Lernfähigkeit, die sollte auf jeden Fall gegeben sein. Und wenn man im Digitalbereich arbeitet und sich nicht für darunterliegende Technologien interessiert, da muss man sich schon fragen, passt es denn alles so richtig? Ne? Dann kann man sich viele Dinge ausdenken. Ich finde aber immer sehr wichtig, ein End-to-End-Verständnis zu haben, das eben anfängt, dass man sich bewusst ist, dass es eine Strategie gibt oder eine Strategie mitentwickelt, aber auch weiß, was einen nachher im tiefsten Maschinenraum erwartet, wo irgendeine Vision, die man am Anfang hatte, sehr schnell zerbröselt gegenüber der Realität mit Technologien, Schnittstellen, Abteilungen, Daten und was weiß ich alles, das kennen wir alle, dass es da einen großen Unterschied gibt. Aber trotzdem Gedanken und Konzepte bis über die Torlinie zu retten, dafür zu kämpfen, das ist dann trotzdem geil, auch wenn es ein bisschen anders wird, wie man es sich ursprünglich ausgedacht hat. Und das geht eben nur, wenn man in so einem engen Verbund crossfunktional arbeitet und sich versteht. Und das lernt man auch über die Zeit und das auch auf jedem Projekt wieder anders.
Und ich glaube, die große Chance ist, dass alle, die jetzt in den Job kommen und jetzt ihre Ausbildung machen und lernen, dass die genau mit so einer Offenheit, mit so einem Mindset ja eigentlich auch rangehen und das sagen wir, von Anfang an miterleben. Ich glaube, dass es deutlich schwieriger ist bei Menschen, die sehr lange einen Job machen und sehr lange in einem Bereich gearbeitet haben, dass die plötzlich merken, oh, okay, das, was ich jetzt heute mache, kann irgendwann auch eine Maschine machen. Wohin entwickle ich mich jetzt? Also von daher bin ich da eigentlich sehr positiv, dass all das, was jetzt gerade entsteht und all die Menschen, die jetzt nachwachsen, dass die diese Offenheit und diese Flexibilität schon mitbringen, weil der Job eben einfach viel dynamischer und viel vielfältiger geworden ist über die letzten Jahre. Und alle, die etwas älter sind, in Anführungsstrichen, ich glaube, auch da ist es einfach wichtig, diese Offenheit zu haben und auch die Freude, mal was Neues auszuprobieren. Ne? So ein Optimismus halt auch mal irgendwo hinzuspringen und was auszuprobieren und vielleicht auch kurz sich eine blutige Nase zu holen, weil man lernt einfach auch unheimlich viel. Und das ist eher eine Mindset-Frage als eine fachliche Frage.
Aber ich würde mal sagen, jeder modernen digitalen Agentur oder Firma wird heute eigentlich so gearbeitet. Und man lernt es sehr schnell. Und jeder, der schon mal im Digitalbereich gearbeitet hat, ich tue es jetzt so lange wie Peter, weiß, dass jedes Jahr die Würfel inner gemischt werden und das anders aussieht. Also wenn man das sich nicht kontinuierlich weiterentwickelt, selber erfindet und neugierig bleibt und sich Sachen aneignet, dann ist man sowieso ganz schnell raus. Ne? Also, und das ist ja auch spannend. Es wird nie langweilig. Gar nie. Total. Ja.
Total.
Absolut. Absolut.
Ich würde da vielleicht noch gerne mal einen Satz hinzufügen. Ich glaube, man kann ganz gut sagen, es gibt nicht die eierlegende Wollmilchsau, es gibt Eier, Wolle, Milch und Sau. Ja? Also ich glaube, wahnsinnig vieles davon ist da, man muss es nur vernünftig orchestrieren können. Ja,
glaube ich auch.
Gut, das war doch ein, finde ich, ziemlich schönes, ich hoffe, das darf ich mal zitieren, also ein schöner Abschluss für diese Diskussionsrunde. Ich bedanke mich bei euch drei, dass ihr hierher gekommen seid und ich möchte sagen, dass wir jetzt eben in ungefähr einer Viertelstunde noch einen, so denke ich zumindest, Höhepunkt haben werden, nämlich dieses Unternehmen DressX, was wirklich ziemlich gehypt ist, würde ich mal sagen. Derzeit wird sich hier vorstellen, und zwar ist die Olga Chief Sustainability Officer von diesem Unternehmen und das ist ja, wenn wir über virtuelle Mode sprechen, durchaus ein interessanter Gedanke und dort bei DressX ist auch das Thema NFTs, glaube ich, recht aktiv. Ich bin gespannt, was sie uns berichten wird und wie gesagt, es geht um 18:30 Uhr los. Wir haben jetzt also eine Viertelstunde Pause und dann im Anschluss nach der Präsentation von DressX freue ich mich, wenn wir alle hier noch ein bisschen Bier trinken zusammen und die Diskussion, die wir jetzt hier begonnen haben, gemeinsam weiter fortsetzen. Ja?
Super, vielen Dank.
Vielen Dank.
And hello back again. This is the last presentation in our event HHai. We are a research group, AI X Design. We are coming from the department design in Hamburg of the Hamburg University of Applied Sciences. We have 1.5 days event behind us. And now we have Olga from DressX. Olga, please help me to pronounce your family name. I don't dare to do it. Maybe you can jump in on that. I'm really very, very happy that we managed to get Olga here as a speaker. Why? Because DressX is certainly one of the hippest companies in the AR space these days, for sure. But then also because it is so important for us that we are not only focusing on one or another trade of creative work. It's not about architecture, it's not about music, it's not about UX design, graphic design, photography. It's about all of this, and fashion obviously is one of the most important aspects in that. Olga, for your information, we already had today a speaker from a company called Flix, and what they are doing, maybe you know them, but they are in a completely different space. Yes, it's fashion. They have virtual photo shootings. So you provide them with real clothes, and then they put it on a virtual model and create this out of that. And you are somehow exactly the opposite. You have virtual clothes and you put those on real people. Olga, the stage is yours. We are very, very happy to have you here.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. I can imagine that you're already tired after 1.5 days of speakers. So I'll try to be as quick and animated and visual as possible, because DressX is, yes, it's definitely about visual and how we can present the fashion industry in the digital space, and to help the creators to create using our solutions. So yes, DressX was created as an answer to the overconsumption and overproduction in the fashion industry, and understanding that creators, influencers, and people who spend a lot of time on social media need clothes, not so much to have it physically, but to be able to create a content. Plus, the idea of DressX came up during the pandemic, the COVID outbreak, when we all were locked down in our homes and people still needed to create a content and entertain their community. So basically, this is how DressX has been created, and we launched in July 2020. So what we provide, we have 2 streams in our activity. We work with B2C clients, and for them we are providing solutions such as digital photo dressing. So, and this is how we started DressX. When someone needs a photo for the social media, we can provide an interesting digital outfit for this photo. So for example, here you can see on the left-hand side the photo shoot which has been done. And on the right-hand side, this person is wearing already the digital fashion, the digital garment. And you probably won't be able to identify that it's a digital garment, but it's one photo, multiple looks using digital fashion. Then, for example, this is another implementation of our solution. So this is how it's actually working. And if you would like to buy the digital fashion, if you want to be the customer of the digital fashion, you go to our website, DressX.com. You look at the library of the digital garments we are providing, and it looks like pretty the normal fashion online store. But the difference is that when you order the look on DressX website, you have to provide your photo. You have to attach the photo which you would like us to use to get where we're going to put the digital look on you. And you don't receive any physical items. Within 24 hours, you receive your photo back with the digital look on it. So we can't say that you're buying the digital look itself. We are providing you the photo look. This is what you're paying for, the photo look. So when you decided that you want to put this photo on you, on another photo, but the same look, you still have to go to the website, you still have to do the order to attach the new photo and to pay the same price, the full initial price. So this is the difference with the physical orders. And this is another example of how it can be, how can it look. For brands, for example, we are providing such solution. It's like digital marketing campaign. So when we are digitizing the collection or some part of the collection for the brand, and we can create the marketing campaign purely digital. And you can see here that we did the video dressing of the digital garments. Why it can be done, why it can be interesting for the brands, is just because the pure digital marketing campaign can save a lot of resources. At the beginning, I told you that DressX was created as an answer to the overproduction and the overconsumption in the fashion industry. Well, I'm a Chief Sustainability Officer at DressX. I joined the team from the very beginning, from the launch of this project and from this company, and I calculated the carbon footprint from the fashion industry. United Nations called the fashion industry one of the most polluted industries in the world, and because of the sending samples back and forward, sending physical garments to all the influencers all around the world, and they make just only one photo using this garment, and then probably that garment somehow end up on the landfill. Digital fashion actually reduces the carbon footprint from the fashion industry by 97% on the production. So in average, on the production on the digital garment, we emit 90% carbon footprint less than in the production of the physical garment. So for example, let's extrapolate and let's say that we can replace 1%, totally 1% of the production of the physical garments completely. We stop producing them physically and we're producing them digitally. In this case, annually, we can save the carbon footprint from the production of physical garments equals to the carbon footprint of the annual carbon footprint of Denmark, which is huge. And we're talking about just only 1%. DressX, when we launched, we found the research of the Barclays Bank on the customer behavior, and they found out that 9% of the clothes which are people buying is only for the content creation. So can you imagine if we replace not 1% of the physical production, but all 9%? What the environmental impact can we make with the digital fashion? So one of the ways how brands can implement the digital fashion, if they're scared to go straight away and create the digital collections, they can implement it on the step of the purely digital marketing campaign. And we had this campaign with Farfetch, where it was a capsule collection, including such brands as Dolce & Gabbana, Nanushka, and Palm Angels. And we had 40 garments in that campaign. And my calculations showed that we were able to save 2.5 tons of carbon footprint on this marketing campaign, which is, let's imagine that you charge your iPhone, well, smartphone, during 25 years for 10 hours. So the carbon footprint emission equivalent. And like I say, digital fashion can be a very good solution for the content creators, because you take one photo and you put multiple looks and the photo looks differently. So basically, this is our process. We can work with 3D designers, and in this case, they provide us already ready to use digital asset, which we can apply to our customers' photos. We can work with brands who has physical lines, and using their photos, we can digitize their garments and create digital twins of physical assets. We don't need even to see the garments physically. We need just only the photos of them. Or we can work with the sketches and some ideas and references and create creative solution, a design solution for the brand, and create the digital asset. And like I say, then we put this digital asset on the client's photo, and then the client can receive back the photo and can share all across the social media, use as profile photo in LinkedIn or anywhere else. Another solution which we are providing, and we launched our app a year after the launch of DressX, and our app is the one and only destination for the, let's call it, digital fast fashion, digital mass market. Because with our app, you can get instant gratification of the digital fashion. So all you need to do, you just need to upload our app on your phone. We have iPhone and Android versions. So DressX, you install it on your phone, you open it, and you have the gallery of digital looks, which you can apply, which you can use and create the content straight, like in real time. You can make the photo, you can make a video, and you can save it in your wardrobe, which I'll talk a little bit later, or you can share it all across the social media, Snapchat, Instagram, send to your friends, Facebook, whatever you want. Instant gratification. And we have a huge library of digital looks. We follow some trends. For example, we had a Christmas collection, or we had a Halloween collection. Right now, we support Ukraine because our founders are from Ukraine, and we have a lot of team members from Ukraine. So we have special AR collection to support Ukraine. Like you can see the earrings I'm wearing right now. It's one of the solutions which we are providing. And you can try these earrings in our app. So I really advise you to try it after this lecture. It's really fun. And for the creators, for the real creators, it's a real destination for the creativity. For example, I was in Dubai Expo it was also almost a month ago. And you have so many pavilions there. You have so many countries, and each country wants to show something special about it. And the pavilions are so amazing and so beautiful, but visiting every pavilion, you have different mood, you have different emotions, and you want to make a photo of yourself in that place. And you want that photo to reflect you somehow. And because you go there for the whole day, well, you have one outfit you're wearing, and sometimes you want to your outfit to reflect somehow the environment you are in. So I was making the photos of myself with our DressX app, and I choose different outfits or different accessories which can help me to express my emotions or to express my impression in that pavilion. So it's just one of the examples how the creators can use our app. And let me show you another example. For example, if we're talking about brands, how brands can implement our solution. This is an example of collaboration with Clara Dagan Haute Couture show. And she had last summer, she had a presentation of her collection, Haute Couture collection. And you can see here the photo of the physical event, which was really beautiful and amazing. We digitized the garments, the dresses from her collection. And you can see here the digitized asset, which everyone can order as a fitted photo look, put it on the photo within 24 hours, but also what we created, what kind of experience we created for the visitors of the event. We launched our app and we provided the QR code for the visitors to get access to the dresses from the haute couture show in real time, straight after the show. The haute couture has never been so quick and so close and so accessible for the visitors. They had an opportunity to engage with the collection, to have some kind of the gratification of engagement with the collection straight after the show. They just left the presentation room and they entered to the cocktail reception, and they were able to wear it in a yard and share with their friends. Like I say, another goal of DressX is democratizing of fashion. We want to bring as many avant-garde or haute couture designers to DressX, because some people don't have opportunity to buy amazing Met Gala, red carpet garments, for example, but they can afford them through digital services, and not only afford them. For example, you can invest and you can buy a red carpet dress, but where are you going to wear it? You'll wear it just once, and then it'll stuck in your wardrobe. What you're going to do with it next? With digital solutions, you don't need to think about where you're going to put it or how you're going to use it later. You just use it in a yard or is fitted photo look, and you have this gratification of engagement with the garment, and then you share it and you archive your garment, you archive your photo. And of course, everyone is talking about NFTs, non-fungible tokens. So it's the way how you can bring your art, and I'm not talking only about fashion, but you talk about music and you talk about artists and fashion to the blockchain. And of course, DressX, since we are the innovators and we are using all the high-end solutions, we couldn't escape non-fungible tokens. And we are actually launching our NFT marketplace this week. So we did a couple of drops during last year. We tried different platforms, different partners, and we decided to launch our NFT marketplace, which we are doing like this week. We did for last 2 days, we did team tests of the marketplace, and it's going to go live. Well, at least for the Metaverse Fashion Week, which is starting the 24th of March. So what is unique about DressX NFT marketplace is that together with NFT, together with the crypto art, we are providing utilities, unique utilities for the owner of NFT. And the first utility is, of course, our fitted photo look, like I showed you before. The second utility, we are given the unique access and exclusive access to the AR of this NFT to the owner. So all DressX NFTs are going to have some wearable part on it. It's not just only the crypto art, it will have something in this crypto, in this art piece, art image, something which you can wear. It might be a necklace, it might be the pair of earrings, or it might be a full body gown. And you will have an opportunity to wear that gown exclusively through our AR. And the third utility, what you're going to have is to have an opportunity to wear these items on your video calls. Like I'm doing this today with the earrings, but the owners of the NFT, and at the moment it will be available just only for the owners of the NFTs, will be able to wear the items, their garments on the video calls. Right now, we're also implementing the wearables for different metaverses, like the Decentraland. And for the Metaverse Fashion Week, we are going to implement to drop one of the NFT, which one of the utilities will be Decentraland wearable of this item. And here, for example, here's an example of the utilities we are providing. And you can see here, Megan Kaspar, who is wearing an amazing pink pink necklace. She bought the necklace as an NFT, and she is wearing this necklace during the Yahoo Finance live interview. It's first and one of the kind use case for the wearable NFTs. I mentioned that DressX, when you're using our app, you can save your AR into your digital wardrobe. And actually, ultimate goal of DressX is to be one and only destination for your digital wardrobe. So when you think about what do you want to wear on your avatar in the Decentraland or in Sandbox or in Roblox, you go to your DressX wardrobe, digital wardrobe, digital closet, you select your garment there for your avatar, and you go with that avatar in those metaverses. You want to go to the video call, and you go to DressX digital closet, and you select the accessory or maybe garment, something on the top, which you would like to wear on that call. You want to create an amazing content and share it with your friends, and you go to the DressX closet and you use our AR solution, and you dress on yourself, which is your human avatar representing you. So this is our ultimate goal, and we're moving there. Like I said, we're already going to have a use case for the Metaverse Fashion Week, where you can wear NFT. For the NFT owner, you can wear one of the garments in AR, but also have it is a Decentraland wearable. And we are very focused on the sustainability. Like I said, it was one of the main ideas behind DressX. I already said that you can save by 97% carbon footprint from the production in compare digital versus physical. We work a lot with different stakeholders like Ellen MacArthur Foundation or United Nations Alliance of Sustainable Fashion. And last year, Ellen MacArthur Foundation actually added DressX to their circularity report, and they call us one of the circular fashion solutions because we don't use raw materials to produce new garments. And yeah, I think this is basically everything I would like to share with you about DressX. So if you have some questions, we have some time for that. And I'm sorry, I have two small assistants which are participating in this call from time to time. I'm sorry, but I can hear you. If someone's talking, I can hear you.
They are beautiful, I can tell you, especially with that lightning, I'd say. Then second, I'm very happy that we have a signal and a statement with regards to Ukraine, which we actually were missing. Also, it is obviously necessary. And then, Olga, I have to say, everybody is speaking about the metaverse and when will it be there and something. Honestly, I feel that we are in the metaverse here together with you and your nice child on your lips. So very, very good thing. One thing, I mean, did I get it right? 10% of all clothes today are bought just to create content? What is the sample among whom are these 10%? It's
9%. Yes, it's 9%, and it's the Barclays research in UK, so it's not worldwide. I don't have the statistics for worldwide, but in UK, yes, it's 9% just only for the content creation. Yeah.
Crazy. So, and then, I mean, you were speaking about this NFT thing. Is there, I mean, have you ever thought of the idea of virtual second-hand fashion?
Yes, definitely. So at DressX, we consider that every NFT can be sold on the secondary market. So if you're buying it like digital wearable through DressX NFT marketplace, it can be sold on the secondary market, and the next owner of the NFT will have the possibility to wear that item in AR.
And then also, I mean, it's documented who was the previous owner, right? If I don't know, if I buy something from James Bond, from a James Bond actor or something like that, then and second hand, then I know it and so on, right?
Yes, exactly. So since it's on the blockchain, and on the blockchain you have all transactions transparent and listed, so you can trace who minted that NFT. That means that who brought that NFT to the blockchain. You can see who was the first owner of the NFT and who sell it to you, which was the initial price, what was the price for the second sale, and etc. etc. So you can trace all the history, all the owners, and all the prices.
Yeah, great, great, amazing. So, is there any questions? I'm asking in the audience because there's many people coming in here. So, is there a question? Yes, please. You have to.
Closer?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I don't think so. If you come close here, then you take this mic in your hand. Don't shout in.
I'd be interested in. Hello, everybody. I'd be interested in fashion for an avatar in the metaverse. Now, you spoke about Decentraland. You could create fashion that you can wear as an avatar on Decentraland, but Decentraland won't be the only metaverse destination, so there will be many. There are also video games where you could also dress your avatar. Are you able to adapt to those, like your earrings? They might look like your avatar doesn't look the same either, but are you able to adapt to different metaverse destinations with your product?
This is actually the goal. At the moment, all metaverses like Decentraland, Roblox, Sandbox, etc., they have different requirements for the avatars. We hope that in future, like in maybe 5 to 10 years, they all will be. They all have one unique characteristics, but at the moment, since we want to enter different metaverses, we had to adapt our garments. We already start that for the Decentraland, and we are going to have the use case. We're also working with the Roblox, and we prepared already the collection, which is going to be released, I hope soon, on Roblox. The same with Sandbox. So yeah, it's just a little bit more work for our designer team, production team to adapt the garments, but we are able to do that.
Yeah, thank you. I think interoperability obviously seems to be a key success factor for all the metaverse ideas. So, right. Any other question from the audience? Unfortunately, you lost your earrings now, Olga.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe
now they are there. Can someone make please a picture? Can you please take a picture of exactly that, because it looks really crazy. Who is actually your light master? Is it your child or?
Yes. I'm really sorry. My babysitter couldn't came this evening, so I'm really sorry for that.
It's really funny, and it adds very nicely to everything. I ask a serious question again. I mean, we are here in the area of creative work, designers of all sorts, and I would be interested. What is your observations? How is the design practice for fashion designers changing when it is more the virtual clothes than the real ones? Together with designers, I guess. So what is the observations you have there?
Well, we are opening opportunity. We are giving opportunities to a new sector of the economy, and in this case, we are talking about 3D designers, tailors, because they have different skills, different software. We're talking about different kind like of engineers who are going to work, and they're already working. And I know that right now there is a huge shortage into the talents in this area. I spoke with different people like game makers, people working with the metaverses, creating these spaces in the metaverses. Everyone is talking that they need more people, more people who has knowledge to build things in metaverses, build garments for different metaverses, or adapt them for different metaverses. So I think that we're creating absolutely new sector with a lot of job opportunities.
Lots of opportunities, that's for sure. Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, we possibly have one last slot for a question for Olga. She is actually, I mentioned it earlier, Chief Sustainability Officer of the company, and that also was part of her beginning of the presentation, which I liked very much. Again, 9% of all clothes are bought just to create content. Crazy, if you think of that. Any question from the audience? Olga, I think your earrings coming back, that's very good. So,
yes,
Olga, again, thank you very much. I wish you a good evening, and I guess your child is happy that you are off the screen now, so we'll release you in time. Thank you. Here, I think, since this is a network event, if people are interested, so just send an email to Olga or send an email to me, and then I forward it to you. We have also fashion designers here in the audience. Maybe that shortage you were speaking about, talent, we can maybe connect you with interested people here. So I'm coming to the end with that of our official, so to say, program of HHai, 1.5 days of interesting talks and formats. Today we had the workshops, we had a panel, we had visionary talks from Shenzhen in China and Bali, and we had the founder of RunwayML from New York calling in. I think, at least for me, I would not know what else we could bring on the stage at that point. I'm happy that we have this hybrid nature of our event, because after very long of separation, we have here people in the audience in the Design Zentrum Hamburg who now can grab a beer and enjoy themselves. They did already, but they can grab another beer and enjoy even more, because we also have the artificial intelligent DJ from Algoriddim, where we also had a presentation this afternoon. Thank you that you joined us online. Thank you coming by. Have fun, and let's meet and greet and discuss everything creative AI.
Well, thank you for having me. Yeah, I sent the link to our Discord channel. So if you have any questions, just join our Discord community, and we are happy to answer any question you have. Thank you so much.
Olga, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hope to see you sometime in one of the metaverses.
Hope to see you there.
Or in
Visit Metaverse Fashion Week. It started from 24th, and we are going to post our agenda in our Discord channel, so you can visit our shops, events, collect the pop-ups, and get an NFT if you have all the pop-ups collected from DressX. So yeah, just let's see together in Metaverse Fashion Week in the Decentraland.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.